existence forever. Tristan made a noise in his throat that dismissed Batuk's offer. Listen closely, warlord. A local witch doctor came here out of curiosity. I held him captive for a month and gave him every opportunity to work his voodoo to cure me. Didn't happen. In fact, he tried to kill me for my blood. His skull now decorates the entrance to my cave. I'll give you 1 minute to convince me why I shouldn't use your head to make a matched set. Batuk smiled confidently. The serum I gifted you with was brewed by our witch who knows much about alterance. My men and I all bled into the mixture to share our powers with you, but the witch warns this will not last long. She says you will be able to escape this prison while you are in human form this time, but it will only last for 3 days. Before then, if you join my army, we will locate the Nayak stone, which has the power to break your curse forever. Now Vian understood the rush. 3 days to find the stone and gain control? They were destined to die in this time. Legend held that the stone had always chosen a powerful being in the past. What were the chances they could find the stone's new master, or that Tristan, as Batuk's envoy, could take possession of the stone in so little time? How could they trust Tristan to keep his word if he did agree? Would have been nice to have known everything before Vian traveled here and risked his life for nothing. Tristan narrowed his gaze on Batuk. What are you not telling me? That we cannot battle the Beladors without drawing the attention of the gods. We do not have our Shiva's support, so I need you to... There was that hesitation again, making Vian wonder what game Batuk played. Agree to stand with us should we face the Beladors before leaving this world. Second, the Nayak stone has chosen a new master. Shiva would know immediately if one of us gained control of the Nayak stone, or I would have gone after it myself by now. I need someone with your power and lack of ties to any entity to take possession and wield the stone for us. The Beladors infest the earth now and will no doubt also learn the stone has taken a master. Tristan shook his head. So, basically, you need to keep a low profile until you can get out of town, so to speak. Batuk tilted his head in confirmation. Once you convince the new master to willingly give you the stone, you will hold the power in your hand to break the curse of being an animal. In return, I want you to use the stone's power to send all of my tribe back 800 years to our home, not Mount Meru, but when we lived as men with families. And, as I said, possibly battle the Beladors if a conflict arises. Tristan's eyes twitched, narrowing on Batuk, before his gaze evened out with a look of silent understanding that Vian trusted even less than Batuk's words. Something had just transpired between the two. If only he could determine what. The alterant's entire body relaxed. Why would the stone's master help me? Because the master will be a woman, with the face and body you now possess. Can you not sway one female to do your bidding? Tristan actually smiled. There are many ways to make a woman bend to my will. Some are more enjoyable than others. Looks like we have a deal. Batuk might have a deal, but Vian had no intention of bending to Tristan or trusting the bastard to help his people. Vian no longer trusted his leader either. That left him with only one person he could rely on, himself, and only one choice of action. He'd have to find this woman who possessed the stone before Tristan did, and convince her to help free his people before Batuk's real agenda killed them all. Vian clenched his teeth as the task ahead daunted his conviction. Damn, his conscience had picked a terrible time to return. 17. The sense of spinning ended abruptly with Aval standing upright. She shoved her hands out for balance. Her palms hit a surface that flexed, but it was the lungful of raw sewage she breathed in that told her exactly where she was. Sen had teleported her to a porta potty in the middle of the summer in Atlanta. Gross. That bastard's sense of humor came from the same place his head was shoved up most of the time. She fumbled with the door handle and stumbled out onto a dark sidewalk on shaky legs, gulping fresh air. The sidewalk pitched with her vertigo. Nausea threatened to finish off her perfectly crappy day. At least it wasn't dawn yet. That would be more like Sen to stick her in a porta potty in the middle of a 100-degree day without sufficient clothing to leave. A hand latched onto her shoulder. Hey. She came around swinging out of reflex, her mind a rush of red fury. No one would ever hurt her again. He blocked her right cross. She shoved her knee up. He used another hand to deflect her slam to his groin. That gave her an opening to throw an uppercut with her left fist, clipping the edge of his chin. Ow, damn it! Stop! He spun her like a top on a string. Vertigo won at that point, and she figured out who she fought. You stop, or I'll throw up on you, she warned, sure that would be enough to make Storm shove her away. You don't transport well, huh? Was he laughing? She could break his hold even though he had her back pinned to his chest. But her legs were so weak, she'd probably land face down on the sidewalk. She hated to ever feel weak, but the shaking wouldn't stop. We call it teleporting in Viper. You make me sound like fresh fruit that gets damaged in shipment. He did laugh this time, a warm, throaty sound. His grip changed from one of containment to one of comfort. She tried to make herself push away from him, from being held, but her body refused to help. His fingers wrapped her abdomen and moved slightly, cupping her waist. He breathed deeply, a motion that gave her an up-close and personal idea of just how wide his chest was. The air changed from one of joking to awareness, not the fight or flight mode she usually experienced this close to a man. She was torn between wanting to stay in this moment a few seconds more and shoving away from someone who was helping Sen. You better now? Storm's voice was next to her ear and sounded as though he didn't want to hear yes, but that was the answer she gave him. Okay, if I let you go, will you promise not to hit me or throw up on me? For now. When his arms fell away, she experienced a quiver of disappointment and surprise at not feeling the bone-deep fear of being held and hurt in his grasp. Would she ever want a man to touch her? To really touch her? She stepped away, recognizing the street and buildings as she turned and located her bike in the same spot she'd left it. Satisfied nothing had happened to her baby, she faced Storm. What time is it? Right around 5. Be daylight in a half hour. Crud. She'd lost almost 5 hours even though the tribunal meeting had seemed to pass in less than an hour. Isaac had to be ticked off about her blowing a second meeting. One problem at a time. She cut her eyes at Storm. What are you doing here? Waiting for you to show up. Again. He canted his head in the direction of the bike. I found your Gixxer after you left. Figured I'd hang around and keep an eye on it. Why? Storm had a way of looking at her that made her think she'd missed something in the conversation, as though she shouldn't need to ask that question. Bad enough to get yanked off your feet by Sen, but it would be worse to come back and find your ride gone. It was nice of him to look after it, since he had no idea no one could take her bike. His kindness touched her a lot more than she wanted it to. What about looking for the Nayak stone? Sen came back not long after you left. I told him I'd just finished my shift in the park, and if he expected me to work with you, then you had to be here for that to happen. Why would Storm purposefully bait Sen, especially about her? Was he telling her the truth or trying to manipulate her into thinking they were on the same side? She kept her curiosity hidden. We've got to find that stone. Viper agents have been in the park and the surrounding areas all night, so it's not like the mission was entirely abandoned. Besides, I can't see any of us finding that rock until it chooses its woman. He made it sound like some horny teenager. What agents have been here since I left? Casper came by for a while, then Zader was here. Another guy joined him. Quinn? Yeah, he showed up. They both left a little while ago. But Storm had stayed. She wished she knew how to feel about that, but she'd only slept a handful of hours in 3 days and was too tired to think at this point. I'm going home. Thanks for keeping an eye on my bike. No problem. What time do you want to team up again? Wow. He'd finally figured out that demanding she meet him at a specific time wouldn't work. But what to tell Storm? She'd stood up Isaac, again, and still had no way to find him. Isaac might know why the Bearn demon had been looking for an alterant, information that could be useful with the tribunal, but she doubted he'd share a thing with her after this. Heck, she'd be lucky if he didn't turn that big cannon he toted on her. Storm waited patiently for her answer, his eyes full of quiet understanding she really wished she could trust. I'll see you at the same gate at 9 tonight. She considered the conversation over and headed to her bike before she did something foolish such as offer to grab coffee with him. That'll work. I've got to catch some sleep, then follow up on a couple leads. Eval was halfway to her bike when his words stopped her. What leads? On the Bearn killing. Storm walked over and stood in front of her. You could help by answering some questions. That's right. He'd picked up a mint scent. Hers. Why would you think that? One of the 2 male witches I found said you'd been there and helped them escape the Bearn. Want to elaborate? Not really. Had he asked her that before the tribunal meeting, she'd have had to fight a rush of panic. Now she had much more to worry about than Sen's agenda. She was sick to her stomach from being dizzy and had no energy left to verbally fence with Storm. Yes, I was there. Yes, I helped the twins get away from the Bearn, and yes, I could have told you that this morning and saved you from working so hard today to give Sen the information he needs to put me on suspension. Sorry, I didn't want to help you put a collar on me. Trying to outmaneuver Storm was like playing dodgeball with an octopus. She could only do it so long without losing. I know all that, and that you fought the Bearn, and that you were present when the Bearn was destroyed. She had her arms crossed and her hands fisted, ready to tell him just what she thought of anyone who was Sen's go-to man for information, but Storm didn't let her. Get some sleep and cool off some. My questions will keep. Storm used the back of his finger to wipe a layer of sweat off her brow, the motion wiping away her anger just as easily. Regardless of what you think, I didn't agree to transfer to Atlanta for the sole purpose of handing you to Sen on a platter. You want me to be straight? Fine. He does think you're hiding something from him. And when he told me he specifically wanted to know if someone was putting the Viper Coalition at risk, I knew he was talking about you. That doesn't mean I think you're a risk. When Sen asked about the Bearn earlier, I told him I was tracking the person who killed it, which I am. But you didn't kill it, did you? She didn't dare tell Storm about Isaac for fear of his running to Sen with the information, which would definitely not work in her best interest. Also, she still had to find out what Isaac knew about the Bearn. That is, if he'd ever speak to her again after she'd left him double hanging. No, I didn't kill it. Then you'd better run along. His tone was fierce. Why? Because you'll turn into a toasty alterant if you don't, he teased. She allowed a smile. Why didn't you tell Sen about me being at the site where the Bearn was killed? Storm could turn a minute into the longest stretch of time with one look into his searing eyes. Because I'm not Sen's hitman. I decide for myself who the good guys are. He turned his hand over to brush his palm through her hair, letting his fingers rest at her shoulder for a brief moment before he stepped back. His eyes were darker than before. Whatever he was thinking disappeared in his shuddered gaze. Now head out before something even more evil than a Bearn comes along tonight and decides to eat you. She would have questioned him more, but every instinct she possessed told her to get out of here as quickly as possible, because if she didn't, something wicked just might devour her. Not that it would really matter. At the rate she was going, she'd be dead in 3 days anyway. Or would she be able to find the miracle that could keep her free and save the world from those who wanted to destroy it? 18. Monday pre-dawn traffic poured into the parking lots Val rode past. She slowed to scan the area around each one. No trolls working the pay booths, no demons lurking in the shadows. She kept an eye on 3 parking garages in downtown Atlanta for Quinn, who probably owned more real estate than some small countries did. If he wanted to consider a nightly ride to keep an eye on his businesses a part-time job, who was she to argue? Especially since Quinn gave her a reduced rent in trade for surveillance. All missions completed for the evening. She turned her Gixxer toward home. "When are you going home, Ival?" Quinn asked in her mind. How did he know she wasn't there yet? Was the man psychic on top of his other gifts? She glanced up at the sky, threatening to unleash sunshine in another 10 minutes. "I'm a mile from my elevator. Z and I'll meet you there." Not much for chatting, that Quinn. She cut down Marietta Boulevard and turned on a side road that deposited her below Atlanta's traffic level. The rutted street her narrow tires bounced over ran along the railroad tracks that once fed into the original underground Atlanta, where civvies came in groups for safety. Today's underground Atlanta was a thriving tourist attraction safe enough for the kiddos. She preferred the spooky early morning darkness down here in Atlanta's underbelly, where dock workers sweated out an honest living, to the pristine world full of suits. A world full of doctors who... Don't go there. Parking in front of the overhead door to her personal elevator, which could carry a full-sized vehicle, she pressed the remote opener clipped to her tank bag and climbed off. Footsteps approached. Crunching gravel layered over the pavement. She pushed her bike into the dark elevator stall, turning it to where she could face her guests. "How's tricks, boys?" "Must you always cut it so close to daylight?" Quinn asked. She grinned at him. "Gotta make hay when the sun don't shine and all that. Besides, sun ran me late." "What did he want now?" Zader entered last, sounding whipped. Had he rested at all since yesterday? "He snatched me in for a tribunal meet," she started explaining, "without contacting me first." Anger boiled off Zader. Eval supported the bike against her hip and lifted a hand, hesitating to say much out here. It wasn't a suspension hearing that would have required due process. No happier than Z, Quinn picked up on her reluctance to expound. "Let's get inside her apartment where no one can hear us." She keyed the remote, shutting the door, and turned her attention to where a panel of 6 toggle switches was mounted behind bulletproof glass. Getting inside the elevator would be simple for an intruder. Breaking the bulletproof glass over the switches would set off alarms in her living quarters down below. But even if someone made it this far, they'd have to know the correct sequence for flipping the toggles. That changed daily, and only the 3 people inside this elevator car knew those codes. Zader and Quinn could flip the toggles kinetically, which one of the 2 did before she could because the elevator started moving. "You got any food down here?" Zader got downright surly when he was hungry on top of being tired. She thought about it. "Sure, I got a new recipe for..." Zader and Quinn both said no. "That's cold. You haven't tried anything I've cooked since that first time." When the elevator stopped 20 feet below ground, she mentally flipped the toggles in reverse and pushed her bike into the 20 by 30 foot garage area of her private world. She rolled the Gixxer into the hydraulic motorcycle lift she used to service her baby and tighten the wheel chock to lock the bike into place. White upper and lower cabinets lined one side of the room, but she was the only one who could see all that right now. A string of fluorescent lights overhead flickered on. Quinn's doing, since he had no patience for being in the dark. "I got the door," Zader said, and the elevator closed behind them. With one quick glance to ensure everything was as she'd left it, Aval led the way through a series of unlit tunnels toward her apartment. The tension in her shoulders eased the closer she got to her home. Quinn would have let her live here rent-free. No way. She'd sleep in a public bathroom, and had, before she'd owe anyone for something as basic as a place to live. He'd set a fair price, and she earned her way between working at the morgue and receiving pay from the Belador's fund as an agent to the coalition. Viper negotiated payment arrangements with all their agents except Belador's, who chose not to accept money from the coalition. She guessed Brina and Maka didn't want to be dependent on Viper any more than Aval wanted to be dependent on anyone. Quinn was on the board of Belador Financial Barons, who invested funds accumulated over generations. They took care of their own. "What happened to the lights in this hallway?" Quinn groused. "Saving on your power bill." As she approached the steel door that had no handles or locks evident, she channeled energy to open it. Quinn growled something low. "I'm not a bloody slumlord. All my properties are green efficient, and you know it. Not like your eyes can't take a little lighting." "You got better places to spend money." He could be overbearing some days, especially when it came to what he considered her well-being, but he respected her need for independence. She stepped into her abode, where wall sconces and tiny overhead puck lights strung along a wire brightened the simple room. Quinn maintained she needed enough light for guests to move around safely. She didn't have guests as a rule, but even a blind person could navigate around the few pieces of furniture she'd accumulated. This was home and hers. She came and went at will. Her one indulgence was plants, especially flowering ones that she had to trick into blooming with artificial lighting. Zader dropped down on her lumpy sofa, let out a groan born of deep exhaustion, then kicked off his boots. He leaned back, stretching out his jean-covered legs and crossing his arms over the sleeveless black t-shirt, so completely different from Quinn's pewter gray collared shirt with a golf logo on the chest and creased slacks. "I see you've decorated since I was last here." Quinn sent a reproachful frown at the oversized orange beanbag in the middle of the room. "Having a time deciding on the most advantageous location for that." "Too bad there's no snob police, Quinn. They'd make a fortune writing you up." He sighed with strained patience. She loved tweaking his aristocratic nose. A noise from the back of the apartment snapped her into action. She hurried over to stand by the offensive beanbag. Growling rumbled from down the hallway that led to her bedroom. Footsteps slapped the hard concrete floor, heading toward the living room, picking up speed, running full bore until the pounding echoed like bomb blasts. "Aval?" Zader issued the sharp warning and came to his feet. The knives hanging at his hips snapped and hissed. He took a step toward her. "Oh, good goddess," Quinn muttered. She ordered both of them. "Stand back. I got this." Keeping her attention on the hallway, she prepared for the attack that flew out of the darkness at her. The 2-foot-tall gargoyle went airborne, wings flapping, like a cannonball with mouth open to expose sharp teeth. All that heading for her chest. "Damn it, Aval!" Zader reached for her arm and missed when she jumped aside at the last second. The gargoyle landed on the beanbag, his momentum sliding him with the bag all the way across the room until he smacked the solid wall. She laughed out loud, enjoying the best sound that had traveled up her throat all day. "Nice one, Phoenix. Come here, baby." Phoenix made a noise that sounded part growl and part snort when he was happy. His mouth spread wide, showing off sharp incisors that were as deadly as they looked. He clutched his little pot belly and tucked his bat-like wings close when he rolled off the bag, still chortling over his NASCAR-worthy slide. They were both fans of American car racing. "That thing doesn't know his strength," Zader growled, but his knives had settled down, a sign he was at ease. "He's going to hurt you one day." "No, he won't." She squatted down as Phoenix waddled to her, wings flapping happily. His huge eyes were two orange orbs that glowed bright as a Halloween pumpkin against his dark green and brown scale-covered body. "I could have acquired you a dog, something adequately trained that wouldn't kill you." Quinn stepped aside, moving his expensive pants out of snag range from the sharp points on Phoenix's wings. "A dog or a cat would want to go outside in the daylight and need more care than I could give it. Phoenix likes the dark, and he's self-sufficient, and he loves me. He's perfect." She opened her arms, and he walked into her embrace, tucking his wings so she could hug him. It was like holding a soft alligator that was as cold as a dark cave and smelled like freshly tanned leather. The skin covering his wings was the smoothest part of him. I finally settled on the perfect name, Phoenix. Because Lucifer was taken? "Careful, Quinn," she said with mock threat, "or I'll tell Phoenix you want a hug." Zader chuckled and shook his head. Quinn shuddered on his way to the recliner she'd picked up last week from a late-night going-out-of-business sale. Hard to hit yard sales when most of them ended by nightfall. "He's no bird rising from the ashes of destruction," Quinn muttered. She argued, "Yes, he is, but his name is different." She spelled it for him. "I picked Phoenix, Feenix, because this little critter survived that demented sorcerer and crawled out of a burning building when all the other things the sorcerer had created died even though they were bigger and stronger." She released Phoenix, who waddled across the room making grunting noises. He picked up a stuffed alligator and tucked the soft, tiny toy into the crease of his bent arm, holding it like a baby doll. And Phoenix, the bird name, means the most beautiful one of its kind, just like my Phoenix. Quinn cleared his throat. "Eval, darling, you may need prescription glasses after all. That creature is not attractive." "He is to me," she whispered, then smiled at Quinn, who groused about most of her choices in life. He hated that she wouldn't let him hire people to finish the interior of this place or buy any furnishings. She did allow him and Zader to give her plants, which was why it looked more like a jungle than a home. "Food, Eval?" Zader reminded her. She swung around, grinning. "I've got frozen pizzas." Neither of the men made a sign of interest, she added. "And I stocked my bar. I'll throw in a Boodles and water for Quinn and a Guinness, on draft, no less, for you, Z. Now you're talking." Zader stretched out again, propping his feet on the arm at one end. "With enough Boodles, I can eat anything." Quinn waved at her dismissively. "Wouldn't want to ruin your taste buds for caviar," Zader muttered. "Or yours for Vienna sausage." Reclined and with eyes at half-mast, Quinn stretched his hands along the chair arms as if he enjoyed the pedestrian furniture more than he wanted her to know. "What happened with Sen?" Zader asked before she left. "It'll hold until I get food cooking and your drinks." Zader made a noise of acceptance. Eval headed for the kitchen and paused when she remembered the treat in her pocket. "Phoenix?" The gargoyle looked up, eyes round with anticipation. How could someone not love him? She dug out the lug nut she'd found and pitched it in the air. His tongue shot out, swiping the nugget out of mid-air and into his mouth. He made an sound, and his cheek fattened as if he was sucking on a caramel. "Was that a steel lug nut?" Quinn missed nothing. "Yes, he loves anything silver." "Oh, good goddess." Quinn mumbled something else she laughed at, and she went to the kitchen. Her heart warmed at the strange feeling flooding through her. Happiness. What a time to finally be happy when she might be dead or caged in 3 days. She got busy heating the oven. She had Quinn to thank for the stainless steel chef's kitchen, since it was already here when she moved in. He and Zader had only stopped by twice since she'd moved in 4 months ago, never staying long. Could it have been fear of being invited to eat again after what she cooked the first time? Who knew duck smelled that bad when it burned? She pulled a mug out of the cabinet and started the slow process of pouring a Guinness draft between pushing pizzas into the oven and mixing Quinn's drink. Having company tonight after the harrowing tribunal meeting was nice. Quinn and Zader could visit her sanctuary whenever they wanted, but no others. Even after 2 years, she didn't know much about their backgrounds, but she did know the one thing that mattered, that she could trust these two without question. When Zader had a chance to transfer her to the Southeastern Division, she'd accepted immediately, moving across country at night over 3 days. That had been 5 months ago. After arriving in Atlanta, she'd found a gym where she could work out and shower at night. Then, during the day, she'd slept in a climate-controlled storage space nearby, where she'd had a bedroll and a bag of clothes. Same thing she'd been doing since she started living on her own at 18. When she'd put them off about coming by where she'd been staying, they'd tracked her down to the storage locker. Quinn had at first been appalled, then angry. Then he'd just sighed and told her, "Prepare to move in 24 hours." Zader had refused to even discuss another option. She'd finally agreed under the one condition that she paid for the apartment. No charity deals and no owing anyone. She'd live in a storage room or worse the rest of her life before she'd ever be at anyone's mercy. No one would ever own her life again. She'd never shared the ugly details about her childhood that drove her to remain independent, not even with these two men. Quinn had assured her he had a location that was within her budget, and he'd even swap out some of the rent if she'd keep an eye on several of his parking garages. That was how she'd ended up in a place with all the charm of a fallout shelter, which was paradise compared to the claustrophobic hole she'd spent 24 hours a day in for 18 years. She had over 2,000 square feet here she could do with as she pleased. On her limited budget, that meant very little. Eventually, she'd turn this into a true sanctuary, if the tribunal didn't decide to lock her away. If so, Brina would put her somewhere no one could find her, not even Zader. Yval squeezed the dish towel in her hand. If that happened, something tapped her on the leg, breaking her out of the desperation cartwheeling through her chest. Phoenix stood there with his alligator baby tucked under one arm. His eyes drooped, a sign he was unhappy or worried. "What's the matter, baby?" He leaned his head against her leg and patted her foot, something he'd done the last time she'd come home shaken up after the tribunal had yanked her in for a meeting. Did he sense that she was under threat? She wouldn't go down without a battle, but she would make sure Phoenix was taken care of if the unimaginable happened and she lost. "Everything's fine." She smiled to give the words a ring of truth. Reaching over to the counter, she pulled open a drawer in her cabinet and took out a foot-long stainless steel cooking spoon she'd found in a garbage can and sterilized. "Here you go, sweetie." When she pushed the spoon under his nose, he bit it, flipping the handle out of her hand. "Go back and keep the boys company. I'll be in there in a minute, okay?" Phoenix tottered away, licking the spoon he now held in one hand and dragging his stuffed animal clutched in his other 4 fingers. She carried a small plastic tray with a bottle of Powerade, Z's mug of beer, and Quinn's mixed drink into her living room. One day, she'd have a television and stereo system in here, but her laptop in the bedroom and boombox in the kitchen would suffice for now. "Get the table, Phoenix." Yval carried the drink tray to where he pushed a cardboard box into position to act as a coffee table Zader and Quinn could reach. "Thanks, baby." Phoenix clapped his hands and went back to playing with his alligator. She cracked the plastic cap on the Powerade bottle and took a swig. "Ready to catch up while the pizzas are cooking?" Zader sat up, rubbing his eyes, then lifted the mug and looked at the top of the beer. "Impressive. Where'd you learn how to draw the four-leaf clover in the foam? Internet. There's a YouTube video on everything. She didn't have to ask if Quinn's drink was okay. He had a look of euphoria after taking a sip. Why don't you two tell me what you found out in North Carolina, and I'll fill you in on the tribunal and what Trey didn't know about the demons, since I figured you caught up with him by now. Zader's eyes simmered with building fury, but he nodded. We did speak with him. Quinn sat back. I'll give you what I know, then Zader can tell you about the informant. The alterant that was caught in North Carolina 2 months ago was thought to be in his late teens or early 20s, according to night stalkers there. He was a thief, breaking into businesses, stole a couple of cars, robbed a convenience store, but nothing major. Yval tapped her fingers on her knee, thinking. Was he ever arrested? No, he had an unnatural speed, like Trey's ability, which we suspect he may have inherited as a Belador trait. The police just thought he was a professional criminal. No fingerprints, and they never caught his face on a security video. It took me a while to come up with a common denominator in the crimes until I started thinking about your aversion to the sun. Was he a freak living like a vampire too? Yval joked. She walked over and kicked the beanbag closer to the cardboard coffee table, then sat down on a poof of air. You know how I hate it when you call yourself a freak, Quinn admonished. But no, he wasn't nocturnal. The police set up a trap, thinking an unlocked car with a camera bag in the back would be an easy heist if left alone during 3 days of rain. The male alterant stole the car on day 4 in bright sunshine. We discovered that all of his crimes were committed only when it was daylight and not raining. A Belador on the police force who started following this case realized the perpetrator might be a preternatural being, so he asked to work the stakeout. When the alterant stole the car, the Belador cop followed. Sure, he'd located something non-human, so he called in support. Yval nodded. That's how 9 male Beladors cornered him, right? Yes. During the 6 hours they pursued him, the weather began changing from partly cloudy to an approaching weather front. 4 of them cornered him at the back of a school on a Sunday, and the other 5 Beladors came when called telepathically. Before the thief realized they weren't human cops he could outrun, he jumped out of his car to flee just as it started raining. The Beladors had linked by now. The thief was like any other panicked criminal until he got wet. Then he screamed as if hit with acid. He shifted at that point, turning into a beast that ripped the head off one Belador before they realized what he was and had a chance to unlink. She chewed on her bottom lip, sick at the loss of life. The families whose father, husband, brother, or son hadn't come home. How do you find out all that when Viper couldn't get anything the first 2 weeks? Another Belador in the area heard their call for help when the alterant started shifting and showed up after the killings. But before any law enforcement got there, he had the good sense to pull the video out of the police cars and call for Brina, who brought in Sen to clean up the mess and teleport the alterant to a secure location. Brina told the local Belador to hold on to the video until Zader and I showed up, since this was more a Belador issue in her mind than a Viper issue. Yval cocked an eyebrow at that. Brina just wants to keep the dirty laundry under wraps. Zader uttered a gritty noise. Don't get started, Eve. Brina's first responsibility is to our tribe, which includes you. Even a mutt gets a bone once in a while. But Brina had spoken up for her today. Quinn stood up and glanced down at Zader. Why don't you pick up from here, and I'll refresh our drinks? Zader handed off his mug. While we were investigating in Charlotte, we caught someone stealing from the alterant's booty stash. Someone with the ability to change his physical appearance. A troll? You got it. When Quinn figured out about the weather, we mapped an area where the thefts took place and drew lines until we figured out a general area where they intersected. Once we had that, we started shaking down night stalkers and found the alterant's hideout in a derelict auto repair building. Before going in, we spent a week watching the hideout to see if someone was connected to him in any way. What we found was a troll who showed up on the sunny days while the alterant was out and took a couple things like jewelry or motorcycle chrome. And never enough to make a huge dent in the pile we found, but consistent. What was the alterant doing with the stolen goods? Looked like he was pawning most of it and stashing the cash in a wall air conditioner in his hideout. He had a newspaper folded to a section on custom vans, as if he was trying to get enough money to buy one. Yval understood immediately why someone who couldn't take rain the way she couldn't handle sunlight would want a low-profile vehicle he could live in when need be. She'd have loved to own a van like that instead of traveling in late-night buses on the trip she'd taken across the country. What happened with the troll? Zader accepted his beer from Quinn, then eyed the smooth foam. No clover? Quinn released a put-upon sigh and opened a supersized Mr. Goodbar she'd splurged for, because that was his favorite confectionery indulgence. He told Zader, "No little paper umbrellas either. You were telling her about the troll?" Swallowing a drink of beer first, Zader continued. "We caught the troll and threatened to alert Viper that he had not declared his residence in Charlotte. He swore he was leaving that day." Yval snorted at that. To go home and take care of the elderly sick mother he didn't have, right? Close enough to the lies he spewed, Zader agreed. We told him he wasn't going anywhere unless he could bring us information on the thief he was stealing from within 24 hours. If he did and the intel was confirmed as usable, he could leave. He came back 9 hours later with 2 pieces of intel. The troll said someone was looking for the alterant. Phoenix padded over and climbed into Yval's lap, gurgling noises on each breath. He was a heavy little guy. Once she had him settled, she clarified, "So the troll knew the thief was an alterant?" Quinn cut in. Not until after he'd spoken to others in his underground community and put it together. The troll was pretty shaken up to realize he'd been stealing from an alterant, especially after word circulated about the thief killing 9 Beladors. Trolls fearing alterants. Now that cheered her up, except for the downside of Sen figuring a way to use that against her. "You said 2 pieces of intel. Who'd the troll say was looking for the alterant?" "Arak had feelers out for the alterant. Just add that to the list of today's demons, Sen and the Tribunal." She felt like the baby in a Mardi Gras king cake. Eventually, something with teeth would get her. What's a rock? Now that she had a computer, any waking minute when she wasn't working at the morgue or running down Viper leads, Yval spent studying websites Z and Quinn had given her. Still, her working knowledge of preternatural beings, supernatural abilities, entities, and anything related was pretty limited compared to Quinn and Zader's expertise. Rock is a slang term for a Roxhashus, a malevolent being or demon who can shift into any form, not just human, Quinn explained. Another demon? Was it a slow news week? She could hear the 6 o'clock anchor now. Alterant becomes dinner at Demon Convention. Film at 11. 3 demons in 10 days, and 2 of them had been hunting for an alterant. What happened to the rock? He fled to Atlanta, Quinn told her. The second thing the troll told us was that the rock had left a cryptic message for a Belador. The rock is the informant Zeta came back to Atlanta to meet with. Yet another demon in Atlanta. 3 in 1 day had to be a record. And this one had been looking for an alterant, too. Coincidences were for people with a normal life, not her. The walls of her world started closing in, and for the first time in 2 years she had serious doubts over how much Zader and Quinn could do to help her if someone was targeting alterants, and knew where to find them. Them? Her. But this many demons popping up in the southeast was not coincidental. With the tribunal breathing down her neck, Yval needed anything this rock demon could provide, like who knew how to find the alterants, and maybe the origin of alterants. Brina didn't know how to find or identify them in human form, or she'd have captured the one in Charlotte before it had a chance to shift and kill Beladors. Eval's skin pebbled with excitement. This could be the key to providing the tribunal with answers. If anyone could pull information from a snitch, it was Zader. Her gaze slid over to Zader, who still hadn't said what had happened to the rock. She squeezed a handful of beanbag, using it like a stress relief chair. "Tell me you found this rock, Guy Z, and got the information you were after." Yes and no. Not the answer she had been hoping for. 19. What do you mean yes and no? Where is this rock demon thing? Eval kept a lid on her frustration since it wasn't aimed at Zader or Quinn, but what the hell? When had she turned into the pinup girl for demons? Zader let out a sigh, pumped full of frustration. Here's the whole rundown. None of the trolls or night stalkers over in Charlotte had heard of an alterant until the rock mentioned it, because Brina has kept the handful of attacks in the past out of mainstream intelligence. The trolls also had no idea who had sent the rock to Charlotte. The rock offered a lot of flash that brought trolls out of every hole, but nothing surfaced on the alterant until word got out about the Beladors killed. Eval ground her teeth. The trolls knew he was looking for an alterant? They could have told Viper before we lost 9 Beladors. Quinn made a sound of disdainful humor. That would require a conscience. Zader made a sound of disgust, then continued explaining. Soon as the rock heard about the alterant killing Beladors, then disappearing, he knew he'd lost his prey and that his master would kill him for the failed mission. So the rock left a coded message in Gaelic with the trolls, assuring them a Belador would pay well for it, then fled to Atlanta. You can understand Gaelic? Eval knew very little about Z and Quinn's history. When Zader nodded, she tucked that new piece of knowledge away. She currently studied languages in her online classes, Gaelic being one. She'd send her next email in Gaelic and surprise him. What did the message say, Z? The Rock wanted a deal to trade information on a Belador trader for safe passage to a destination of his choosing, and the note explained how to find him in Atlanta. Quinn stayed in Charlotte to guard the troll until I found the rock and made sure we hadn't been tricked. Her nerves tightened at Zader's heavy pause. And? I found the rock, but he wouldn't tell me everything until I got an agreement from Sen to put him into Viper's protective custody first. He had to be scared spitless to want to go into a Viper holding cell, she muttered. He was. Zader rubbed the back of his neck. His dark eyes showed long days of wear and tear. All I had to do was tell Sen this guy had intel on Nuara magic, which the Rock said he could prove was being used in this area. Sen agreed to pull him in and protect him until we determined if he was lying or not. That's why I couldn't stay for the meeting yesterday. She understood, but would have liked to have had Zader in the meeting to get his feedback on Storm, Adriana, and Isaac, who Eval had to find sooner than soon for any hope of figuring out who had sent the Bearn. At this rate, if another demon showed up, she'd need a whiteboard to keep track of the players. And what about the missing body in the morgue? Urgh. Zader's voice flattened more with each sentence. When I got back to the meet point for the Rock, he wasn't there. I chased leads all yesterday, but he was running like a rat from one hole in Atlanta to another because someone else was after him. I figured his master had come for him, which would have worked for me if we'd caught him, or her, too. Quinn got in around 8 last night. We teamed up and finally found the Rock just after 9. Where was he? She looked from Zader to Quinn, who took over explaining. In 5 pieces, stacked neatly inside a suitcase placed in the middle of an empty hotel room with a note that read, "Our company has a zero-tolerance policy on traitors." So not funny. Eval thought on it a minute. What did he share with you when you first talked to him, Z? This is where it gets screwy. The Rock said he had information on a Belador working with the Maeve and knew why his employer was searching for the alterant, but he wouldn't say until he was safe. Crud. Eval slapped the beanbag. Phoenix jumped up, wings flaring and pointed ears laid back in attack mode. Smoke whistled from his lips, which could shoot fire next. Okay. Note to self to up the Zen factor when living with gargoyles. She cooed to him. Sorry, baby. I didn't mean to startle you. Quinn laughed. You think you frightened something that could blow a hole in the wall behind me? He pitched a chunk of his Mr. Goodbar at Phoenix. Catch, boy. Phoenix snapped the chocolate bite out of the air. Don't feed him that. She was going to strangle Quinn. You feed him lug nuts and you're worried about a little chocolate in his diet. A laugh sputtered from Quinn's lips. Chocolate makes him fart. Then I have to spend 2 hours in the shop working on my bike while the air clears, damn it. Yes, damn it. Phoenix nodded. Zader and Quinn both looked up. He talks? I'm teaching him a few things. She kissed his scaly head. Phoenix tucked his wings, then climbed out of her lap to waddle around the room saying, Hello, 1, 2, 3, fork, 5, 6, damn it. After that, he continued mumbling things that made no sense. Eval stabbed Quinn with a look of accusation. But I hadn't wanted to add that word to his vocabulary. Quinn lifted his hands in surrender. I didn't tell you to curse in front of him. If he farts from chocolate, I can only imagine the piles of rusty poop he leaves from lug nuts. He absorbs the steel into his system. We blew a hole in the back of a closet that gives him a cave to hole up in when he needs a space. He's very tidy. Yes, damn it. Phoenix flapped his wings, then settled in the corner and started counting his toes. He had 8, but he only knew how to count to 6 so far, so he had to start over when he reached the extra 2. Zader shook his head at her. You take him outside again, and he'll pick up an even more colorful 4-letter word than damn to say for the number fork. I'll get earmuffs for the next time I take him over to Nicole's. She loves to see him, and Phoenix likes riding the bike. Eval wouldn't take Phoenix around just anyone, but Nicole was a witch in Rowan and Sasha's coven, where some feared her because she had unusual gifts and a strangely lethal air about her. But her coven did not permit any black magic practice, and Nicole would never practice dark arts. She was one of the most honorable and kind people Eval had ever met. Maybe she'd always felt a kinship with Nicole because she was different even from other witches. That Nicole treated Phoenix like a prince made her even more special in Eval's book. I don't want to know anything about you taking Phoenix out in public at all or riding him around on a motorcycle. Zader shook his head. Let's get back to real problems. The Rock did confirm that someone from the Maeve Coven was working Noira magic in the southeast, and it had something to do with the Alterants. Alterants walking around free as in plural? Eval tapped her fingers against the beanbag. Was there any positive news to be had? Possibly. Zader allowed another long pause, then looked her square in the eyes. We'll have to inform Brina and Viper about this. She knew that look and tone, but glanced at Quinn to confirm her guess. The unguarded worry in his angular face was answer enough that they were telling her not to share something with them that they would be forced to pass along. Quinn cleared his throat. We told you 2 years ago we'd always have a plan if it became necessary to get you somewhere safe, and this may be the time. She started shaking her head. You said I could never come back or be around either of you again. I can't do that. Eval, darling, we don't want you to go away either, Quinn told her. But we'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe and uphold our vows to the tribe. Give up what little life she'd finally gained after 23 years of struggling? She'd fight first, but that meant not putting these two in a position of having to choose between her and the tribe. She wouldn't do that to any Belador, and these two meant more than all the other Beladors put together. She would find a way out of this mess without putting Quinn or Zader at risk, or she'd suffer the consequences on her own. I understand what you're saying, and you know how much it means to me that you would do this to keep me safe. But I have to try to find the answers, and I have to help find the Nayak stone. If I can show my value to Viper, maybe the tribunal will give me some more time." "What's going on with them?" Zader's body tightened when he leaned forward, propping his forearms on his knees. "Yes, what's this about more time?" Quinn shoved the recliner footrest down and sat up. Eval took a deep breath and let it out. "That's the part you two don't know yet. The window for me to leave has passed. Let me tell you about what's happened since I ran into Zader yesterday." Since Quinn didn't have all the details, she explained about the mangled body in the morgue that was now missing, the Creasel demons and the Bearn. She'd just finished telling them how she'd escaped before the police found her with the smoked Bearn demon, but stopped before she said anything about missing the meetings with Isaac when she noticed Zader. He'd covered his face with his hands. "What, Z?" "You said the shooter's name was Isaac? Big guy with a super weapon?" "Yes, you know him?" Zader's jaw flexed. "Know of him. Isaac Knight. Runs a team of mercs called the Night Raiders. Former military from different branches, all Special Division Black Ops types. Isaac has a source for the weapons, and some think he actually designs them. In the past, he and his men have been sent to investigate and deal with unusual situations, but on other continents." Quinn frowned. "Unusual? Like non-human?" "Exactly." Eval kept her tone casual. "Is Isaac human?" "Yes, but he has an uncanny ability to find information and locate non-humans." Zader scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Based on the report from our people on the ground in Tehran, we're pretty sure the Night Raiders killed an alterant that shifted into beast state." The hairs along Eval's neck danced with anxiety. Isaac had killed an alterant? Does Brina know there's an alterant Terminator running around? Bigger question, would it matter if Isaac terminated Eval? Zader lifted his chin in confirmation. "Brina knows about the alterant Isaac eliminated, but she stayed out of it because she isn't responsible for anyone outside her tribe. Isaac is dangerous in a lot of ways, Eval, but mainly because he's not on board with Viper. We discussed it a few years back with the tribunal, and the consensus was that Isaac wouldn't play well with anything or anyone. Steer clear of him." That'd be a lot easier if she didn't need answers from Isaac. But she couldn't tell Zader and Quinn that without putting them in conflict with Brina and the tribe. Isaac and his team had been familiar with the Bearn. Maybe knew where it had originated or who had sent it. The question was how much Isaac had figured out about her if he was familiar with alterants. Eval moved ahead and covered the Viper meeting, which included the new members of the team, concluding, "Adriana worries me, but Lucien should be able to keep an eye on her. I'm more concerned about Storm." Quinn studied the ice melting in his glass. "I'll check into Storm and Adriana. Wish I knew how Sen ended up in his position. He needs to be replaced." "She should be so lucky. Like that's going to happen when none of us voted him on the island to begin with." "Sen's not going anywhere." Zader made that statement in a dismissive tone. "Now, what the hell happened with the tribunal? When we found Storm at the park tonight, he said Sen had taken you to headquarters, but I figured it couldn't be anything serious since he didn't contact me." Storm hadn't told them about her going to the tribunal? She recalled the conversation right before Sen had teleported her. Sen hadn't said anything about the tribunal in front of Storm, so Storm really hadn't known where she'd been going. And Storm had let Zader and Quinn know she'd been taken. Why did that stir up a warm feeling in her middle? Her conscience prattled at her to believe in Storm's good intentions, but Eval had once paid a heavy price for believing in another man who had convinced her he was trustworthy. Sen had brought the shaman in for one reason. Her. She had to keep that in mind. Zader glanced at Quinn, then at Eval. "Well, is the problem with the tribunal worse than last time, Eve?" She gave him a grim smile. A tribunal was called because another alterant changed yesterday and killed a human. That's getting old, Zader grumbled. Tell her about it. Where? Quinn put his drink down and crossed his arms. In Birmingham. Sen had told her that little bit just to let her know the attack had been only 2 hours west of Atlanta, in Alabama. You know the standard procedure. They pull in the likely suspects. Oh, wait. That's right. There's only one. Me. Then they threaten to lock me away. Nothing new there. They can't do that without bringing in Brina. You did ask for her, right? Zader's smooth eyebrows dropped low over his intense gaze. Yes, I did, and yes, she appeared. Eventually. Evald took a breath, considering her words so as to prevent putting these men at odds with Brina. Brina convinced the tribunal to give me time to prove I'm not a threat to humanity. Quinn shook his head. You've been through this with them over and over again. Why do they persist in dragging you in? Because the alterant that shifted this time was a female alterant. And pregnant. She let that sink in for a second. Now the tribunal feels there's a precedent for not just a female shifting and killing, but the fear that other alterants might seek me out to breed, or that I might do that with something else because, you can't trust an alterant. If anyone knew that a doctor had raped her at 15, they'd realize the chances of her getting pregnant were close to 0 if it meant allowing a man to do that again. But that was no one's business except hers, and that of the doctor she'd sent running in terror when she'd shifted partway into a beast. He wouldn't have told anyone about what had happened with her even if he hadn't lost control of his car and died in a fiery crash that day. She looked from man to man. That's why your escape plan will only hang you with me, because Viper will hunt me to the ends of the earth if I run. I have to beat this. We're going to help you. Zader spoke the words, but Quinn's agreement was written all over his face. I think Isaac may have some information on the Bearn. She broached the topic just to see what Zader would say. Don't go near him. Farther you stay from him, the better. Shouldn't be much threat of running into him socially after standing the man up twice in 24 hours. But she needed to know what Isaac had on that Bearn, and hated to go hunting him without telling Z or Quinn, so she tried again. What if Isaac has information on these demons? I could just talk to him. No. You, of all people, shouldn't talk to him. Zader's jaw muscles worked for a second as he thought. Remember that alterant Isaac was suspected of killing in Tehran? The beast ripped his best friend in half. Isaac hates alterants. The #1 mission for his night raiders is to track down every alterant they can find and destroy them. That gave her pause. Did all alterants have the same aura as hers? How was she supposed to protect herself when she'd never met another alterant and had no idea where they'd originated? Had Isaac seen the other alterant's aura? Had it looked like hers? The rock demon had alluded to more alterants. Was Isaac only playing along with her, thinking she'd lead him to the others? Then he'd kill her once he knew where they were? She swallowed against the bile trying to run up her throat. If Zader and Quinn thought Isaac was a threat to her, they wouldn't leave her side while she helped search for the Nayak stone. Isaac would probably not come near her with Zader and Quinn around, or with Storm around. But Isaac was the only one with any possible lead on the demons and maybe even the alterants. Between Isaac and Storm, it was a toss-up as to which one might be the more dangerous to her existence. 20. The men are tired, Batuk. Sleep pulled at Vian as he changed to clean jeans and a faded blue shirt with buttons, preparing for the first night of hunting for the Nayak stone in Atlanta. The sun had vanished minutes ago. The men need rest after the march through the jungle and the trip back here. Batuk did not look up from where he sharpened his sword. The men can sleep when we return home. We have less than 2 days until the full moon and no idea what woman the stone has chosen. We cannot rest until we find her and take the stone." Thumping music shook the walls behind Vian when a car rolled by outside. A common sound in the area known as West End, where he'd found this crumbling building that smelled worse than fresh camel droppings. Cobwebs wide as a blanket spread across the corners. "I hate that noise," Batuk muttered. "2 more days in this world will be torture. We must find that stone. Our scouts should return soon with night stalkers." Vian held his tongue for a moment. He'd caught Batuk and Tristan talking secretly once during the trip, which removed any doubt Vian had about how far he had fallen as the first in command in Batuk's eyes. Had the alterant monster and his warlord struck a new deal? Vian saw no point in talking in circles, not with so little time left. "What is the plan when we have the Nayak stone? Do we leave quickly or fight the Beladors?" Batuk's face had not been shaped well for smiling. No humor gathered in his eyes. "We shall leave as soon as Tristan has fulfilled his agreement." "I thought sending us home was the agreement." "As your leader, I have ensured we will never be at the Belador's mercy again. When we return home, our 10 will be powerful enough to slay any enemy. Then we will have none." His warlord spoke the truth, but he hid something among his words. Vian wrapped that away in his mind to look at later and see if he could unwind the lie hidden inside. He kept his voice soft to address his more important concern. "I'm not convinced Tristan can collect the stone without harming the woman." "Tristan knows the stone could choose to destroy him if he killed the woman." Batuk's tone wavered some, giving reason to believe he was not so confident. If not for endangering the woman, Vian would enjoy watching Tristan pay the price for his arrogance. "He may be unable to control his actions or his power. The serum is not holding. Maybe it is because he is an alterant. You saw what happened on the way back here when—" "You provoked him," Batuk finished. "I have little worry as long as you do not anger him again. Tristan will control himself." He walked away to where the men had begun stockpiling supplies they'd scavenged. Vian hid a knife in his boot, in addition to the sword strapped to his side. He had a knee-length black raincoat for concealing it. The access door to the building opened, and Tristan strolled through. The cocky bastard was now dressed in a shirt the color of dark clouds tucked inside sleek, sand-brown pants, similar to clothes worn by the businessmen who scurried around this city during the day. White teeth glowed in the dim lighting when he smiled at Vian, a smile that said he knew something Vian did not, and the knowledge amused him. Vian noted Tristan's blonde hair was both shorter and damp. "Where have you been?" "Showering and locating decent clothes, since I have no intention of dressing like you." A folded pair of dark sunglasses hung from where they were hooked at the neck of his shirt. Fancy eye covering that the alterant had probably taken from an expensive shop, whereas Vian wore a discarded pair of dark glasses he'd found. But his were to hide his double pupil eyes from the public. Tristan wore eye covering as a king would don a crown. "In my time, clothes were merely protection from the elements." Vian had bathed in a lake and changed to the comfortable clothes he would miss when he returned to his time. Maybe he would pack a bag to take back. The strange clothing would bring good coin if the cloth survived traveling back through time. "Dressing like a sheep herder is probably why I heard you had no woman with you when you were sent below Mount Meru. But then I guess it's a matter of so many sheep, so little time." Vian's heart thumped at the reminder of losing his wife, but he'd never let Tristan know he'd struck his mark. Instead, he answered the insult. "Yes, I was alone when I arrived beneath the mountain, which meant I had all the consorts I wanted while there, because they wanted only virile men. What I should have explained about clothes was that in my time, a warrior wore clothes only for protection, not to preen as a bird would. The pretty men, who spent hours worrying over their face and clothes, turned more heads of young men than women. Vian smiled to punctuate his taunt. Tristan stopped short, eyes glowing a hot green. His lips rippled with an unspoken snarl. He twitched, his head jerking to one side. His forehead jutted out with a loud snap, and his jaw extended down from the sharp teeth, which lengthened. "Tristan, stop it!" Batuk ordered, rushing over to where they stood. Tristan growled and clenched his fists. He twisted his neck, straining as his face cracked and distorted into jagged planes of skin over misshapen bones. Batuk swung around to Vian. "What did you say?" "Me? Nothing. I merely complimented him on how nice he looked." Vian crossed his arms and turned to face Batuk. "I told you when this happened the last time he could not be trusted alone. Now, do you believe me?" "I believe you are causing him to change." Batuk opened his mouth to say more, but Tristan spoke. "Don't worry. I'm okay. Just a little tired." Vian turned to find Tristan once again perfect. "That is understandable considering the past few days, but we will all rest tonight." Batuk swung his black gaze to Vian. "Do not provoke him again." Vian started to argue further when the air cooled unnaturally without warning. His arms pebbled from the chill. Batuk and Tristan straightened, alert and glancing around. 2 soldiers walked in. One said, "These are the only Night Stalkers we've found so far that would leave their area." A smoky figure, thin and shaky, appeared. The hollow eyes stared straight ahead as 3 more transparent figures floated into the room from different directions. Vian's next breath slipped out in white puffs against the frigid air. None of the Night Stalkers acknowledged the existence of one another. "Do you know what we want?" Batuk asked the translucent bodies floating in front of him. "Yes, you want the woman with the Nayak stone," one Night Stalker answered in a hollow voice that swirled around them. The others echoed his words. "How will you recognize her?" Vian asked them. "She'll be glowing bright pink, like the boots of a streetwalker," one ghoul answered. The other 3 nodded, which meant they were aware of each other. "The first one to find her will shake with me for a full 15 minutes, Batuk declared, offering an enticing trade. "But the one whose lead ends with us finding the Nayak stone and taking possession will be rewarded with a 20-minute handshake with both me and Tristan." All 4 images quivered, blinking in and out with undisguised excitement over the exorbitant offer. Vian disagreed with this too, as he'd heard it was dangerous to shake longer than 10 minutes, or with 2 powerful beings. What if Batuk and Tristan created monsters that turned on the Cujo? "2 of you, go with me." After giving that order, Tristan headed for the door. All the ghouls rushed after him in a blur and collided with each other in a mob of confused shadows until Tristan swung around and snarled, "Cease!" When the cloudy forms separated, he pointed as he spoke. "You and you come with me." 2 ghouls whisked to hover above each side of Tristan when he walked out. Vian snatched his coat from where it hung on a nail, then stepped forward. "You other 2 come with me." "I will remain here to meet with more Night Stalkers as they arrive," Batuk announced. "When the woman has been located, I will send someone to let you know." Vian paused at the door but did not turn around when he replied, "Have you no faith in my ability to find this woman?" "On the contrary, I have no doubt you will find her. My concern is if you will bring her back." That struck at his honor. Vian did not want to see the woman hurt, but gaining that rock was the only chance of saving his people and returning to a life he had once known and was quickly forgetting. This time he wanted a new life of spilling sweat as he tilled the land instead of watching other men's blood run. "I have always given my best for you and my people," Vian told Batuk. "I will give no less now." With that, he pushed through the door. Once outside, fumes belched from the metal cars, assaulting his nose. By all saints, he missed fresh air. He searched the streets until he saw Tristan striding along the opposite side. Tristan paused at the corner to glance back with a look so full of challenge that he might as well have produced a gauntlet and tossed it at Vian's feet, before vanishing around the side of the brick building with his 2 ghouls in tow. So be it. Tristan might have been born of this world originally, but Vian had spent his last 10 months learning Atlanta well. He would start his search in Piedmont Park, where he'd once held the stone during a battle with the Beladors before losing it in a small stream there. Now he wondered if he had actually lost the powerful rock, or if it had been choosing its path even then. Neither Tristan nor Batuk had considered what kind of being the stone would call to it, or how powerful the woman would be if she resisted giving up the magical treasure. Vian's powers were mighty, but he would lose a battle against Tristan if the alterant shifted into a beast. The woman would lose as well if that happened. One of his ghouls became agitated. "The stone is revealed." Vian's blood pumped fast. "In the park?" The ghoul shook with excitement. "Yes." 21. Ival came ready to deal, but it had to be fast. "What kind of trouble are you in to show up with that and to come out this early?" Grady's pale form hovered at eye level. "Plenty." She sat 6 feet off the ground on the top of the concrete wall that backed up to the interstate embankment behind Grady Hospital. Grady's gaze was stuck on the bottle of Mad Dog 2020 clutched in her hand. She held a McDonald's bag in the other. She hated to give him alcohol when she'd rather just feed him, but it was hard to deny the old guy one small moment of happiness. Rain drizzled off the bill of her Braves baseball cap and ran down her back. The storm that had rolled in at twilight to completely blacken the skies had given her a faster head start tonight, but she only had 45 minutes until 9 o'clock, when she had to meet Storm at the park. "I'm waiting." Grady's eyebrows crawled up his forehead. She tapped her little finger against the bottle. Monday night rush hour squealed, honked, and banged 100 yards behind her while it sounded as though the god of thunder, Tyrannus, played a solo backup overhead. "Okay, here's my offer, and I'll warn you right now, I want quick answers." "Then make a quick deal." "I am not breaking down specifics. If you want a handshake and this bottle, I want any question I ask answered." She didn't demand, just laid out her cards face up. Grady lifted his chin in his way of thinking and floated sideways into the embankment, then flickered back in front of her. "Things must be really bad." Ival didn't reply. The less she said, the better her chances were of getting a carte blanche deal, since Grady was one big mass of curiosity. "All right," he said, "but only this one time." Not a problem, because if she didn't figure out what to do soon, she wouldn't have a reason to make future deals. Understood. Ival jumped down from the wall and landed on the sidewalk as Grady floated down to face her. After giving the area a fast once-over to ensure no one was paying attention to a woman in rain gear and soaked jeans standing in the dark, she extended her hand and connected with his. "Damn, I hate the rain," Grady said as soon as he was a solid form. Water shed off him like it did off her Gore-Tex riding gear. "Hand it over." "Have you found out who was controlling the Creasel and Bearn demons?" She gave him the bottle, and he twisted the top off and guzzled a 3-finger slug of the cheap wine. Lowering the bottle, satisfaction softened his face. "Not exactly, but I think it's someone who's in the city now." "Why do you think that?" Because there was another demon here, a Hindu one. Ival nodded. A Rakshashas, I heard. I think the same person is controlling all the demons. What or who could be doing that when all the demons should be originating from different power sources? I've never heard of such a thing before. Might not be specifically one power behind all of them, but a partnership of some sort between two dark powers, Grady suggested. She tilted her head to one side. What would have caused two groups to join forces? Grady barked out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the bad guys decided to do their own recruiting when Viper opened an arc for every weirdo with an extrasensory ability. Guess you've got a point. She hooked her thumbs into the corners of her rain slicker pockets. We have someone tracking the rock and his master, but the master got away and the rock ended up repackaged in a suitcase. What do you think the chances are of finding his master? Not good. Not if he's sending in demons to do his dirty work. And I'm betting those demons aren't the original forms but some kind of copies, especially with that beard having Celtic markings. You need to find the source of the power for the demons to determine who the master is. But that's going to be hard to do when you've had a Nigerian demon with Celtic markings, a Creasel demon that is German, and now a Hindu rock. No common denominator. If I am right, and they're all being controlled by the same power, then they're being sent out with a glamour disguise to hide their true origin. A fey glamour? No, some kind of witch spell that disguises the demon. Witch, as in Wara magic? She was back to her conspiracy against Ival theories. Crud. Can this get any more difficult? In a word, yes. That got her attention, because Grady hadn't been kidding. Why? What else have you got? An ancient synergy has entered the city. She immediately thought of Vian, the Cujo she'd seen last night near the Iron Casket, which she'd forgotten to tell Zader and Quinn about. Crap. That wouldn't have happened if Zader hadn't gotten an urgent cell call from headquarters and taken Quinn with him when he'd left. And if she hadn't needed to catch up on 2 days of lost sleep so she could work tonight. She'd have to start issuing hourly bulletins at this rate to keep the boys in the loop. Ival pushed her soaked ponytail off her neck. You know the origin of this synergy? Got an idea who? He paused for another libation break, then said, Remember that time a couple of years back when you and those other two Belador hoodlums had a smackdown in Piedmont Park with a Cujo? Yes. She didn't even bust him for calling Zader and Quinn hoodlums. Grady was confirming her worst fears. Same synergy this time, but much stronger. The only reason the synergy would be stronger was if Vian had found a way to bring more of his kinsmen forward in time. I think you're right. Probably the Cujo, and they've come for a reason. I doubt Viper'll be happy with the Beladors or the Cujo if they have a showdown in the city again for no reason. She wanted to tell Grady about the Nayak stone, but there was a limit to how much she could share, even if he had held her confidences in the past. She hedged. I don't think the Cujo are looking for the Belador since that didn't go well with Shiva last time. But they're here for something. If you find out what, I need to know. That was as close as she could get to telling Grady about the stone. I'm giving you something important about this synergy, Grady said in a quiet voice underpinned with need. Maybe something worth more like an hour of solid time. She growled under her breath. What has gotten into you? You know I can't give you an hour. Just one time, that's all. Why? Grady snapped his lips into a firm line. She wasn't the only one with trust issues. If you've got word on anything else going on, you have to give it up. We've got a deal. Let's see. He twisted his face into an exaggerated look of seriousness. There's a Chattahoochee ferry lifting trinkets from street vendors. The twin heathens are trying to make pigeons, steal tip money off outdoor cafe tables, heard a troll and a ghost was squabbling over a stretch of dirt up under Spaghetti Junction. Never mind. She didn't have time for squabbles about living under Atlanta's notorious interstate interchange. I gotta go. When she stepped away, Grady pressed, I want that hour on Wednesday evening, Eval. That made her take another look at him. Getting 1 hour of human form was important to Grady, so she didn't blow him off with a wisecrack. If I could do it, you know I would, Grady. I'm the last person who could do something like that right now. And even if I could, I have no idea what it would do to you. She couldn't look in his sad eyes without her heart aching for him, but neither could she give him what he wanted without putting him at risk with Viper, or turning him into some kind of monster. If she did try and Sun found out, his reaction was unpredictable at best. She put her hand on Grady's forearm to stall him from lifting the bottle again. I won't do something I think might harm you further, and I won't pull you into my mess, which is what would happen if I got caught giving you an hour. I'll help you figure out whatever it is you're trying to do once this is over, okay? He stared at her for the longest time, then patted her hand in an understanding way. That's okay. It'll wait. She released his arm reluctantly and walked away. Grady had just lied to her. Whatever reason he had to want human form for an hour would not wait, but she'd help him the minute she got herself out of trouble, which wouldn't happen unless she found Isaac. First, she had to do her rounds with Storm in Piedmont Park. Waste of time. Did Viper really think the Nayak stone was just going to be sitting there waiting on them? And what would Grady give up for an hour of time in human form? 22. Storm leaned back against the stacked stone gate to Piedmont Park. He gazed through the misty air for a hellion on a motorcycle who had 3 minutes to show by 9 o'clock if she intended to arrive on time. A line of headlights cut a swath of light through the nighttime blanketing Atlanta's busy midtown streets. Tires shoved leftover rainwater up on curbs, but the thunderstorms had beaten August's heat into temporary submission. Getting wet didn't bother him in the least, but he'd taken advantage of the rain to wear a poncho. Nice cover for a weapon. Rainy night in Georgia, huh? Eval appeared on his right, walking up to him from the park instead of the street side, where he'd expected her. Figured. He hadn't heard her approach, but he should have smelled her at least with his senses so sharp this time of night. Not as acute as when he took jaguar form, but sharper than a human's. Plan to put in more than half an hour tonight, or you hanging out with Sen again? That's a tough one. Teleport with the Grim Reaper, or spend an evening playing Truth or Dare with you. Storm's lips twitched. I haven't caused you to toss your cookies. There is that. Sad to admit I'd have rather worked the park with you last night. With her gunmetal gray riding jacket unzipped, her unusual silver navel ring flashed when the streetlight hit it. I knew you'd eventually see the bright side of partnering with me, he quipped. Yeah, right. She wiped water off her slender neck and shoved loose hairs under the ball cap. Every move was intended to reinforce her tough attitude and the ability to take care of herself, just as the midnight black sunglasses were meant to keep the world at a distance. He didn't like the way she pushed him away. What was it about a man that made him notice a woman who was prickly as a wet cat? Notice every little move she made, like the fact that she tried to hide her case of nerves around him. Call it raw instinct, but he had a strong inkling that it wasn't his powers or his association with Sen so much as his just being a man that was making her fidget with her zipper pull and avoid his eyes right now. That made her even more intriguing. He had some kind of contrary nature to want her, but want her he did. She caught him looking at her and glanced around as if seeing the park in the pitch of night was interesting. "What have you heard from the team?" "Lucien and Adriana were here when I arrived. The only word I got out of him was short and crude." Storm paused while a couple walked out the gate huddled beneath an umbrella, hanging onto a taut leash being pulled by a bulldog. "Adriana says there's Noira magic in the city." "I knew that." Instead of asking Aval why she hadn't shared her knowledge of the Noira activity, he just raised an eyebrow at her defiant posture and tone before continuing. "She also said the Bearn demon was controlled by Noira." He held up his hand when Aval looked ready to claim knowing that too. "And that the Noira is Celtic in origin." Aval's eyes widened. "Got you there." Storm added, "You didn't get a chance to see last night, but the creek under the walking bridge at the south end of the park was dug up. The landscape crews finished clearing the creek today, and most of the work is completed. We think the stone has already been found." Crud. It might not even be in the city anymore. Sen talked to Shiva, who only confirmed the Nayak stone was still here and close to the park. "If we can believe Shiva," she said softly. "Even though the gods and goddesses are capable of lying with impunity, Sen indicated that Shiva seemed worried about something to do with this stone, though he offered little else." What did Shiva say that gave Sen the impression the god was concerned? "He said the stone might not have ended up in the intended hands." Why can't he just say who has it? Is there a penalty clause for gods giving a straight answer? Eval slapped the side of her hip, which was covered by a pair of jeans molded to her shapely lower half. He wished she hadn't pulled his attention down there. Forcing his eyes back to her face, he said, "I have no idea. Until we're told differently, we're still hunting a powerful female, so you ready to roll?" "You going to be able to see in the dark areas without a monocular?" She turned to stride ahead, always wanting to take the lead. He let her this time. "I can see." Actually, he could see the sway of her hips exceptionally well, and could navigate the dark areas of the park just fine, but his sight, like his sense of smell, would be sharper in jaguar form. Animal energy prickled beneath his skin, wanting to break out and change shape so he could slip through this park as a practically invisible predator. He didn't feel pressure to change because of the upcoming full moon. He was part Ashaninka spirit walker and part Navajo skinwalker, not a lycanthrope. No, the urge came at dark, period. He fought the pressure to change the minute the sun set every day, but he had control over that urge even if his body wanted to argue just now. He hadn't encountered any real difficulty for the past 7 months, or he wouldn't have left the backcountry of Chile to come around civilization. The urge to shift was eating at him, and he'd bet it was that vixen striding ahead of him. Not just any female, but that one. Something as simple as a woman's scent would get under a man's skin to make him want one particular female, and nothing Storm did would stop his body from reacting any time this one was near. The animal inside of him wanted her or wanted out. He couldn't allow his control to slip, not even for a woman that fine. She'd only get in the way of his mission to find his father and get both their souls back. "What did you find out on the Bearn?" Eval asked, tossing a look his way over her shoulder as she made her way around the north end of the park. "You mean besides that you were there and a Creasel was involved?" She paused and stared into the darkness for 1 second, 2, 3. Sen doesn't know. Not a question, just a confirmation. He could withhold the information, but he wouldn't make her work for this. "No, I didn't tell him." She continued on, weaving her way around the base of old oak trees that hovered over the park protectively. After another gap in the conversation, she asked, "You wouldn't know anything about a female body missing from the morgue, would you?" "The female victim who had been mauled was gone when I got there. Anything you want to tell me about that particular body? I don't think so. She picked her way as carefully as she chose her words, pushed hair behind her ear. Nervous move. You track the Bearn to anything or anyone else? I found where the Creasles were killed. The fear and pain lingers. A third demon entered the city. Not sure what it was other than Hindu in origin. When I found that demon, he'd been tortured and cut up into pieces. She stopped about 50 yards from the footbridge at the south end of the park and turned to him. I heard about a rock demon that was cut up and left in a suitcase. I'm not familiar with rocks, but that sounds like the one I found. Did you pick up anything on the rock's killer? I tracked him for all of half a mile, and the trail disappeared in a MARTA subway station. He must have teleported at that point for me to lose him. Crossing her arms, she stopped again and stared off into infinity. Debate played through her eyes. She glanced up at his face, and he saw her dilemma. Share information or not? He waited for her to come to a decision. Her fingers tapped against the rain slicker. She gazed off into the distance. Okay, this is what I have. I talked to a Night Stalker tonight who thinks the demons are all controlled by one source or by two that are working together. Storm kept his surprise hidden that Aval had actually shared anything. Unfortunately, that doesn't narrow the field much. Except when you add in the Noira magic. The bill of her cap swung around toward him, bringing her dark glasses almost eye level with him. He liked a woman with substance. Aval was tall and tough. They matched physically, and noticing that little detail only sharpened the edge on his frustration. What had they been talking about? Noira magic. Isn't that Celtic? She shook her head, water flying off her cap. Not always, but there's one major source of Noira that is Celtic. I don't know much about that history. There's Celtic history that is known. Then there's the history that is only known by the Beladors, she began. I'll tell you what is not necessarily common knowledge, but known by more than just the Beladors. There was a witch way back in the 13th century known as Maeve, though some knew her by other names. She had a daughter called Finnever, who was sent to one man, then offered to a bunch of other men. Supposedly, 700 men lost their lives when a war broke out over her virginity lost in the wrong bed, and Finnever died of shame just after that. Another war fought over a woman, huh? Not the first time men used the little brain to make a big decision. You want this history lesson or not, Storm? Since you make learning a real joy, continue. Her finely cut lips pulled taut. Back to the how, there are two versions of history. Another story circulated about Finnever says that while she was dying of shame, a druid named Kothvad found her and asked her if she wanted to live. But Kothvad was a sly one. He'd actually been sent by Finnever's mother, Maeve the witch, to get a child from her that she could raise in secret. I thought the Maeve was a coven of witches. Are you listening? Did you have to go through remedial shaman classes? Storm couldn't help himself. Annoying Aval brought out the color in her cheeks. There was a powerful witch named Maeve, from which the Maeve Coven developed. Aval composed herself in her next breath. Got it now? Got it. But the druid broke the deal by letting Finnever die. No, Finnever didn't ask how long she would live. Just like witches and any other being, druids are not all good or all evil. He brought the baby to Maeve, who wanted to create a Maeve coven of witches and warlocks for the sole purpose of destroying all Beladors. Why? Long story, but the Maeve coven believes the island where our warrior queen Brina lives is rightfully theirs. Where's that? I can't tell you exactly. Storm wanted to keep her talking. Based on just the Beladors I've met, it doesn't seem like the Maeve Coven has fulfilled their duty of wiping out the Beladors. They came very close when Brina's family was destroyed. She's supposed to be the last descendant of the Trower family, which has always been the keeper of the Belador power on Earth. Beladors draw their power from the Isle of Trower, which is hidden somewhere in the mist over the Irish Sea, but only as long as a Trower family member lives on the island. That's why Brina can't leave and only shows her face in a hologram-type form. If the Maeve Coven ever figure a way to take that island, or to kill Brina before she has a child, they will hold our power by the short hairs. So you think the Noira magic in Atlanta is tied to the Maeve? Maybe. That's the only form of Noira that I've ever heard of that's Celt in origin. But I'm not as well schooled as other Beladors. He considered the last demon he had found dead. You think the rock killer was connected to the Maeve? I don't know. Whoever killed the rock demon can teleport, but I didn't think the Maeve could disappear without leaving a power trail. He couldn't figure this woman out. She'd held on to her thoughts tighter than a banker to his wallet. Until now. Why are you finally telling me any of this? Isn't it obvious after Sen zapped me out of here last night? Was that a trick question? No. You say you aren't here just to help Sen put me away. I'm thinking either you are and you already know some of this, or you aren't working with him, in which case I need you to know enough to be able to help. To help what? She wouldn't look at him when she whispered, Me. Even after a couple years spent in isolation from much of the world, Storm knew when he was being given an olive branch of trust. This woman wouldn't extend faith easily or often, so when she offered anything, a man should pay attention. The problem was that he couldn't afford to be responsible for that trust, and neither could he tell her why. Letting her think she could gamble on him was a mistake. The best thing he could do was help her and the Viper team find that damn rock, then rework his deal with Sen, which would piss off Sen. Piss off Sen? Or Aval? Sen would smoke him. But Aval would lose her war with Sen. Storm couldn't find the person he had come here to hunt down if he gave Sen reason to pull him off the southeastern team. Neither could he do anything for Aval if that happened. Getting any closer to her than a teammate wouldn't do her any favors with Sen either. Keeping his tone brisk, Storm asked, Why do you need help? She turned those dark glasses on him, and even with that separation he could feel the power of her focus, the strength that lay between that plastic shield. Her scent steamed off her when she generated any power like she was doing right now, while she tried to decide just what she could say without showing any more vulnerability than she had already. The urge to reach out with his power and comfort her rose up inside him, but she'd bow up if he did that again. Too much pride to allow anyone to protect her. If she didn't back off the power that was spinning around her, he'd have to do something soon, like put his arms around her. That'd get his clock cleaned. Look, Aval, I can't help you if I don't know what I'm looking for. She dipped her head, and the power fell away. Thank the spirit gods, Storm drew a breath, unaware he'd been holding his. Sen wants me off the team. Then leave. She gave a wry laugh. Not that easy. My existence depends on remaining with Viper. Didn't he fill you in on alterants? I heard about the ones that have shifted and killed. I know he thinks you're hiding something from him. Storm wanted to smile when her lips parted in surprise. She had a damn nice mouth. I know he thinks you're lying to him sometimes, which we established last night was credible. That flattened her lips across clenched teeth. What would it be like to see her eyes fire up with passion for once? What else do I need to know of all? He had to get moving, away from her preferably, or he wouldn't keep his hands to himself with her putting out anxiety waves like a cornered animal. He had no choice but to push her a little more. "You're the one who asked for help. What's the deal with being an alterant? What makes you special?" That shoved the last bit of her rancor over the edge. "Just freaking forget I said anything." She started past him. He caught her by the arm. She swung around and ripped her glasses off with her free arm. Her eyes glowed a brilliant green. Not anything like what he'd seen in the truck when they'd ridden to Atlanta from Viper headquarters. "Take a good look. This is just a little pissed off. The really nasty side comes out if I shift, which Sen thinks I'm already doing anyhow and just keeping it hidden. The minute he has proof I'm a threat to humans, a tribunal will lock me in a cage where no one will ever find me. That's what he brought you in for. Take your hand off me before you lose it." Her body shook beneath his fingers. He understood anger that raw and painful. It came from deep within when everything in your world was beyond your control. Storm's jaguar wanted to come out and kill whatever threatened her, wanted to roar at the anguish buried inside each of her sharp breaths and force the world to stop hurting her. When he ran out of choices, he kissed her. 23. Ival had prepared herself for any reaction from Storm when she yelled at him and showed her glowing green beast eyes, but his kissing her had not been one of them. A rush of shock stole her ability to think or react. Then she only thought about how his lips were soft for someone with hard-corded muscle beneath the skin where she clutched his arm. He hadn't touched her anywhere except her lips. She, on the other hand, had her fingers wrapped around his arms. Holding on was sending the wrong message. Allowing him to continue kissing her was sending a way wrong message. She let go. He lifted his mouth from hers. She remembered to breathe again, noticed the rain still misting, remembered they were in Piedmont Park, where thankfully few humans visited late on a Monday night. When she met his gaze, she expected a look of apology, but she didn't see an ounce of regret. Before she could stop herself, Ival licked her lips. He looked away sharply and released a morose laugh that sounded half-sigh. "Don't do that unless you want me to keep kissing you." His laughing at her dumped cold water on whatever brain lapse had caused her to stand still like an idiot and allow him to kiss her at will. She'd never let anyone get that close to her face since the night the doctor had hurt her. Why had she let Storm get away with that? Because he'd surprised her before she'd been able to think to stop him. Because he hadn't put his hands on her. And once his mouth had touched hers, she hadn't wanted him to quit kissing her. She was treading in dangerous waters with this man. Hormones might do her in before her remaining lies buried her. She stepped back, pulling away from the gentle blanket of his heat, which had wound around her senses. "Why do you kiss me?" He angled his head thoughtfully. "I could tell you it was because you're pretty, which you are, or because I want you, which I do. But the truth is, I don't like seeing you upset." "I want you?" As in... She wasn't even going to touch that part. In fact, she was in so far over her head in this conversation, she'd need a floaty if she didn't get out of it. "I was angry, not upset." The smile that spread across his face called her on the lie. She huffed at him. "Whatever you perceived my emotional state to be, that does not give you permission to kiss me whenever you want." He took a step, closing the distance between them to an inch. She stood her ground in spite of her feet itching to back up, a smarter part of her body than her hands, which itched to touch him. Well, hell, she might need a whole armada of floaties to save her at this point. Storm shoved his hands into his jeans pockets and dropped his head close to hers. "I won't ever do that again if you can tell me you didn't enjoy it and make me believe it." How did she get herself in trouble like this? Telling him the truth, that she'd never been kissed, not in a sweet way like he'd just done, would get her in as much of a jam as trying to convince him she hadn't enjoyed it. I don't have to tell you anything, and we need to get back to work. There was that chuckle again, but this time genuine humor spread across his face and reached his gorgeous eyes for several seconds before he turned all business again. We'll get back to work then. You wanted my help, so tell me about alterants. She wished she could read his mind and know what to believe about him, know if he could be trusted. When she didn't answer him, he said, "What if I told you we have more in common than not?" The adrenaline jamming her body from that kiss began to back off so she could think more clearly, allowed her to breathe again. I don't see how you and I could have anything in common. Let's make this simple and stop beating around the bush. You have your secrets, and so do I. I told you I'm not Sen's puppet, but that's all I can tell you about why I'm here. It's up to you to decide if I'm lying or not. If you want my help, ask for it. If I say I'll do something, I will, but that's not a promise I'll say yes to everything you ask, or that our ideas of what it means to help will always coincide. That's the best I can do. Did you give Sen the same agreement? Yes, I did. If he'd taken his time to answer or tried to convince her otherwise, she wouldn't have believed him. Agreeing to share her situation with him didn't mean she trusted Storm completely, but she needed someone who could help her other than Zader and Quinn. She would not put them at risk. I can work with that. Then tell me what the problem is or what you need from me. She gritted her teeth at the idea of giving him all the evidence Sen would need to hand her over to the tribunal. Would Storm use what she told him against her? Or would he really help her? She was running out of time and there was only one way to find out. Someone sent 3 demons into Atlanta looking for an alterant, and I'm the only one here. I need to find out who is behind the Bearn that attacked me and if it's connected to the Nayak stone in any way. You're sure the demons were after an alterant? No, I don't have enough real drama. I'm making the demon attacks all about me. She'd gladly give up the spotlight to someone else. What makes you think the demons that have shown up in Atlanta are connected to the Nayak stone surfacing in the park? Storm asked. Too many coincidences add up to a possible connection. For one thing, I ran into a Cujo the other night, the one called Vian that Trey was talking about in the Viper meeting. Why don't you tell me about this Vian while we work our way through the park? Storm took the lead through the dark. He moved with the agile grace of a big cat, as if at home in the night. Did he have exceptional vision, too? Ival put her sunglasses back over her eyes before he reached one of the paved roads lined with streetlights that dissected the park. She kept an eye out to make sure no one was near them when she continued. Vian was trying to grab 2 teenagers the other night, and I intervened. How do you get involved? One of the teens he was after is a street kid, a male witch I don't want to see end up as a demon snackable. The other one is the sister of a demigod. But here's the odd thing. When I stopped Vian from taking them, I had the weirdest feeling he was glad I kept the kids out of his hands. That empathic ability she'd been sensing might have given her that insight now that she thought about it. Striding at a comfortable pace, Storm shook his head. That makes no sense. Tell me about it. And Vian actually told me to read them the fairy tale about Hansel and Gretel. Like he was trying to let me know a witch was planning to use them for a blood sacrifice, which fits with Noira magic. And here's the other surprise. He didn't at least try to battle me. I thought Trey said this Vian was allowed to walk away free if he didn't battle a Belador. Few people consider me a true Belador, so that shouldn't have stopped him. I doubt Shiva would hold him to that agreement when it came to an alterant. Storm had reached the steps leading down a 10-foot drop to the south end of the park when he paused and studied her. His eyes logged some thought he didn't share before turning to take the steps two at a time. She wished she had Trey's exceptional ability to read anyone's thoughts. He was one of the strongest telepaths among the Beladors. Storm would probably catch her snooping around in his mind if she were bold enough to try. She'd love to know just what was going on beneath all that black hair, what gave his coal-black eyes both a contemplative and a hungry look at the same time. The rain picked up from a bare drizzle to a light shower, running even the most die-hard dog owners from the park. Eval started to chide Storm over not even bringing a hat to block the rain from his eyes when she caught a movement on her left about 50 feet away. "What the heck is that?" she mumbled to herself. Storm turned to follow her line of sight. The figure of a distorted old man limped through a wide space between two tall pine trees. The man's body flickered in and out of view as though he couldn't hold a shape of any kind. Eval took a couple of steps. Her boot scuff must have spooked the thing. He lifted off the ground, floating around with his head and shoulders solid. His eyes were demon red. Sharp teeth came into view when his lips pulled back in a snaggle-toothed snarl. She spoke softly to Storm. "He looks like a night stalker I've done business with." Thankfully, it wasn't Grady. "Thought they were harmless ghouls." "They are. Something has happened to that one." The ghoul flew toward them. Eval lifted her open palms shoulder high and shoved outward, tossing a short blast of power that knocked the ghoul backward. The thing howled, but the sound had no volume. He jerked and shook, looking around with crazed eyes. When his body dropped to the ground, still half-formed, he turned and ran away faster than she'd expected. She watched where the ghoul entered the woods. "I have to find out what happened to him. Somebody shook hands with that ghoul too long or put a spell on him when they shook, or I have no idea what they did, but he can't run loose. He looks dangerous. I'll check it out." "No. One of us has to catch him before he hurts a human, and we both know Sen doesn't want you to leave me alone with a Nayak stone." Storm gave her one of his studied looks. "Would you pick up the stone if you found it?" "No. I'd call Zader." "I believe you. You've seen the stone and I haven't, which means it makes more sense for you to walk the south end of the park and see what you can find out. I'll track down the ghoul. If you find the stone before I get back, we're out of here early." He swept a quick glance around them, then his eyes came back to her. "Close your mouth unless you're trying to catch rainwater." She was speechless. Was he really leaving her alone to hunt for the rock? She had no quick comeback, which didn't matter since she was staring at his back as he vanished into the thick woods. Swinging around, she headed across the huge expanse of grassed area where people came to hang out and play during daylight. Not right now, though, on a weekday night with the steady rain churning dense humidity. She turned toward the creek where the Nayak stone had been lost 2 years ago. To the right of the footbridge crossing the creek was another stretch of open space that butted up to 10th Street. Not a soul in sight, human or otherwise. A dog barked. Eval stopped and searched through the drizzle where the streetlights couldn't reach. A young woman in a poncho was squatted next to the footbridge, searching the bank of the creek for something. She stood up and gave a little tug on the leash for her mutt, who danced around her feet. "I see you, Brutus. Yes, I do." Human, not a concern. Eval had decided to ignore the young woman when a flush of energy swept the air around her face. She searched the night and found the culprit. Vian, the Cujo, emerged out of the blackness and approached the woman. He asked, "May I speak to you?" The young woman froze, with one hand clenching her dog's tether and the other hand stuffed in the pocket of her parka. Holding pepper spray? "No, please don't come any closer." Eval kept her power leashed to prevent Vian from sensing her presence. She could understand how Vian saw in this darkness, since he'd have some form of preternatural sight, but how was that human woman getting around without a flashlight? "I mean you no harm," Vian said. What do you want? The woman asked. I want to warn you. Someone is coming who is a danger to you. Ival studied the woman closer this time. Nothing radiated from her body that would indicate anything other than human, so this might have nothing to do with the Nayak stone. Was Vian trolling for bodies again, like he'd been doing outside the iron casket the other night? Was someone forcing him to do that against his will, so he tried to warn people in advance? The possibility loomed in Ival's thoughts, but she couldn't let him hurt a human, intentionally or otherwise. And this might be a lead on the Nayak stone. Who are you? I've never met you. The woman pulled her free hand out of her pocket when her dog ran around her legs. She reached down to grab his collar and missed twice. Was she blind? That would account for no flashlight. I am a stranger. My name is Vian, but I do not want you harmed. Then we're on the same page, Skippy. The woman managed to untangle her dog from her legs and straighten up. You must leave this park now. Are you threatening me? Vian continued in a non-threatening tone. No, that's what I'm trying to explain. You have to... A whip of bold energy raced across the park, slapping Ival's exposed skin. She swung toward 10th Street, easily locating the source. Striding toward the woman in Vian was a statuesque man with a gorgeous face and light hair. He wore jeans and a button-down shirt. Who was this guy? He also wore a pair of sunshades, hiding something about his eyes. The air literally buzzed as he approached. Considering how her luck had been rolling in the crapper lately, Ival figured that would be demon red eyes hiding behind his sunglasses. Vian stepped between the woman and the new guy. Do not come closer, Tristan. Get out of my way, Cujo. Oh, crud. These two knew each other. Ival blew out a breath and started toward them from the side. They were not harming a human on her watch. Tristan whipped a hand at Vian and a blue strike of power lashed across Vian's shoulder. He yelled in pain. The girl shrieked. Her dog barked wildly, then she turned mute. Fear would do that. Vian recovered his footing and drew a wicked sword from inside his coat. You'll have to kill me to get to her. As I'm a generous man, I'll grant your wish. The one called Tristan answered, chuckling. What was this all about? Ival shoved a wall of power at this Tristan guy, and he stumbled sideways. Then he jerked his head around at Ival. Vian noticed her then, too. See what you've done? He told Tristan. What's going on, Vian? Ival asked. Get out of here, Belador, Vian said. I have no quarrel with you. Belador? Tristan said the word as if he'd found something he'd been looking for a long time. Something he wanted to mount the head of. Ival opened her channel to the Beladors. Trey, Zader, Quinn, get to Piedmont Park, now. To Tristan, she said, Stand down or I'll have to hurt you. The bastard laughed, as if he hadn't heard anything that funny in decades. First I get to kill Vian, then I get playtime with you? And here I thought it was going to be a boring night. He ignored her and switched his attention to Vian. Move or die. Now. Vian turned to the woman, who stood shell-shocked still, and told her, Run and get rid of that rock. Rock? The woman didn't move. Tristan sent another blast at Vian that knocked him back into the woman. Ival rushed forward and stepped in front of Vian, blocking Tristan's next attack with a wall of energy. She turned to see the woman pull a glowing stone from her coat pocket. The Nayak stone. Holy crud. Vian had fallen at the woman's feet and across her dog's leash, pinning them to the spot. He moaned. Blood ran from his shoulder and his leg. Tristan roared and slammed Ival's power field with another shot of hot energy, rocking her backward. If she let her guard down, he'd get to Vian, her and the woman, Had to get that woman and the rock out of here right now. She could only hope Storm was heading back this way and would intercept the woman if Ival sent her to him. Ival told the woman, "Put the rock down and run toward the steps over there." The woman looked at her with bright eyes that weren't blind. She mumbled, "I just want to go home." Poof! No woman, no Vian, no stone. That just left Ival with one pissed-off Tristan thing. 24. Ival couldn't believe what had just happened. She was positive that woman standing in this park a minute ago with the Nayak stone was human. How could that be? The roar of fury coming at her meant someone else was just as surprised and didn't like surprises. The man Vian had called Tristan strode arrogantly across the open stretch of turf toward her, splashing puddles of water. He flung strikes of blue-hot energy up against the field of power she struggled to hold in place against his onslaught. What was this guy? And why did she feel a buzz in the air? If he was a sorcerer, he'd have dealt with Vian and pulled the woman to him, so this Tristan had no magic ability. Maybe. No absolutes in her world, not when the being was unidentified. Ival stood a better chance in battling this guy 1-to-1 rather than just holding up a field of energy. With the rain now coming down in sheets across the park, she might have an advantage with her speed and agility. She shoved a wall of power at Tristan that knocked him backward and gave her a chance to come around into a fighting stance. Just what is a Tristan? "The last thing you'll see alive," he told her in a voice promising pain as a prequel to death. Then he attacked, rushing at her with arms raised to slam her. She kinetically hooked her hands around him and fell backward, using his momentum to toss him over her head, high into the air and crashing down onto the end of the footbridge. Sen would have to deal with the wrecked bridge. Tristan rolled to his feet unfazed. He called out, "Get over here." "Does that work with other women?" Ival quipped. "Not so much with me." "Wasn't talking to you." He lifted his chin, and she realized he was talking to someone else when he said, "Get her." Ival swung around just as two hideous, half-human, half-ghoul forms flew at her, things that looked like the demented ghoulish things Storm had followed. She slammed her boot heel against the ground, and blades shot out from the sides. Waiting until the ghouls were close enough to catch, she swept her arm wide from side to side. The wave of kinetic energy she dragged across the ghouls knocked one into the other, tumbling them into a pile of writhing arms and legs. A part of her registered that these had to be old Night Stalkers she'd probably spoken with in the past, so she didn't use her blades to cut their throats. Once she dealt with this Tristan character, she'd have to call Sen before these two ghouls revived. Facing Tristan again, she found him sitting casually on the edge of the footbridge railing, one foot propped on a crossbeam, as if waiting on someone to hand him a beer. "What have you been doing to Night Stalkers?" He didn't say a word. She took a step toward him, and a spike of pain shot into the back of her calf. Ival fell to her knees. She looked over her shoulder to see one of the ghouls dragging himself toward her with a long fingernail sticking from his finger like a sharpened blade. Her sympathy for the insanely half-dead flew out the window. "You shouldn't have done that." She shoved up to her feet, took 2 steps, and cut his head off with a kick of her boots. Turning to the second one, she warned, "Move, and I'll quarter you." The other poor thing quivered and backed up into a ball of fear, huddling against the downpour. When she wheeled around to Tristan this time, she wanted blood. "You're mine." "I've never been one to disappoint a lady." He jumped down from his perch, gripped his hands as if he had an invisible bat, and swung it at her. Her leg throbbed, but she waited until the last minute to dive sideways and roll. His blast of power disintegrated the remaining ghoul into tiny microscopic pieces the rain dispersed. That had probably been his true target for his first time at bat. She raced at him from the side before he got to take a second swing. He spun, using his kinetics to block, but she wasn't a standard model Belador he could take down with the usual kinetics. At least, not when she was 100%. She'd make him pay for the ghoul cutting her leg. When she was close to him, she swung around on her good leg and used the bad one to punch through his wall of power. Didn't happen. She bounced back as if hitting a wall of stone, landing on her injured leg. What in the heck was this guy? Eval sucked in a breath and raised her head to get back up. His body slammed her back into the mud and held her there. He didn't tower over her, but he did have her by 4 inches and more muscle. She was on her back, staring up at him. A scream, buried deep in her mind, came roaring up. She clenched her teeth to keep from letting it out. The memory of being held down and brutalized raced forward with the burgeoning scream, threatening to blind her with panic. The bastard on top of her was at least winded, chest heaving with a labored breath. Now we can talk. Get off now. She could only speak in short bursts, or the terror would break free. Never show an enemy a weakness. Never let a man hurt her again. Never let one live who did. This one weighed as much as her couch, but she'd shifted and terrorized the one who had raped her at 15 and could do worse now. She shook with the need to shift into a stronger being and protect herself. Blood slammed against the walls of her skin. Her brain tried to warn her to calm down, but the 15-year-old who'd screamed in pain burst from the black hole she'd been hiding in all these years. Last chance, she panted, scrambling for each breath. What are you going to do? He shoved his hips against her, and she lost all conscious thought. This, you bastard! Cartilage broke free in her arms. Her neck snapped with the first sign of shifting. She let a roar out and kinetically tossed him up and backward 50 feet. He hit the footbridge for the second time tonight, taking down another chunk of it. Tristan gained his feet and shook his head. His shoulders bunched when he yanked his neck, popping a few muscles of his own. What the fuck are you? That broke through the haze of adrenaline spike and wave of terror to make her look at her hands, where her wrists had split the cuffs of her jacket. Oh God, oh God. She had to get her beast under control. All of a sudden, her sunglasses flew off her face. Eval looked up and flicked her hand at him without a second thought, slapping the glasses off his face. Glowing green eyes swirled like molten stones. Green eyes unlike anything she'd ever seen before, except in her bathroom mirror. Alterant? He said the word with disbelief, packed full of deadly suspicion. 25. Alterant? Eval echoed back at the man called Tristan, just as much in shock. Here was a man with the unusual physical strength and luminous green eyes of an alterant. Where do you come from? Tristan asked, stepping away from the damaged footbridge that made Piedmont Park look like a small war zone. Why? You putting together an alterant reunion website? Eval wasn't telling someone with his powers anything about herself, but she had to keep him talking. Find out anything she could about the first of her kind she'd ever met. Vian said you were Belador. Why'd he think that? Tristan took a couple of steps forward. Stop, right there. Surprisingly, he did. I am a Belador. They don't take alterants into the tribe. Scarcely a few minutes had passed, but every second of holding his attention became more precarious. Where was Storm? Why couldn't she reach Zador or anyone else telepathically? Was that strange buzzing she could almost hear a cloaking spell? Had someone placed a spell over the park that prevented her from communicating with anyone? Did that mean he had magic ability? Or was he working with a witch? I'm proof the Beladors take alterants into the tribe. I'll ask if they're taking applications. Brina took one look at me 5 years ago and stuck me in a jungle in a spellbound cage. 5 years. Almost as long as she'd been a Belador. You escaped? When? Yesterday. How? Like I'm going to tell you so you can tell the rest of the Beladors? His eyes brightened with a thought. Wait a minute. You're a Val. Worry scattered along her nerves. How did he know that? For once, shock had stolen her voice. She held quiet rather than confirm or deny. I heard about an alterant called a Val, a female alterant. I didn't believe it was true. Few in Atlanta's hidden world of the strange and supernatural did. She'd caught something speculative running along beside his words, a soft sound that harbored dark thoughts. This changes everything, he muttered. She didn't like the sound of that either, since change would probably not be for the good in her case. What'd you do to those 2 Night Stalkers? Gave them what they wanted. She should hammer him into the ground. If you knew to make deals to shake with them, you had to know what would happen when you shook hands for a long time. Those old ghouls never hurt anyone. How could you turn them into something evil and dangerous? Into some hideous halflings? I have my reasons, but I'm not telling a snitch who talks to Beladors. This worthless dog was not going to insult her. I am a Belador. An alterant? You're living in a dream world. They may let you hang around with them and use you for grunt work, but they don't think you're one of them. She kept a mask of indifference in place so he couldn't see how deeply his words cut. She believed she was Belador even if the majority of the tribe didn't. But this was the first time she'd ever met another alterant. The first chance to ask some questions and maybe shed some light on where they came from. But she'd have to give Tristan a reason to talk to her. Also, the more she found out about him and how he had gotten here, the better chance she'd have to find the Nayak stone that had disappeared with the woman in Vian. Tristan was clearly after the same thing as Vian, but maybe not for the same reason. She gave the let's work together for the greater good tactic a shot. I'm trying to help alterants so we won't have to be locked up or destroyed, but I haven't been able to find out any information on them, and I know very little about my own background. Where did you grow up? Who were your parents? Where were you when you were caught? Tristan headed toward her again, talking as he moved, but she stood her ground since he wasn't acting aggressive. You're free to run around. Why would you care about helping any other alterants? You don't have any worries. If only it were that simple. I don't want to see more alterants caged. You'll never stop Brina from caging them. That was for sure. She should argue with him, but Aval couldn't honestly defend Brina when Aval had her own doubts about the Belador warrior queen. She'd push Tristan and see what he gave up. I've been working to find out anything I can on alterants for a long time. I don't want to see them caged. If you don't, then answer my questions. He crossed his arms, pondering on something. Finding you has made this an entirely new game. Tell you what I'll do. If you really want to help alterants and want me to tell you what I know of the others, you know about the other 3? Now we're talking. Of course. For example, I know where they were caged. How was it that Tristan had information Brina wouldn't share with her? He continued, If you want to help your own kind, then bring me the Nayak stone before 4 o'clock Wednesday morning. Let's think about this. Hand this fool more power? Not. What are you going to do with the Nayak stone if you get it? There is no if about it. I'll explain when you show up with the stone unless I find it first, at which point I'll move ahead with my plans. But if you bring the stone to me and join me, I'll guarantee your safety for as long as you live, and you'll be revered for your powers, not treated as a dog who begs for scraps." On the surface, that sounded pretty tempting, but she had an oath to uphold. Just not her week for a decent deal. "I don't think you'll be around long enough to be offering protection once Brina finds out you're on the loose. I'm going to be busy finding that young woman with the stone and protecting her." "You mean to take the stone and put it in the Viper vault, don't you?" She was amazed at how much he knew for someone who had been locked away for 5 years. "I can't discuss Viper's business. If you intend to lock up the stone, then don't pretend you care about what happens to me or the other 3 alterants." He lifted his shoulders in dismissal. "And you'll never find out the truth about our species, because I'm the only one with the answers to your questions. I can find my own answers without putting all the Beladors at risk. Maybe in a couple lifetimes." Tristan's grin spread at seeing through her bluff. "I doubt you'll figure out what bred with a Belador to make an alterant. Not without my help. I know my family history and what you, me, and the other 3 alterants have in common. Are those some of your questions?" Dead on the mark. Blood thrummed through her at the possibility of actually finding answers. She didn't have a thing to offer Tristan, since he'd been burned once already by Brina, if he was telling the truth, and believed the Nauyak stone was his ticket to freedom. But he wasn't the only one after the rock. "What's going on between you and Vian?" "I'm going to kill him if he gets in my way again, and I will find that woman." "How did you find Vian?" "How do you know he didn't find me?" Tristan quipped and walked past her. "Make plans to come with me, Aval. I will hold the key to freedom without persecution." She took a sidestep to keep him in view, and her leg throbbed at the movement. "If you touch the Nauyak stone, it could kill you, or her. And if that doesn't happen, the Cujo might get their hands on the rock and start a war with the Beladors that could turn into a modern-day apocalypse." He paused from pacing. "Don't confuse me with someone who gives a shit about any of that." That was the most truthful comment he'd made so far. He really didn't care who lived or died, which only made him more dangerous. Vian had been much like that when she'd first met him in this very park 2 years back. He'd lost everything to the Beladors 800 years ago, including his will to survive. Why would Vian risk drawing the attention of the Beladors? Grady had told her an ancient synergy had entered the city. She pieced it together in her mind and made a guess. "You really think the Cujo warriors are your friends?" He offered her a smile. "We have common enemy syndrome." "We." She had to get to Zadar soon and let him know what she'd just figured out. Vian was no longer the sole Cujo in the city. How many Cujo are here now? "Enough." "You aren't going to have a world to live in once they start a war." Tristan crossed his arms. "They won't be a problem. The Cujo aren't hanging around once I get the rock. They want to be sent back 800 years immediately, so you don't have to worry about fighting them in Atlanta." His gaze swung from side to side, watching all around him. "Love to stay and chat, but I've got a rock to find, and you've got to go suck up to the Beladors." Just great. An alterant on the loose hunting a human who had gotten her hands on the Nauyak stone. If you harm that woman, you'll bring down a lot more trouble on your head than the Beladors. Maka might even get involved. Maka won't get involved unless there's a battle between the Cujo and the Beladors. I'm telling you, there's not going to be a conflict in our world. "Oh, sure. You want me to believe that the Cujo are going to return to their time 800 years ago without first coming after the Beladors for revenge? They have a better plan." She took in his relaxed air and matter-of-fact tone. His body language spoke of confidence. He was telling her the truth. "And you don't want revenge for what Brina did to you?" "Oh, I'll have my day of reckoning. the minute I get that stone. But payback won't come from my hand, and Maka won't act until she has reason. By the time that happens, the Beladors will no longer be a problem for me. A witch is already making plans for moving into Brina's castle the minute she's gone. Why would you believe a Maeve witch? Now things started to make sense, but in a way that had her skin crawling. The Maeve coven was behind the Noira magic and must have been the power that had opened a portal to bring the Cujo forward. Thus the Maeve were orchestrating the common enemy syndrome of joining the Cujo and Tristan against the Beladors. Why shouldn't I believe the Maeve witch? She got the Cujo here and helped them figure out how to free me when Brina locked me away for no reason. Eval really hated to stand up for Brina on this, but right was right. You can't blame Brina for sending you away after you're shifting into a beast and killing people. His eyes thinned with fury. I never changed into a beast or killed anyone until after I was sent away. Even then, I killed only as a matter of survival. That can't be right. I heard only what Brina wanted you to hear. So before you get all high and mighty on Brina's behalf, get your facts straight, babe. Makes you wonder what else you've been told that were lies, doesn't it? If he was speaking the truth, then it did make Eval wonder. Tristan's eyes took in her face. He dropped the snarl and said in a calmer voice, I might be just like you if I'd been the only one free all this time, but I would know the truth when I heard it. Ask Brina if you don't believe me. Her honor will force her to tell you the truth. I plan to ask her, but you're not helping the Alterant's cause by trying to take the Nayak stone. I'm doing more for Alterance right now by going after that stone than you've done the whole time you've been free. When you get tired of being a lied-to misfit tagging along with the Beladors, come over to my side. I could use someone with your abilities, and you'll be safe from everyone with me. His voice softened when he added, I'd treat you like the jewel that you are. She'd be lying to herself if she didn't admit the idea of being safe forever had a certain appeal, but not with this lunatic. She'd given a vow to the Beladors and hadn't taken that lightly. But Tristan was obviously leaving her alive because he believed she might help him gain the stone, and his offer opened the door for her to find out how to reach him. If I do consider coming to you, how would I find you? Put word out with the Night Stalkers you're looking for me. I'll find you. Otherwise, stay out of my way and don't stand too close to a Belador once I have the stone. I'll find you when they're gone. Thought you said you weren't going after vengeance. The Cujo would take care of that. She didn't hold many kind feelings about Brina, but Eval would protect her warrior queen just like any other Belador would, and she'd lay down her life for Zader or Quinn without hesitation. Tristan's confidence in the Cujo doing his dirty work troubled her. I'm not spending any energy on vengeance. The Cujo will do worse than I could on my own, Tristan said. Going to be a little hard to accomplish that if they go home the minute you get the rock, isn't it? His smile was full of secrets. The Cujo have a plan to destroy the Beladors, and it has nothing to do with them touching the rock or with me battling Beladors, which keeps Shiva and Maka out of the picture. They've created a brilliant strategy with the Maeve that will wipe every Belador from the earth, including their ancestors. Was he jerking her around, trying to convince her he was all-powerful, or was he really telling the truth? She saw a flaw in his proclamation of victory. You can't let them kill all the Beladors. You carry Belador blood. You'll die too. That's finally the positive side of being half-breeds. The worst that will happen to us is to feel a weakening of our powers for a brief time, but Alterance will survive. Once I have the Nayak stone, I'll share my strength with our new clan of Alterance. We will survive and prosper. Why was he telling her this? He had to know she'd tell the Beladors as soon as she got free. Did he want her to tell the Beladors so her tribe would attack the Cujo? Did he really think that just because he was an alterant, she'd join his side if he was part of the annihilation of everything that mattered to her? Brina won't sit quietly while you do this. By all means, tell her. Tell all the Beladors. The more, the merrier. The Maeve will be waiting. That definitely sounded like a trap. What do you mean? That's all I'm sharing. Be smart and come with me. When did you start thinking I was Barbie and you were Ken? What are you offering me to come with you? I'll take a convertible in any color but pink. You could save the Beladors. She didn't believe he would help her do that. How? Give me what I want, and I'll tell you how. Oh, sure. Hand you the rock and trust you not to kill everyone with it. Tristan cocked his head to one side, studying her. Here's a freebie to use as you choose. If you tell Brina I've escaped and am working with the Maeve, she'll come straight to me and she'll die first, which works for me. She only travels as a hologram. That was common knowledge among anyone who knew about Brina. He shrugged. The Maeve shared a lot of information with me, including Brina and Zader's history. They can kill her if she comes to them this time in any form. What did he mean about Brina and Zader's history? He'd said that as if he meant the two of them together. And he knew about Brina in hologram form. The Maeve had been doing a good job of educating Tristan. He wasn't finished sharing. If Brina comes to me, so will Zader and his sidekick Quinn, who will call in an army of Beladors. They'll play into the Maeve and Cujo's plans. Then they'll all die before the Cujo get to the point of wiping out the Belador race. You decide if you want to tell Brina, because she can find me the minute she learns I've escaped. Up to you to tell them or not. If you hurt Zader or Quinn, you'll wish you were back in that cage, she promised. If I was only an alterant, you might win, but not with the power of the Maeve behind me, and I'll be even more powerful once I get the Nayak stone. Tristan's confidence froze her blood. You want to keep your tribe safe? Find that rock and bring it to me yourself on Wednesday morning, and I'll tell you how to protect the Beladors. The pain in her leg interfered with thinking straight. Let's say I believe you, which I don't. What if I don't find the rock first? If I find the rock first, I'll give you one other chance to save the Beladors. Did he think they were playing Let's Make a Deal? What would you possibly be willing to take in trade for letting the Beladors live? You. Both offers were unfair, unrealistic, and undesirable. Stay with him? He was insane on top of being a monster. Tristan stood quietly for a moment. I need a female alterant to populate our species. Ah, consolation female for the group. He was out of his ever-loving mind. And if I choose to accept either of these incredibly attractive offers, how would I find you if the Night Stalkers don't know? He smiled at her sarcasm, as if he'd find her entertaining company. I plan to get my hands on that rock first. When I do, I'll call you to me. None of this made sense, and he was crazier than batshit if he thought she'd go for that bunch of hooey. But she'd play along since he was going to let her live. I'll have to think about it. I don't understand any of this. Tristan touched his fingers to her chin, and she held still only to show him she didn't fear him. She could lie with her body as well as her mouth. You will eventually, but I've told you enough for now. Make the right choice when the time comes. I take care of what's mine. She scoffed. I am not yours. Yet. He lifted his fingers and combed them through his thick blonde hair. Don't waste your time trying to follow me. You can't. Hival shook with rage over his arrogance to think she'd consider walking away from the Beladors for him. Sure, a part of her wanted to be safe and out from under the threat of the tribunal, but not with this guy, who had been trying to kill her until he'd realized who she was. What about everything else he'd told her? Could Brina be killed if she appeared only as a hologram? Did the Maeve have a way to reach her through that form with the Nayak stone? What if she didn't believe there was a Maeve trap and told the Beladors? Then her tribe was lured to their deaths. Doing so could doom Zader and Quinn. That wasn't a risk she wanted to take. And would they even believe her, given she'd been warned by a rogue alterant? Tristan strolled quietly to the street and disappeared. The minute he stepped out of the park, the buzzing in her ears subsided. Had she been inside a warded area or some sort of spell zone? She didn't think alterants could do that kind of magic or disappear, but then she didn't know as much as Tristan did about alterants, Brina or the Beladors, because Brina had kept her in the dark about so much. And she didn't know how much of Tristan's ability was due to Noira magic. She sent a telepathic message. Zader, we need to meet. I've got news on the Nayak stone and it's not good. Within a minute, Zader answered, Meet at Trey's house. I'll contact the rest of the team. You bring Storm. She'd forgotten about Storm and limped around, turning in a circle as she searched the park for him. Using her kinetic ability, she pulled her sunglasses up from the ground and put them on. Her calf muscle ached like something was trying to chew its way out where the ghoul had stabbed her. It felt as if her skin was burning from the inside out. The rain had died down to a drizzling mist. There came Storm down the concrete steps in the middle of the park. He jogged up to her, his face lined with worry when he touched her cheek. She flinched when his fingers brushed her bruised face. What happened to you? I can feel sharp needles of pain coming off you. Got stabbed in the back of my leg by something like that ghoul thing you chased. You catch him? No. And he's not the only one. I ran into 3 more in the park. I had to stay and watch over a human couple until the ghouls left. Storm stepped around behind her and squatted down, gently checking her leg. But the slightest touch sent spasms of pain shooting up her calf and thigh. Crap. I don't like the color oozing out of this wound. What do you mean? I bleed red just like everyone else. There's purple running with the blood. You could be infected by some sort of magic. It smells like spoiled oranges. That would be the color and smell of Maeve magic. What would that do to her? We have to meet the rest of the team at Trey's house. You aren't walking far with that. Storm stood up and leaned as though to lift her. Don't even think about picking me up if you want to draw your next breath, she warned. You're so stubborn. He didn't try to hide the irritation in his voice. Whatever's in your system could cause you to shift involuntarily or kill you if it stays in long enough. I'll let you know if I start feeling twitchy. She sounded like a snotty bitch, but she was working real hard not to upchuck. That's reassuring, he said in a tight voice. How far is Trey's house? About a mile. We'd get there a lot faster and you wouldn't be in so much pain if you'd let me help you. I can handle the pain. Barely. Let's go. She hobbled along, trying not to think about how sick she felt. What had that ghoul infected her with? What's the meeting about? Storm asked. I found the Nayak stone. Where is it? Worst possible place. The stone and the woman who has it are with a Cujo warrior. And they couldn't have picked a worse person to take control of the stone if Tristan was successful. Had Tristan been telling her the truth about being sent to a cage before he'd shifted? If so, that meant Brina could be lying to her about the other alterants. What about Vian? How did he fit into all this? She didn't know why Vian had tried to protect the woman from Tristan, but just the fact that the Cujo warrior had done so made Aval wonder if there was some dissent among the Cujo. Regardless, Vian had to relish wiping out all the Beladors as much as the other Cujo and Tristan did. Heat crawled up her leg, tugging her awareness back to the most immediate threat. Could Maeve magic kill an alterant? Just her suck-ass luck to be the test case. 26. Lorette waited for the man lying in her living room to get up and kill her. He could do it. Thanks to her magic rock, she'd had enough vision to see him draw a sword on another guy who'd thrown lightning bolts from his fingers in Piedmont Park. A sword. Lightning bolts from humans. All that had been before she'd magically traveled from the park to her little cottage a couple blocks away. She looked down at the glowing rock in her hand. Magic. She'd never believed in magic, but what other explanation was there for standing in one place one minute, then showing up in another the next? Brutus came running back into the living room, his mouth still dripping water from where he'd gone to his bowl in the kitchen. She'd freed his leash from the inert guy's body the minute she'd gotten here, but his water-soaked body was still sprawled in the middle of her floor, dripping all over her braided rug that had seen better years. Grandpa Barrett would hoot over this if he were still alive. He used to tell her how life was full of magic, that a miracle was just pure magic. She could understand how 100 voices raised in prayer to a higher form could result in a miracle. But a rock? Brutus sniffed all around the arm of the unconscious man on the floor. Then he sniffed the guy's long, wet hair also clinging to her rug. "Careful, Brutus. He might wake up," she whispered. She wished he would wake up so that she could ask him who he was and how he'd known about her rock, and how she'd gotten home. This guy had told her, "Run and get rid of that rock." After what she'd seen tonight, there was no way she'd let go of this rock. It had been the only thing to save her at the park. And who was that woman who had shown up, and that other guy who'd tried to kill this one? That tall woman had called this guy Vian. She'd also told Lorette to get rid of the rock. The man in Lorette's living room moaned, but the sound barely reached her ears. Brutus ran over and jumped up on the sofa next to her, where they normally sat to listen to a television show. Guilt started eating at her, even though she'd laid a towel over this Vian's shoulder. Those lightning bolts had cut his shoulder and stabbed his chest. He was still bleeding. If she didn't stop the bleeding, he might die. Then what would she do? How would she explain any of this to the police? What about the rock? If the rock was full of magic, she could use it to heal him. She lifted the rock and said, "Fix this guy's wounds." Nothing happened. "Make him healthy." Still nothing. Make him go away? His body didn't move an inch. Dang. She'd have to do something about that bleeding herself or he was going to die. She got up and eased over a little at a time until she was next to him, then dropped down on her knees with Brutus at her side. "I have no idea what to do with lightning bolt cuts. I need bandages and disinfectant." A first aid kit appeared on the other side of her. "Now you want to help?" she asked the rock, exasperated. Inside the kit, she found everything clearly marked. Using a pair of scissors and shaking hands, she carefully cut away his t-shirt until she had the entire thing off his chest. Skin around the shoulder injury and on the side of his chest was red and swollen. She tried to be careful and not hurt him when she dressed the wounds. By the time she was finished, sweat lined her brow, but her hands had stopped shaking. She cleaned up the mess and deposited everything in the kitchen, then went looking for a blanket to cover him with. Not that her old house was cold in the middle of August, but anyone who went through serious injuries would be chilled from a shock reaction. Humans would be. Was this guy human? Her faithful Brutus hung close the entire time, giving her a sense of protection. She kept the rock close too, but when she reached the living room with the blanket hooked inside one arm, she paused before putting the rock in her baggy pants pocket so she could have a clear look at this viand from standing above him. The two braids running along the sides of his angular face gave him a dangerous rogue look. His nut-brown skin, shoulder-length black hair, and strange accent made her think Mediterranean, but the shape of his eyes and thick lashes hinted at Chinese ancestry somewhere in his background. He sure as heck wasn't your everyday guy, but that beautiful chest of his could belong to a fireman or a soldier or a guy who just enjoyed working out in the gym. She'd never been so close to perfection in a male body, or to many men at all. But this one carried a sword that looked older than time and fought lightning bolts. Sliding the rock into her pocket, she shook out the blanket and covered him up to his neck. When she reached to pull a pillow off the couch, her gaze stumbled at the sword lying on the floor. She slipped the pillow under his head, then walked around the room, closing the curtains, just in case anyone looked in. The sword rested too close to him, even if he was out cold. She tiptoed over and reached down to see if she could lift the huge thing, and a sizzle of energy ran along the handle as if in warning. Yanking her hand back, she scooted around his supine body and turned toward her bedroom, planning to blockade herself inside. A sound from the floor stopped her. She stood dead still, heart racing, then looked over her shoulder at her patient. His chest moved with soft breaths, less pained than before she'd bandaged him. She must be tired to think he'd made that sound. He was too wiped out to move. Come on, Brutus. Vian stayed perfectly still until the young woman was out of the room. When a door down the hallway closed, he opened his eyes. He had kept his eyes shut when he'd awakened at hearing her close by, telling her dog to be careful around him. He'd almost laughed when she'd tried to get the stone to heal him, though he would have appreciated being mended at the time, since the cuts in his body burned. That was only until this angel had ignored her fear and put her gentle hands on him. He tried to remember the last time a woman had touched him with care. Something deep inside his chest was unleashed, a yearning for what he'd once had many years ago. Why was that angel caught in this dangerous circle of trouble? Lifting his head, he looked all around until he saw his sword lying a couple feet away, close enough to reach. He would protect his angel, and the best way to do that would be by getting that rock out of her hands. "27. By the time Trey's house was in view a half-block away, sweat gleamed across Ival's face and upper body, and not just from the heat still rolling through Atlanta at midnight. Her skin pebbled with a feverish chill. The back of her leg was on fire. Muscles twitched and curled in her body. She fought the urge to change into a beast. Every instinct was telling her she'd heal from the wound if she did, but making that mistaken view of the team would seal her fate with the tribunal. She kept hobbling along the sidewalk and chanced a quick look at Storm. He hadn't said another word after she'd forbidden him from using any magic to help her. His long fingers were balled into fists. He must have felt her eyes because his gaze cut over to her. "You don't have to be in this much pain. I could ease it before you get around the team." "Thanks, but no." She didn't trust anyone to take control of her emotions or her sensory abilities, not even someone she'd allowed to kiss her. Did that make me a control freak? Damn straight. Men who offered to take care of her were dangerous. The doctor her aunt had worked for had visited Ival in the basement from the time she was 8 until she was 15. He'd been her only friend. He'd promised not to hurt her when he'd performed her first female physical exam. He'd said he was there to take care of her, and he hadn't hurt her, His touch had been clinical, and his words had soothed her anxiety. She hadn't found out he'd been lying all along until the next house call after that, a week later, when he'd wanted to talk to Aval about her test results. Her aunt had given the 34-year-old family doctor keys to her house and to Aval's basement room so he could make a stop while her aunt had been working in his medical center. He'd taken that private opportunity to give Aval a hands-on lesson in his twisted fantasy. "You have to get the Noira venom out of your leg before you lose control," Storm said, breaking her free from reliving that nightmare again. "I can see you fighting it." Her skin was clammy and cold in spite of the perspiration. She tightened her stomach muscles, anything to keep what was fighting to get out, locked down. Cartilage along her forearms hardened and rippled beneath her skin. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists until the ridges along her arms dropped back to normal skin and muscle. She'd explained the torn sleeves as having happened during battle, which was true. "I can control myself," she gritted out. "Zader will know what to do." Zader and Quinn were the only two she trusted not to say a word to Sen, who could use the Noira magic infection as a way to put her into quarantine. When she reached the walkway to the old Victorian house that Trey's wife and sister-in-law owned, Aval searched the group of people clustered on the veranda stretching from corner to corner across the front. Zader must have sensed her coming, because he and Quinn both broke off from their conversation with Trey and hurried down the steps to meet Aval on the sidewalk. "What's wrong?" Zader was staring at her, but that question had been directed at Storm. "Not a big deal," she started saying, but Storm cut her off. "She was attacked by a possessed ghoul that stabbed her. She's got purple coming out of her leg with blood that smells like rotten oranges. Could be Noira magic. We need to get that infection out now." "Where were you?" Quinn asked Storm in a voice harboring vicious undertones. "Chasing 3 more ghouls. When I realized they might have been sent, just to split us up, I tried going back to where I'd left Aval, but something was blocking me from reaching the south end of the park. Someone had spelled the area to prevent anyone from interfering. I tried calling you on the cell, but it wouldn't work. I don't know who she battled besides the ghoul. She wouldn't tell me that or let me touch her leg." She didn't have to tell him a damn thing. "My leg's fine, and I'm reporting to Trey, not you." Storm turned a glare on her so hot it should have baked her face brown. "You're getting that venom out of your leg first, before you do another thing if I have to hold you down myself." She shoved close to him and paid for it with a sharp blade of pain up her leg. She croaked, "Try it, and you'll die." "You couldn't kick a snowman's ass right now." Quinn piped up. He has a point. The chiding in his voice snapped her last straw. "Do not side with him." "We're not taking sides," Zader said, but before she could feel relief at that, he added, "But he's right. We're getting that venom out of your leg." She took a breath and dropped her voice. "I don't want to tell the others about being infected with Noira magic. They might think I can't hold my human form." Storm could have busted her then, but he didn't. She lifted her eyes to his, expecting more argument, but he actually looked worried. How much of that was true and how much was him just doing what he'd been brought in to do? Lucien was standing on the porch with his back to them. "We heard everything, Aval. The only person on the team without exceptional hearing is Casper when he's not in his Highland warrior form. But he isn't even here right now." She leaned past Zader to see the rest of the team and Trey's sister-in-law, Rowan, watching her from the veranda. "Oh, great. Once again, I'm the entertainment for the night." "Nobody's turning you over to Sen," Zader assured her. "Not until after they find out what I know about the rock," she said, sensing defeat hanging around the corner waiting for her. "Don't underestimate how much the team doesn't like Sen either," Quinn interjected. "She thinks she's the only one with Sen problems," Storm interjected. That everyone is her enemy except you two, and she is to fight every battle alone to prove she's as capable as she is pig-headed. His sarcastic dig jacked up her hackles again. She turned on him, but Satyr caught her by the arm. Let's get up on the porch, killer, and see what we can do with that leg. She hated handing control over to anyone. Don't make me use my magic, Storm warned her. You've stretched the outer boundaries of my control by making me watch you limp in pain for a mile. Get up there or I will carry you. He walked ahead of her up to the porch. Her mouth fell open. Was Storm really that worried about her being injured? My, that's interesting. Quinn's voice switched to mild curiosity. He looped his arm around her waist. Lean on me, sweetheart. When she reached the top landing, Quinn swung her to the left side of the porch and settled her on a wooden swing wide enough for 3 people. Rowan came to squat down by Ival's injured leg. Been a long time since I've seen you. Sorry it isn't under better circumstances. Me too. How's Sasha? Sleeping. Ready to have the baby. Trey doesn't want her around any of this. The last time Ival had been around Rowan was before Trey had married her sister. Of the 2 witch sisters, Rowan was the more powerful of the 2, but they were white witches. Can you get the Noira magic out of my leg, Rowan? I don't know. We're not supposed to go near any form of black magic, but that might not apply to drawing it out of a wound. Let me try to touch it first. Rowan waited until Zader gently lifted Ival's leg, then turned her hand palm up beneath the gash in Ival's jeans. She moved her hand up until her fingers were a half-inch away, then jerked her hand back with a hiss. The Noira is burning my skin. Trey had been watching. What about you, Lucien? Can you draw out the venom like you pulled the insanity out of Rowan that time she was possessed? Rowan had been possessed by an evil spirit 2 years ago when Trey had battled Vian. Lucien said, No, I can't. That possession had originated with the Cujo magician. I can't overturn something spelled by a witch. Ival didn't miss the intimate look that passed between Rowan and Lucien for a fleeting second. Word was he did not like witches, white, black, or any other kind. But he liked something about Rowan. Storm gave Lucien an assessing once-over. How do you know it's spelled by a witch? Lucien's face barely changed when his lips turned up with an arrogant smile. I just do. Surprise lit several faces on the porch, Ival's being one. She'd heard that Lucien had faced off with Rowan once when she'd been possessed and had gone airborne to attack. He'd stopped her by just putting his hand against her chest. Then, he'd drawn the dark energy out of her long enough for her to regain control. Rowan lifted disappointed eyes to Ival. I'm sorry, but if I can't help you, maybe... She looked across her shoulder, past the men on either side of her, toward the far end of the porch. Let me take a look. Adriana stepped out of a black shadow where she'd been standing in a corner, apart from the team. Ival spoke to Zader mind to mind. I don't want her touching me. I don't either, but we're out of choices unless you have an idea. I haven't had a reaction yet. We could wait. But what if you do have a reaction and start changing? I couldn't stop Trey or anyone else from contacting Sen at that point. Fear over being touched by a sterling witch caused Ival to drop her vigilance against the change that still clawed the inside of her body. Her arms rippled with energy. Rowan hadn't noticed when she'd stood up and backed out of the way, but Adriana paused, eyeing the skin that moved along Ival's arms beneath the ragged sleeves. The witch's gaze lifted to meet Ival's, waiting for her to decide what she wanted to do. Ival licked her dry lips and came to a decision. Fine, take a look. A shapely eyebrow swooped up on Adriana's smooth forehead, but she didn't respond to the biting voice. Stand up. Zader helped Ival to her feet. Move over here, Adriana said, directing Ival away from the swing to the center of the porch, where everyone backed up to make a circle around her. Face away from me. Taking a moment to accept what she couldn't change, Eval inched around on her leg, which felt twice its size even though she knew it hadn't actually swollen. Adriana dropped down behind her. The back of Eval's jeans ripped open. She didn't think Adriana had touched the material or used a sharp object to rip the material. Only magic. Adriana's fingers spread across the back of Eval's calf, and she started chanting, "Queen of dark and queen of hell, hearken to this witch's spell." The burning sensation tripled. Eval's breaths were coming in fast pants. Her lungs were closing up. Dots swam through her gaze. When she looked for help in the crowd, everyone's eyes were on Adriana but Storm's. He vibrated with the effort it took him to stand in place. Pain burst through Eval's body. Her arms ruptured with cartilage exploding and changing into beast form. She couldn't stop it. Zader moved toward her, but Storm said, "I got her." He stepped in front of Eval and placed his hands on each side of her face. "Focus on me. You will not change. Breathe slowly." His words mingled with Adriana's chanting until the sound was one constant mantra that stood as a wall against the monster stomping inside her, waiting to break free. Energy ripped through her, jarring her teeth when she shook. She lost contact with everything. Colors showered behind her eyes. Purple, red, orange, green. Had she shifted and insanity taken over? The colors subsided until white blanketed her mind. Warm fingers touched her skin, sending gentle waves of white to wash away the heat and pain. When she regained consciousness, Eval was clutching someone's shirt. His arms were around her, supporting her weight against weak knees. She inhaled, trying to calm the trembling in her body. Storm had her. She knew his scent, warm, natural, earthy. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. He dropped his chin. "Okay now?" "Did I change?" His lack of quick answer and swallow told her she'd done something. "Why don't you sit down?" She let him lower her to the swing. Her leg didn't throb anymore. Adriana stood to the side, hands clasped in front of her. Zader and Quinn exchanged worried expressions that made Eval think they'd also spoken telepathically, but not to her. What happened? Eval had learned at an early age that avoiding the truth only delayed the consequences. Rowan spoke up. "Adriana drew the Noira venom out of you." Eval didn't want to owe anyone for anything, especially a sterling witch, but she had to give the woman her due for what she'd done. "Thank you." Adriana merely gave a little dip of her head. "What else?" Eval asked, directing her question to Zader. He heaved a long sigh and looked around at the team when he answered her. "The venom caused you to change into battle form. Nothing else." Why had he hesitated? If anyone told a different story, Eval would be out of time with the tribunal, and Zader would have to stand trial right behind her for trying to suppress evidence against an alterant. Eval's pulse thumped a rapid beat. She took in each expression on the porch, every calm and understanding demeanor matching the compassion she felt coming toward her in waves, until she faced Adriana, who merely lifted a single taunting eyebrow. Adriana was the one person who would not sugarcoat the truth. 28. Eval would not ask anyone to support her, but she didn't want Zader to go under the bus for defending her. Storm spoke up. "That's what I saw. Eval in battle form." She swung around, lost for what to say. Storm had just backed Zader's claim that she hadn't shifted into her alterant beast state. Storm gave her a look that asked, "Surprised?" then passed a challenging glance at the rest of the team. Quinn shrugged. "It was never in question." Eval smiled at him, letting Quinn know that she knew how he'd vote regardless. Looked like battle form to me, Trey concurred. Lucian shifted his attention to the Sterling Witch. We're all in agreement, right, Adriana? For the second time tonight, Ival's fate rested with the same witch whose cherry-red lips curled in a smile of mock innocence. I'm not familiar with battle form. There was a collective tensing. Adriana moved a dainty shoulder in a sexy shrug. I only saw a reaction to the Noira magic venom, and Ival is now healed. I see no threat. So let it be said, so let it be known. Adriana's smirk would normally have set Ival off, but she couldn't take exception when the woman had just healed her leg and given her safe passage out of the situation. One thing Ival had heard about a Sterling witch was that once she said, so let it be said, so let it be known, Adriana could not recant or deny her words. Honor among black magic witches? But this one had shown a side of consideration Ival hadn't expected. Thank you, Ival told her again, and this time with true sincerity. Not enjoying being the center of attention, she changed the topic. Let's talk about the Nayak stone. Trey spoke up. I had a call from Sen. He said Shiva told him the stone had been located and would bind with its new master by Wednesday morning when sunlight strikes the spot where she found it. But Shiva still didn't say who the woman was. Ival stood and moved over to lean against the banister so that she wasn't lower than everyone on the porch. Her jeans flopped where Adriana had torn the material, but other than feeling bruised, her leg was much better. I don't know exactly where the stone is at this moment, but I think it's still in this area. I found the woman who has it. She was in the park with the stone, and that Cujo Vian showed up. Quinn asked, who was the woman? Ival heaved a tired sigh. I don't know and doubt anyone else here will know her because she's human. What? The single word rang out around the veranda. Ival shook her head. I have no idea why she has it, but she is human. Was Vian alone? Lucian asked. No, but he was acting on his own. He stepped between the woman and another guy to protect her. So he wasn't trying to take the stone from her himself? Trey frowned, probably remembering the lonely warrior who had traveled forward 800 years to seek vengeance. Because of Trey's compassion for what the guy had lost, he'd allowed Vian to walk away free. Not right then, Ival clarified. Vian told her to drop the rock and run while he faced off with the other guy. Who was the other guy? Answering that was going to be tricky. Someone Vian knew, but no one I've met before. Storm had been leaning against a wood support column for the porch, arms crossed, staring at the floor. His head lifted just enough to draw Ival's attention, and his eyes told her he knew she'd just colored the truth. Was the other guy after the rock? Trey asked. Yes. Ival welcomed the question to avoid Storm's silent censure, but he wasn't Cujo. What kind of power did he have? Different than anything I've faced before. If she told the Beladors on the porch about Tristan, they would call up a league of Beladors to go after him, which was exactly what she believed the Maeve wanted, especially if it included Zader and Brina. Brina could find Tristan immediately, or so Tristan had said. Ival couldn't risk any of them walking into a trap. If she told Brina that Tristan was an alterant who had escaped his cage and that Brina should stay away from him, Brina would think Ival was protecting an alterant. She didn't know if anyone could really kill Brina, but she wasn't risking the future of the Beladors to find out. If she told Zader and Quinn that Tristan wanted to keep her, they wouldn't let her near Tristan. But Tristan had given Ival a chance to protect her tribe, and if that was her last option, she'd trade her life if that was the only way to save Zader and Quinn. She would not, however, give Tristan the rock under any circumstances. The team did need to know about the ghouls being altered. I think the guy I met in the park is changing Night Stalkers into crazed half-zombie-like things, Eval told the group. They can't hold their shape and they're aggressive. That's what stabbed me in the leg with a long fingernail. This strange guy has kinetics and can throw energy spikes like lightning bolts. Then he disappeared as though he teleported. He wields Noira magic? Adriana asked. Was he a witch? Eval thought back on what had happened. Not a witch, and I don't think he controls the magic. I had the feeling he was infected with the Noira magic and passed that infection along to the Night Stalkers when he shook with them. Zader raked his hand over his head and walked around a minute. A human female got the rock. How could that have happened? I don't know, but I don't think she realized what she had, Eval told the group. When the other guy attacked Vian, I stepped in as Vian went down. I put up a shield for the woman and told her to drop the rock and run. She was rattled to the point I don't think she knew what she was doing and said she just wanted to go home. Poof, she disappeared with Vian. In his usual precise manner, Quinn summed up everything. A human has the Nayak stone. There's an unknown player in the mix, and the Cujo warrior Vian is with the woman who has the stone. I suppose it could be worse, but I don't know how. Eval really hated to be the bearer of sucky news. Here's how. My Night Stalker told me there's an ancient synergy in the city, and during our brief conversation, I confirmed the strange guy I fought in the park is working with the Cujo. Someone has brought more Cujo warriors forward in time. Vian isn't working alone, but I had the feeling he was in conflict with his warlord. We'll be ready for them this time, Trey said. Eval raised her hand. Wait. This guy was arrogant and bragging about how the Maeve had a plan for taking down the Beladors. From what I could figure out, the Maeve are setting a trap and not preparing for a battle. If what he said was true, they're planning genocide of Beladors. We have to find out first what they're up to so Beladors don't rush into a slaughter. That makes sense, Quinn said. Looks like we're still back to finding that rock, which might answer those questions. Shiva will give advice when he deems it necessary. But we can't call him or Maka into this until the Cujo instigate a conflict. The strange guy said the Cujo would not instigate a conflict, Eval followed up. I don't know what they have in mind, but this guy was confident about whatever the Maeve were cooking up to use against the Beladors. They want us to show up en masse. Storm watched her every time she spoke, and his eyes narrowed when she stepped all over the truth. Too bad. She had the Belador's safety at heart. Zader swung around and addressed everyone. Lucien and Adriana, search for whoever is opening that portal for Cujo. Storm and Eval will start shaking down Night Stalkers to see if any of them have a lead on a human female with a sentient power source. Also, you two find out how many Night Stalkers are missing that might have been changed by the Cujo or this guy Eval fought. If the Night Stalkers are being changed, the ones still here might lead us to this guy and the Cujo. Adriana released a sigh that drew everyone's attention. Where's Casper? Zader addressed everyone again. He's shaking down the trolls to find out if any of them know of a new powerful female in the city. Quinn and I will continue to track the Noira magic and see if we can find the Maeve source. Trey, you still on baby watch? Trey nodded. Sasha's doing good, but the baby is due any day now, and I don't want to leave her or Rowan alone if the Cujo are here in force, especially if there's a chance they brought Ekbar with them. Who's Ekbar? Adriana asked. The Cujo magician. Trey's thick chest bunched when he crossed his arms. He used dreams to possess Rowan 2 years ago. I don't think he can do it again, but I'm not taking that risk with her life, my wife's, or my baby's. Zader nodded and told the team, keep reporting to Trey. He can alert the team if the situation changes. Let's head out. Ival tested her leg, walking to the steps. All systems were a go. She'd made it to the sidewalk along the street when Storm fell into step beside her. He didn't say a word until they were out of sight and earshot of the house. "Why aren't you telling the team everything?" he asked. "The same reason I'm not answering your question." She kept walking, not looking at him. "The less you all know, the safer you'll be." He put his hand on her arm, but she didn't snarl at him this time. Why was it when he touched her she felt her insides go soft and gooey? "Don't push me, Storm." "Would it be so awful to ask for my help?" She considered her answer as she listened to the sounds of Atlanta. Asking for help can sometimes be dangerous. "I will not hurt you. I will not let you." He breathed quietly for a moment, a quiet gathering of his thoughts. "If you won't ask for help for yourself, then think about the team and this rock we're after. We have to find it." Ival turned to him. "I am thinking of the team and that rock. Can you follow someone who has been teleported?" "No." "Did you sense a trail of any kind when you found me? Like Tristan's?" "Only to the street, and it disappeared." "Then I don't think there's anything you can do that is more than we're already doing." She didn't snap at him because she sensed his sincerity. "Tell me who the other guy was that you stopped from killing Vian." She didn't reply. "I think you're afraid to tell me because you believe it's going to change your status with the tribunal, but you're wrong. I'm not handing you over to Sen or them." He was telling the truth. She sensed how important it was to him for her to believe that he meant her no harm. Her empathic ability reared its head at the strangest times. He'd been there for her tonight and hadn't hesitated to stand up for her with Zader. Would it cost her anything to give him an inch? She lifted her hand but stopped short of touching his cheek. Maybe it was that same maturing, empathic ability that was stir-frying her hormones. "I believe you, but I still can't tell you any more." "You better be worth all the trouble I see ahead of me." He snagged her hand before she dropped it to her side, then kissed her scraped knuckles. The touch of his lips stroked her heart rhythm into a gallop. She didn't want that hand back when touching him filled her with an unfamiliar happiness. But he released her, so she folded her arms over her chest. He kept nipping at her personal space, but he wasn't a lecherous doctor. She'd try to remember that. "Where are you going now?" he asked. "To get my bike, swing by the morgue to see if the body came back on its own, because we might be able to use that to track the Noira magic, and I intend to hunt down some Night Stalkers. One in particular." "Then let's get moving." She kept pace with him all the way back to her motorcycle. He wasn't happy when she said she needed to work Night Stalkers on her own, but he didn't fight her and agreed his time was better spent seeing if he could pick up any trails. She agreed to meet him at the same entrance to the park at dusk, then hopped on her bike and cruised toward the interstate with a few hours left until daylight. The morgue was in chaos. A gang fight had ended with 4 stiffs, and 2 more arrived from a tractor-trailer pileup. No mangled female body had been returned. Ival slipped out before anyone could yank her into service. After taking the Edgewood exit off the downtown interstate connector, she rode past Grady Hospital and parked in her usual place on a side street. She'd dumped her helmet and was putting on her sunshades when 6 men in black fatigues and all wearing night vision binoculars emerged from the shadows with weapons trained on her. Now what? When they had her surrounded, the largest one said with a southern drawl, "You're to come with us, ma'am." "Ma'am? Who the hell are you?" She had a suspicion. "I'm Laredo Jones. My boss wants to talk to you." "Is this where I get to phone a friend?" She made a subtle move with her feet into a fighting position. Must not have been that subtle because the leader's gaze dipped to her feet, then rose back to her face unconcerned. She couldn't use her powers against a human, and he was the size of Texas. She thought about calling Zader, but he couldn't get here fast enough if she did, and she wasn't sure what these weapons would do to Zader or Quinn. Her gaze stopped on one weapon to read the word engraved on the side. Night. Isaac was kidnapping her. 29. Shh, Brutus, Lorette whispered when she tiptoed down her hallway to take a look in on the sleeping man in the living room. The nightlight she'd left on gave the room a pink glow, pushing the early morning dark away from his angular face. Holding the stone in her hand, she could read the mantel clock that had belonged to her granddad. Not quite 3 a.m. yet. Vian was still there and more dangerous looking than earlier, with his beard now starting to grow in. The pink cast was strangely beautiful on his Mediterranean dark skin, which she wouldn't have been able to see if not for this magical rock she clutched in her fingers. The Sunday she'd found it seemed a long time ago, but today was only Tuesday. 2 days of having her vision back, but now she had this man who actually knew about the rock. And he'd stepped in front of her to protect her from that lightning bolt throwing guy. Why would he risk his life for her like that? Being the brave dog he was, Brutus patted his way over to the inert man, circling him to sniff at his shoulder. She squatted down and waved her hand to call Brutus back to her, but he had selective eyesight and ignored her. When she hissed at him to come back, the man's eyes opened and he turned his head to face her. Dear Lord, he had 2 pupils in each eye. Breathing became impossible. She should have stayed in her room with the chair jammed under the knob. Hello. His dry voice had a funny accent. She'd noticed something Middle Eastern sounding in the park, but now she also picked up warm and friendly. She tried out her voice. Hello. Brutus had laid down next to the man's side and was currently getting his back rubbed. The man continued to stare at her until she felt pressed to say something. Who are you? I am Vian of the Cujo. Watching him for any signs of aggression, she asked, How'd you end up here? His eyes smiled, as if he'd been asked an easy question she should have been able to answer. You brought me here. No, I didn't. The stone you hold brought me here with you then. That could have been the case. She'd been standing in Piedmont Park with this guy lying across Brutus's leash, which she'd been holding when she'd said she wanted to come home. Everything had blurred. She'd felt as though something had been sucking her down a wind tunnel, then all motion had stopped, and she was sitting here with Brutus and this guy. With an injured Vian, she brushed her tongue over her parched lips. Who was the guy that hurt you? His name is Tristan. Why were you fighting him? He wants the rock you have and will harm you to get it. The thumping in her chest should be loud enough to wake the neighbors. She'd been searching the creek in the park to see if she could find any more glowing rocks when she'd encountered Vian, Tristan, and a strange woman, none of whom seemed to be friends. Why does he want this rock? You know the answer to that. Okay, she did realize that anyone would want a magical rock, but she wasn't giving it up and losing her vision. She was happy to have someone she could talk to about this rock. What does he plan to use the rock for? For evil reasons that you may not believe. She made a rude sound from deep in her throat. If this had been 2 days ago, I might agree, but I'm holding a rock that gives me perfect vision and transported me home. This was after you pulled a sword on that Tristan guy, who had the power to throw lightning bolts at you. And a woman stepped in to stop him with some invisible power that made a force field of some sort. And your eyes aren't exactly normal. What makes you think I won't believe anything? You have to tell me. He laughed, and the room filled with the pleasure of his happiness. You are correct. I had not considered your experience with the Nayak stone. Nayak stone? Yes, the Nayak stone. He studied her eyes. So you are blind? She flushed with self-conscious embarrassment. Not yet, but I'm losing my eyesight. You must find another way to regain your sight. This stone is dangerous to keep. I will protect you as long as I can, but that time is limited and I will soon be outnumbered. How many more people like Vian were floating around Atlanta? She should have realized finding a magic stone would come with fine print. Standing up, she made a decision. I guess you're not going to rape and murder me if you haven't yet. She almost laughed at the horrified look on his face until his expression changed to anger. I have never harmed a woman and never forced myself on one. I didn't mean to insult you. She lost her smile. I was just thinking out loud. It's not smart for single women to bring strange men home. His brow crinkled with thought. I sometimes do not understand your language. You were joking, correct? Yes, I was joking. As long as you really aren't here to harm me, I will not harm you. The sincerity in his words touched her. He'd protected her earlier, and Brutus liked him. She ran out of ways to judge his character at that. If we're going to talk, I'd like a cup of tea. Want some? I don't have anything stronger like alcohol. Tea would be good, but I must find a place to wash my face first. Oh, yes. She pointed down the hall. Last door on the right. He pushed up to his elbows and gritted his teeth. His nice skin tone turned ashen. She hurried over to help him before common sense jumped up to warn her about getting too close to the guy. Take it easy. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a car or I'd take you to the hospital. No doctors or buildings. I will heal fine. He gained his feet, stood for a moment getting his balance, then took slow steps down the hallway. The worn jeans fit his body nicely. It had been a long time since she'd noticed any man. Chuck the thief hadn't interested her in a romantic way at all, but any woman would notice this Vian in a crowd of men, especially bare-chested. Much as she hated to cover up that gorgeous body, she told him to wait a minute, then ran to find one of her granddad's old t-shirts. Here you go. Thank you for your kindness. He accepted the simple gift as if she'd handed him something of great value. Then he gifted her right back with a smile that would forever be framed in her mind. Now, if she could just get her heart to stop beating as if she were still in her teens. When the bathroom door clicked shut, she hurried to the kitchen to make tea. The pot of water was whistling by the time he stepped into the kitchen and dropped into one of 4 scarred chairs sitting around a small table. She'd planned to do more with this house when she'd moved in a few years ago, once she started growing her art sales. The house wasn't much to look at right now, but it had potential. True potential if the rock allowed her to continue painting her giant pots and marketing them on her own. Since finding the rock, she'd been painting the last few pieces of pottery she had ready, but she needed to make more and needed 2 hands to handle the giant pots. Today's project was supposed to be figuring out how to do that while holding the rock, not entertaining a man with magical power. But he'd put his life on the line for her, and he was still trying to protect her. She stepped over to the table and leaned down to pour tea in the cup next to him. He smelled of the outdoors, as though he slept under the stars at night. He waited quietly while she placed a dish of oatmeal cookies on the table. What did you feed men who fought lightning bolts with a sword? Want anything in your tea? No. You have a fine home. She looked around to see if she'd missed something about her home, then sat down. Maybe he saw the same potential. Thank you. Now, explain to me about Tristan, his evil reasons for this Nalyak stone, and how you fit into all this. Maybe I need to tell the police. The twinkle returned to his eyes. Your police can do nothing to help you. She had been afraid of that, but she sipped her tea so he could continue. Perhaps the best way to explain is to tell you where I come from. I didn't think you were from here, but we do have a large ethnic community, so I wasn't sure. I am from Tibet. I figured Middle Eastern, she said, having no clue where Tibet was. I don't know of this Middle Eastern, but did you figure that I came from 800 years ago? She put her tea down. Her head spun, so she grabbed the table. Are you sick? Not yet, but that's probably coming next. 800 years? As in you came forward in time? Sort of. I have been living in immortal existence beneath Mount Meru for all these years. She thought she was ready to accept anything this man said, but he'd lived under a mountain for 800 years? How had he ended up here? Did Tristan come from the same place? Vian's face tightened with a scowl. No, that dog is of this era. How do you two know each other? My warlord escaped Mount Meru 2 days ago with 8 more soldiers. Then we went to South America to free Tristan from a spellbound cage. She swallowed, trying to keep up with the story he was sharing and ask the right questions. Why was he in a cage? Because he changes into a beast that kills humans. The tea churned in her stomach. Why did you free something like him? Because my warlord believes Tristan can get the Nayak stone we need to send our tribe back 800 years to live in our time again. Why did you come forward in time if you want to go back? Vian smiled. It does sound strange. I will explain. Our entire tribe was cursed to live beneath Mount Meru as immortals 800 years ago after battling with the Beladors. We want to go to our homelands and live as natural men again, and the Nayak stone is our only hope. Beladors? What are those? That woman tonight is one. They are our enemy. In my time, the Beladors murdered our families. We have been forbidden to battle them by our god Shiva, or we'll be further cursed. Okay, wait. She rubbed her temple to ward off the headache building. You and your warlord and some of his men came to my time to find this rock, but you need Tristan to get the rock that he'll use to send your people back in time. Is that correct? Yes. But the Beladors are here, and they're your enemy, but you can't fight with them, but Tristan can? Are the Beladors in this era evil people? Vian broke his eye contact, letting his gaze sweep the room before coming back to her face. They are my enemy. She let that go to focus on the question that mattered most. How does Tristan plan to get this rock? You could give it to him. I hear an or at the end of that. He can kill you and take it. Fine print warnings had never been that dire in the past. What was she going to do? Then it hit her. What if I send your tribe back 800 years? I don't think you possess the power to control the rock at this point, if you couldn't send me away earlier. He smiled. You heard that? His smile widened, so sexy it turned her mind to mush. She'd be fanning herself soon if he kept that up. Sorry, but I didn't know what to do with you. Vian's worried eyes met hers. Tristan is not the greatest danger for you. You don't think getting killed by something that changes into a beast is bad enough? You have until sunrise tomorrow morning to give up the stone, or it will bond with you permanently as its master. That doesn't sound so bad. Maybe I want to be the stone's master. It is not so easy as it seems. This stone is as old as the earth itself. It has passed through the hands of many masters, all of whom are dead. The stone has always gone to a powerful being who could control the stone's powers. On Wednesday morning, when the sun touches the spot where you found the rock, energy will fill you. This stone chooses its own destiny and may have chosen you because you are human. This was as bad as listening to the evening news, full of death and disaster, except it would be her death and disaster. What do you mean? Why is being human not a good thing? Vian drew hard on a breath and took his time answering. If the stone's energy does not kill you when the power hits your body, the stone may take over your mind and turn you into its slave to commit whatever actions it decides. It could choose for you to do good in this world or to destroy everything and everyone in sight. She released the stone she'd been clutching inside her pants pocket and suffered the loss of vision. Live in a world of darkness forever, or risk the future of humanity and her sanity? 30. The interior of the windowless panel truck bouncing over every bump on hard rear springs smelled of male perspiration and dedication. Yval doubted she could say a thing to Laredo Jones, the mountain-sized leader of these men, that would change their minds about delivering her to Isaac. And what about Isaac, since he didn't think her aura was human? She kept her clammy hands clasped in front of her to keep from fidgeting. She'd seen what his demon-killing mega blaster could do. Did these men have any idea she might be alterant? At least these guys hadn't stuck a sack over her head, but she had no idea where she was going. The truck stopped, then a groan of metal moving outside the van sounded next. That could be a garage-type metal door on a building, a really big one based on how long it was taking to open. When the noise ceased, the truck drove forward about 50 feet and parked. No one moved until the rear door opened. She waited for her cue to exit, then stepped out into a hangar that soared 3 stories high in the center. She hadn't heard airplanes on her way here, so this might or might not be at an airport. The drive had taken half an hour. That would make the time around 3 in the morning, but she wasn't lifting her watch into view to check. No sudden moves around men with mega weapons. Laredo angled his head away from her. "Follow me." She did as ordered, hiking through a building that could hold a 747, but all it contained right now was the panel van she'd arrived in, 2 dark green Hummers and a gold Dodge Ram 250 diesel pickup. At the far end of the structure, someone had built offices. Laredo opened a door and stepped aside, leaving her with simple instructions. "Continue down that hallway to the door at the end, ma'am." She doubted escape would be realistic at this point, and the door was only 3 long strides away. She reached it and closed her fingers around the doorknob, pushing it open, when her sense of smell said, lasagna. Well, at least Rambo liked Italian. On the other side of the door was a large office space. Over to her left, a table had been set up with 2 place settings and chairs. She walked further inside until she saw a sideboard with food lined up. Isaac stood in front of the sideboard, preparing 2 plates. "Can't believe what it takes to eat a meal with you." She sorted through her reactions, from trepidation to anger to annoyance to surprise, and settled on humor. She had, after all, stood him up twice, and he didn't seem ticked off with her or threatening, but he'd still snatched her off the street. "Kidnapping me at gunpoint puts me in such an entertaining mood. Got a movie for later?" He glanced her way, smiling at first, then did a double take, examining her from head to toe. His gaze turned murderous, and he headed for the door. "Jones is dead." Jones? She realized then that Isaac had assumed his man had been the culprit behind her beat-to-hell look. No. She pointed at herself. "He didn't do this." Isaac paused in mid-stride and turned to stop right in front of her. He touched her face with fingers so gentle it reminded her of the wind on her cheeks at night. "Did you wreck your bike?" "Of course not. She'd hurt someone for scratching her baby." Might say I had a bad day at the office." His eyes held 1,000 questions, none of which she could answer, especially with him standing so close and with his fingertips grazing her bruised cheek. His fingers slipped under her chin and lifted slightly. "You're not going to tell me who did this to you, are you?" "What would you do if I did?" "Far worse than what happened to that Bearn demon." He had to be the most charming kidnapper on earth. "No, I can't tell you. The smell of food is killing me. I'd like to wash up first. Bathroom's over there." He pointed to a door across the room. She backed away from his fingers and went into the bathroom, which was clean and basic. A huge mirror told her just how bad the past 24 hours had been if her exhausted eyes, bruised skin, and ratted-up hair were any indication. She scrubbed her face, arms, and exposed chest skin, removing the mud that had dried from being slammed into the ground by Tristan at the park. She braided her hair again. Not much she could do about her ragged shirt. Stepping back into the office dining room, she sucked in the aroma of warm lasagna again. She should refuse to eat, talk, or put up with being captured, but she hadn't eaten in so long she was getting shaky from low blood sugar. Don't drool. Music played softly in the background, just enough sound to soften the quiet edges of the room. "Nice digs. Been using Martha Stewart's Guide to Kidnapping?" The prick of smile at his lips was his only acknowledgement she'd spoken. Maybe she should button down on the sarcasm. Best not to wake the demon-killing side of him. "Wine?" Isaac set a plate at each end of the table. "Water, please." She was severely underdressed in her now filthy BDU shirt that had been new 20 years ago. The running top still gritty with mud, and jeans with a tear down one leg. Isaac's short-sleeved black dress shirt and clean black jeans fit him like a wicked whisper. She'd been right about his eyes, blue as the ocean and set in a face that hinted of Norwegian ancestors. That would explain the genetics for a body built like a tank. He was as drool-worthy as the meal. Those quick eyes that missed nothing met hers and saw the admiration she should have kept secret. How many kinds of a fool was she going to be around this guy? Get your head back into save butt gear. She shifted her attention to a safe topic. Smells delicious. The smile lifting one side of his mouth should have worried her instead of kicking up her heartbeat. Dig in. She lifted a fork to stab salad in the glass bowl sitting to the side of her plate. She should address standing him up the second time. "Couldn't help missing our meeting again." "Business, right?" "Yes, actually. How'd you find me?" She might have to continue meeting him if he fed her like this. "Remember, I have friends in low places." "So, what? You have a complete file downloaded on me?" "I have enough." He ate like a man should, no holding back, but she kept catching something in his movements that argued against his earthy personality. There. When he lifted the water goblet, it fit his hand, as if he was as accustomed to crystal glass as he was to eating MREs, meals ready to eat, in the field. "In that case, what's in my file?" She pushed another mouthful of Italian deliciousness into her mouth. "I know your name is E. Valerie Kincaid, but not what the E stands for." "Me either. If you find out, let me know." The aunt who'd raised her had never explained why Eval only had the initial E and not a first name. Would Isaac have found out who her father and mother were? Her aunt had never shared the name of either. She'd only told Eval that her mother was trash and her father didn't want her. "Why don't you know?" She shrugged. "I've always had just E, which is why my nickname became Eval. The woman who raised me called me E. Valerie for a while, then it morphed into E. Val. You happened to find out who my father was while you were at it?" His head canted to one side with an odd look of surprise on his face. No, the records only show the woman listed as your adoptive mother. So he didn't know the woman was her aunt? What else do you know about me? I know your aura is not human. She paused with a fork full of lasagna at her lips. Go on offense when you have no defense. That wasn't funny when you said it last night, and it's not funny now, Isaac. Isaac finished chewing and swallowing his last mouthful, then wiped his lips with the linen napkin. Humans have a pale aqua and sometimes pinkish aura. Yours is silver. She felt each heavy thump of her heart in the space between his last 3 words. She put her fork down and faced him, the muscles in her body tightening to face a possible threat, even though Isaac's tone had been one of curiosity more than challenge. What are you accusing me of being? Something like that Bearn demon? He finally looked into her eyes, or seemed to look right through her glasses. Then his gaze pulled back, studying her head and shoulders. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm curious to know why yours is different. How to answer that question? I don't know. I can't see auras. Are you sure about what you're seeing? Or had she misread his charm and he was toying with her? Yes, I'm good at reading auras. No one had told her she had a silver one, but she lived around non-humans all the time and couldn't see auras herself. Chances were they all had strange auras and thought nothing of hers. She had to either convince him she was not a threat or get the hell out of here quick. But she needed information he had on the Bearn demon and possibly anything else he knew. Asking for that right now would not curb his suspicions. She turned the topic back to him. I've always thought people like psychics saw auras. Are you psychic or something else? Something else. Human? Most definitely. She tapped her fingers on the table. This is pretty one-sided. You yank me in here like a captive and want me to answer questions, but you aren't sharing a thing. You want to know about me? Who are you? Where do you come from? Who do you work for? Where do you get that super blaster gun? How is it you're human and you can find non-humans? He drew in a deep breath and leaned back as he expelled it. He propped an elbow on the table and rested his chin on his bent fingers, thinking on something. I was raised in a military family, so I lived everywhere until I joined the Army. I left the Army last year. All my men are former military of some sort. They all work for Night, Inc. I can't discuss what we do, but we save lives that are threatened. I designed the weapon you saw the other night. And I guess you can say I have a natural gift for finding non-humans. Where was Storm when she needed the human lie detector? She pushed her plate away. I can't help but think you brought me here because you think I'm not human. He stood up and started clearing the dishes to the sideboard, then sat down across from her again. I haven't accused you of that. Just want to know a little more about you, like where you grew up. If he had her birth records, he had to know some basics, but how much of the records was fabricated if her aunt was listed as an adoptive parent? She wouldn't tell him anything he didn't already know. Since he was being reasonable and she still wanted information, she said, I grew up in a little town in western Indiana. There's no school listing for you anywhere. That's because I didn't go to school. Your name would show up somewhere, even being homeschooled. I wasn't homeschooled. That stumped him for a moment. She knew so little about where she came from, she'd like to see the file he had on her. But that wasn't her first concern right now. Why does my background matter to you? He sat down again, arm on the table, as relaxed as a tiger that could pounce at any moment. I'll be honest with you. You were on site with that Bearn demon. There have been 2 more demons in the city besides that one. I'm following every lead on anything unusual. You're unusual. Unusual? In what way? No one sees you during the day. Who do you mean when you say no one? Lifting his hands, he counted off fingers. The morgue where you work has you listed as nights only, no exceptions. Your bike is only on traffic cameras at night. She caught his look of, need I go on? What exactly do you think that makes me? I'd say a vampire if not for your aura. The dead do not have auras. He'd said that in a joking manner, but she didn't think this man joked about things like that. If she didn't give him a reason he could accept for her nocturnal behavior, he was going to become a problem for her. I was born with a rare skin disease. Vitamin D is poison to my body. It's as simple as that. What about the silver aura? I don't have an answer for you. What else have you encountered that has a silver aura? Nothing. How the freaking Luya. She allowed the trapped air to escape from her lungs, but held her unconcerned facade. Maybe the strange aura is just part of the whole allergy to the sun thing. Maybe. He wasn't letting this go, not inside that iron-tight mind of his. She smiled in spite of her apprehension and said, in a light-hearted tone, You going to arrest me over suspicion of being unusual? I don't arrest anything. This conversation had taken a serious turn. That's right, you shoot to kill and send your goon squad as limo drivers. Sometimes attitude was the best weapon handy. She stood up. Dinner was wonderful. I really appreciate it, and the curb service. I still have a question. I still have a busy schedule. Save it for our next clandestine dinner. How long have you been talking to Night Stalkers? None of them ever see you during the day either. Crud. If she walked out now, he'd take that as fear, and that wasn't happening. She sat down. I already told you why I don't go out in daylight. What do you want, Isaac? The truth. That wasn't going to happen. Zader had warned her that Isaac was after alterants and to stay away. Coming here hadn't been her idea. What truth could she give Isaac that might end his suspicions and open the door to finding out about his intel? One more time. The truth is that I was born with a severe reaction to the sun. It will kill me. I'm not a demon or a monster. Most days. My parents were human. My mother died in childbirth. The woman who raised me was an aunt. If your definition of being raised is being kept in a basement 24/7 for 18 years, where I got fed every day. He frowned at that but didn't interrupt her. She did teach me to read, write, and speak so that I wouldn't require as much care. She hated my mother and told me my father didn't want some freak for a child. I do see spirits and can sometimes talk to them. I work at the morgue and do not harm humans, animals, or aliens who don't harm me. What else? Would you remove your glasses? If he knew what alternate eyes looked like, which he probably did, since he'd killed one, seeing her pale green eyes would end all bluffing. She'd been put on display and turned on a pedestal to be observed from all directions since escaping her aunt. He could kill her if he wanted, but she would not sit here and grovel. You've reduced me to a specimen under a microscope, and now you want me to risk my vision just to appease your curiosity. I've answered your questions and met my commitment for a meal. What's it going to be, Isaac? You going to blow me to pieces to protect the world from a freak of nature, or let me go? When he didn't answer, she rose and stepped away from the table, heading for the door. I'm leaving unless you shoot me. The rustle of clothes reached her ears before his voice did. Wait, Eval. And his voice sounded different, huskier. Pausing a step from the door, she turned around to find Isaac close. Very close. She could smell his freshly showered body. She expected to see the steely look of a man bent on protecting the world from monsters like her. But when she raised her face to his, she was surprised to see the discomfort in his gaze. Standing close in this low light, he could see the shape and movement of her eyes through the protective glasses, but not the color. He lifted his hand slowly, as though being very careful not to make the wrong move. "Don't touch my glasses." Her heart thumped wildly. One of his fingers touched her cheek, then lifted a tiny strand of hair off her face. "I have a responsibility to protect humans every minute of every day, but I don't think you're a demon or a monster. I do think you're unusual, one of the most unusual women I've ever met." He leaned forward and kissed her forehead, then her cheek. She couldn't have moved if the building had been on fire. Cupping her face with his massive hand, he leaned down and kissed her. Her heart raced out of control the longer his lips worked magic over hers. He had a persuasive mouth that convinced hers to kiss him back. He tasted like the last sip of wine he'd had. When he ended the kiss, she had her hand on his wrist, holding on for support. What had she been thinking to kiss him? She let go of his wrist, dropping her hand to her side. She hadn't been thinking. Her empathic side had been opening the door to emotions she'd never allowed to surface before. This was dangerous. First Storm, who was just as spectacular at kissing, and now Isaac. He ran a finger along her neck. "You're different and beautiful." If she hadn't truly believed he was human, she'd have thought he was spinning a spell right now. Was she putting out pheromones to men these days? Did alterant pheromones work on humans? Or was she dealing with a hormone overload to feel a sizzle from standing this close to a man who'd threatened her entire world just a minute ago? Had to be her empathic sense maturing. She needed to get that under control. He gave her a long gaze. "I want to see you again." When she was nervous, her sarcastic side came out. "You made that pretty clear by snatching me off the sidewalk. Do you grab all your dates that way?" "Haven't actually dated in a long time. I knew you were too tough to be afraid, so I was hoping you'd go along with Jones out of curiosity." His admission about no dating surprised her. She had to admit he'd pegged her right on being curious, but she had to find the Nayak stone, and she might disappear any day if things didn't go well with the tribunal. "I'll be honest with you, Isaac. I've got a lot of things on my plate right now and some difficult people on my back. I may have to go away for a while, and I'm telling you this right up front so you don't think I'm avoiding you if that happens." Worry stirred through his strong face. "I can help you with difficult people." "I doubt it." His lips curved in a smile that countered her words. "I don't just hunt demons, sweetheart. I'm good at making people disappear. Someone bothers you, just let me know." She wasn't sure if it was the endearment or the vow to protect her that ramped up his charm factor, but her heart tingled over his concern. "I'll keep that in mind." And she would. But right now, her best plan of action was to see if he'd share information on the Bearn and get out of here while she still had her glasses on and Isaac thought she was just another anomaly of nature. "If we're good, I'd love to know more about that Bearn you smoked the other night." "Maybe next time. Much as I'd like to keep you here longer, you need to get to your bike before daylight, and I've got to find a Night Stalker and get some answers." If Isaac was human, then he couldn't cut a deal with a Night Stalker for a handshake, which meant he shouldn't be able to get any solid intel. She laughed to sell her next words. "You make it sound like Night Stalkers are informants." "They are if they shake hands with someone who has power." She reassessed Isaac. "You said you were human." "I am, but I have resources." "Oh, crap. I'd be careful doing that if I were you. Most of the Night Stalkers are a half bubble off to begin with." "Not the one I'm looking for." "Who's that?" "He's called Grady. I'm on my way to find him and get some answers." She fought to keep her shoulders relaxed. Grady wouldn't tell Isaac a thing about her, right? But then it hit her that Grady needed an hour of human form Wednesday night for something. Would he trade her for that? 31. Ival rode silently in the panel van with 4 night raiders and considered the clear skies growing lighter each minute as they reached downtown Atlanta. She had less than an hour until daylight only because she'd convinced Isaac that night stalkers found her on occasion, not the other way around. And he hadn't wanted her exposed to the sun. He'd been very accommodating after that kiss. She couldn't think about that right now, with a bigger worry looming. Grady. She had to find that old ghoul and make sure he didn't talk to Isaac. How was she going to do that and not agree to give Grady the hour he wanted tomorrow night? Just once, she'd like a simple problem to solve. The van parked next to where they'd picked her up. Wet heat slapped her skin with the unwelcome rise in temperature after her chilly air-conditioned ride. "Need anything before we depart?" Laredo said. "Sure. How about one of those demon blasters?" She gave her GSXR a quick once-over just to appease him, but she'd have known immediately if anyone had touched her bike. Isaac's man didn't crack a smile. Save her from men with no sense of humor. "You're free to return to Yoda." He climbed into the van, which rolled away. Isaac hadn't asked to see her eyes again, but he would eventually press that issue. If she ran out of time with the tribunal, would he still offer to help her if he found out she was an alterant? Or just rid the world of one more threat? Lot of ifs, and little time to spend on any of them. Grady should have intel by now, but after an hour of stalking the old ghoul, she had a sick feeling something was very wrong. Where was he? That hour he wanted on Wednesday night played loud in her mind. What was he willing to do to get that? She'd have to head home soon or dig out her protective gear and ignore the heat already climbing into the 90s. Night stalkers normally gathered within minutes of someone with supernatural abilities stood in one spot and radiated a power field. She'd been doing that for the past hour. One wispy figure finally showed up, when Ival would normally be engulfed in a crowd of them when Grady wasn't around. With no other offers, Ival cut a quick deal and traded a handshake with a scraggly woman who had to be in her 80s. She got right to the point. "Where are the other night stalkers?" The old woman lifted a hand with paper-thin skin that showed every vein and used her scrawny fingers to brush at the delicate white hair tufted over her head. "They took the others." "Who took the others and when?" "Cujo. They didn't act normal. Offered night stalkers a trade to stay in this form for more than 10 minutes. She sniffed when a tear streaked along her wrinkled face. "What's wrong?" Ival put her arm around the woman. She would hunt down Tristan and make his bunch very sorry if they had hurt this woman when they'd been here. "I was too slow," she mumbled again. "They swore we could stay this way. Human. Forever." Ival hated having to douse the hope in the old woman's voice, but she had to stop night stalkers from going with the Cujo. It's a lie. The Cujo are turning night stalkers into something that can't hold a human form or a ghost form. Something evil. Pass the word around to hide from them. Tears drizzled down the old woman's face and dripped off her chin at the stark disappointment in losing the glimmer of hope that she could return to her prior life. Ival felt as though she'd taken a crayon from a child, but she wouldn't let the Cujo trick any more of those poor souls. Grady was a wily old guy who understood evil. Maybe he hadn't shown up here because he was hiding from the bad guys. Maybe she'd convince herself that was the case in another lifetime, when in truth she had a sick feeling he'd been caught by Tristan and the Cujo. Daylight had pressed in close by the time Ival made sure the old woman was safely back in her night stalker form, and Ival reached her underground garage. She struggled to stay awake all the way to her apartment. Phoenix thumped down the hallway, running to meet her. But he stopped short of flying at her. He must have seen the desolation in her eyes that soaked through her bones. She forced a smile to her lips and made it real for him. "Hi, baby." Clapping the sides of his body with his fat little hands, he waddled to her, grunting undecipherable words, then hugged her leg. She patted his head. "Let me get a shower and type a letter, then we'll play, okay?" He danced around, chirping with happy sounds, before he landed on his beanbag, where he normally waited for her. After a quick run through the shower, she pulled on a t-shirt and underwear, then plopped down on the bed with her laptop. Ignoring the possibility of being locked away by the tribunal as a worst-case scenario, or having to ask Isaac to help her disappear as best-case scenario would be foolish. She opened a blank document and typed, "To Zader and Quinn, if I lose my case with the tribunal and don't return." Thumping and grunting noises reached her before Phoenix showed up at her bedroom door. He was dragging his stuffed alligator in a pair of her dark sunshades. She had 5 pairs besides the one she was wearing. He flapped his wings and flew to her bed, landing softly beside her. When he tucked his wings, she lifted her arms so he could crawl up against her. He put on the dark sunshades and settled against her chest with his alligator tucked under one arm. She hugged him, her heart aching over the impossible thought of leaving Phoenix, her apartment, Zader, Quinn, and the rest of the team who had stood by her tonight. And there was Storm, who knew she was an alterant and had no issues with that. She was beginning to think he might actually be telling her the truth about not helping Sen put her away. But he couldn't prevent Sen from carrying out a tribunal decision. Using one hand to type so she didn't have to give up any chance to hold Phoenix, she pecked away. The pain of losing this little guy cramped her lungs when she tried to breathe, but she would make sure he was never left to depend on the world's mercy like she had been. There was no mercy in this world for misfits. Tristan had called that one right. When she finished typing the letter, she attached it to an email set to send to Zader and Quinn on Thursday by noon. If the tribunal locked her up, the email would ensure Phoenix's future was secure, but her baby would be lost without her. People liked dogs and cats, not something that ate lug nuts and breathed fire. Only Zader and Quinn would protect him. He stopped muttering words and sounds when she closed her laptop. She should tell him she might not return, but she couldn't do it yet. "Let's go see what's in the kitchen utensil drawer for you." Phoenix turned and hugged her with one arm. "Mine." She swallowed against the lump in her throat and hugged him back. "You're mine too, baby. For now." There had to be something she could do, but what? The only Night Stalkers left in the city had no intel on the Cujo. The human woman with the rock couldn't be tracked after teleporting. Vian clearly did not like Tristan, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to hand the woman and the rock over to the Cujo. Sitting here with time disintegrating was driving her nuts. She had to do something. She scrolled through emails while she groused mentally and stopped at one from Nicole with a subject line of important. It read, "Must see you soon, even daytime." Eval lifted her phone and dialed Nicole, who answered on one ring. "Hi, Nick. Where have you been?" "Butt deep in alligators. What's up?" Eval shushed Phoenix, whose eyes lit up with excitement when he realized she was talking to Nicole. "You're in deep trouble." "Tell me something I don't know, Nick." "Come over and I will. Not on the phone. Sorry, but I don't trust it with the work you do and what I want to tell you." Nick had a point. No telling what Isaac could tap if he found her number. But going to see her friend now meant putting on gear to ride in the heat, and she had no time tonight. Ugh. "Can you give me a hint? You looking for a stone?" "Oh, shit. The heat be damned. I'm heading your way." "Ride." Phoenix pushed away and stood up on the bed, bouncing as she ended the call. "Go ride! Go ride!" She'd taken him for a late-night ride on the bike once and he'd loved it, especially when she'd stopped by Nicole's to show Phoenix to her. He loved Nick. Nicole had never driven a vehicle, and she required someone to drive her wheelchair-accessible van when she did travel. For her, Aval would make the ride in daytime, and to get a hand up on finding the stone. If traffic worked in her favor, she could make Avondale in 15 minutes. Riding alone would be quicker, but she had little time left with Phoenix if she lost her bid with the tribunal. Come on, baby. Let's get you dressed and go for a ride. Phoenix tossed his alligator up in the air and caught it, stomping back and forth on the bed. Go ride, damn it! We're going to have to work on your vocabulary, she told him on the way to finding his t-shirt. You'll need those sunshades, too. We'll be in midday sun. But she was wrong. By the time she'd covered herself in a custom lightweight arrow-stitch riding suit she'd just received in the mail and wheeled her bike out of the elevator car, the skies were overcast, with temperatures in the 80s. Not ideal, but a welcome break. Putting the side stand down, she turned to Phoenix, who hopped out of the elevator and landed next to her. Don't forget, you're a robot today, she told him. Phoenix immediately straightened up and pretended to move his hands and feet like a robot while he walked around in a circle. You're good. She put goggles on him to cover his eyes that glowed sometimes, and gloves to keep him from using his power inadvertently. Then she lifted him up to the back of her bike seat. He gripped a looped strap on each side that gave him the look of a stuffed animal attached to the chassis. The black t-shirt Nicole had given her for Phoenix raised a smile to Aval's lips. Just above his potbelly, it read, Evil 2. Nicole's idea of the perfect match for Aval's vanity motorcycle tag, which read, Evil 1. Go fast, damn it. Phoenix kept staring straight off the rear of the bike, but his mouth curved up. Will you stop saying damn it if I get you a bucket of lug nuts? Yes. What if bucket? Never mind. Her gear was lightweight but hot, standing still with no air moving. Sit up straight and don't talk to anyone. Got it? He looked at her and pointed at his mouth, as in, you told me not to talk. She smiled. He had her there. Climbing on, she cranked the engine and kinetically closed the elevator door. The ride to Avondale, which was east of downtown Atlanta, took a few minutes longer than expected. A good little backseat rider, Phoenix leaned with her through the curves and made a high-pitched whistling sound when she revved the RPMs. Nicole lived in a remodeled warehouse near Main Street, not because living in a loft apartment was the style for a woman in her late 20s, but because she liked the sense of community she found here. Aval used the security code to enter and parked in the secured garage beneath the 4-story building. Phoenix hopped down and hurried over to the elevator, where he flapped his wings to reach the button. Phoenix! Robot, remember? Sorry. He dropped back down to the concrete and did his robotic circle walk. Aval reached the elevator as the door opened and 2 women walked out. They took one look at Phoenix and stopped. Aval lifted her key ring, which had a small black box on it, and pointed the box at Phoenix. Walk into the elevator. He did a perfect imitation of a robotic gargoyle. The women laughed and oohed over him. Bless Phoenix, because he managed not to smile when she could see how much he wanted to. Thankfully, the 4th-floor hallway was vacant of humans. Nicole's door opened before she knocked on it. Beautiful. That word always jumped into Aval's mind when she saw Nicole, with her caramel brown hair that flowed and curled around her brown sugar shoulders. But the woman wasn't the least bit vain. She wore a flowing, sleeveless house dress that hid the crippled legs she'd been born with, and she leaned heavily on her rosewood cane. I've been waiting for you. Nicole inched forward to give a hug she knew Aval didn't allow easily. When Nicole hobbled backward and opened the door wider, she saw Aval wasn't alone. Hello, Phoenix. Oh, you're wearing the shirt I gave you. Bouncing into the apartment, Phoenix took Nicole's exclamation as a cue to be himself again. He stomped from foot to foot and pointed at his shirt. Like it, damn it. Nicole gave Aval a sharp look at the curse word. Don't ask. It was an accident, and I haven't been able to fix it, Aval told Phoenix. Damn it is not a good word, so don't use it, okay? Where's my bucket? What? That's another conversation. What's up? You're in a lot of trouble. I don't need a witch with psychic ability to tell me that. I could have used my magic 8-ball. You need someone to clue you in on how bad it is. Nicole lifted her hands and murmured words. Then the room fell dark as night. Get out of that gear and start catching me up on the details while I fix our tea. Nicole produced several colorful twirling toys that floated across the room. Phoenix took up the chase, flying after them through the 1,100-square-foot apartment while Aval gave her the rundown. Zader and Quinn had warned Aval about discussing Belador or Viper business with anyone outside the tribe and agency, respectively. But Nicole knew both groups existed and, at times, details that surprised Aval. She'd met Nicole while patrolling Avondale for South End Warlocks her first week in Atlanta. Warlocks were male witches who walked on the dark side of life, and the trio terrorizing Avondale had been especially dangerous. When Aval had found the 3 supernatural goons, she'd thought Nicole was a lone wheelchair-bound woman in danger of being hurt. But Nicole had intentionally drawn the boys into a dead-end driveway at the rear of a shopping center after midnight. She'd revealed herself as a witch, then used her rare gift to show them what their future held, where they would end up enslaved to a more powerful warlock with twisted sexual cravings. Nicole had done more in 60 seconds than anyone had accomplished with the 3 boys in their entire lives. She'd given them a choice of going to a halfway coven house for rehabilitation or facing worse judgment by their peers for crimes committed against humans. They'd made the smart choice. When Nicole realized Aval had witnessed the exchange, she'd warded Aval against being seen by the warlocks when they'd walked away from the alley, protecting her from any repercussion down the road in case the rehab didn't work. Aval had never had a stranger act so selflessly on her behalf except for Zader and Quinn. Nicole was a rare witch, not because she was psychic. Psi ability wasn't uncommon in witches, but Nicole could speak to spirits from the future and sometimes give that future a corporeal form. That might sound like a handy ability to have, except that opening up a channel for a spirit from the future also opened a pathway for that spirit to travel to the present day. With no way of knowing if the spirit was evil or not, Nicole risked being attacked or unleashing the spirit on someone she cared about. And when Nicole's spirit traveled forward to search for answers, she risked being trapped in the pathway, which would leave her body an empty host. But right now she was seated on a cozy chair in autumn colors across from where Aval perched on a sofa. Nicole put her tea down on the glass-end table at her left and clasped her hands in her lap while Aval gave her a rundown on what had happened so far. Nicole sighed quietly. That explains some of my visions. You know of the ancient tribe who hunts the Nalyak stone, of the male being who is helping that tribe, and about the human female whose life dangles in the midst of it all because she found the stone. But do you know why the female will not give up the stone? She thinks it's like a genie's lamp that will grant her wishes. That would have been my first guess, but when I asked the spirits for help, all I got was that her world is a blur of fear. Fear of what? Is someone hurting her? Nicole frowned with deep thought. Not yet. I think the blurry part is important, but I don't know what it means. Do you know anything about this woman? I saw her. Really? Did you talk to her? No, I was too busy fighting off the guy helping the Cujo. Aval rubbed her forehead, pushing back the ache from lack of sleep. All I know is she's clueless about all this. What about the blurry part? Nicole pressed. Aval ran back through last night in her mind, until she hit on how the woman had been out in the dark with no flashlight and had felt with her hands at one point for her dog. But her eyes had been sharp and clear when she'd held the stone. She might be blind. Ah, I hadn't considered that, since the woman was seeing something. It's wrong to assume blind means no vision at all. Fear of a blurry world would make sense. You think the rock is allowing her to see? Maybe. Eval sat up. Do you know where she is? No. Someone is blocking her face or shielding her. Crap. Could be the Cujo Vian. I think he's protective of her. If she is blind, she's got to be terrified, between losing her eyesight and witnessing all that she saw in the park last night. Hers was not the only fear I sensed. What is yours? The abrupt question caught Eval off guard. Nothing. Nicole's pretty face stilled with disappointment at the lie. Eval sighed. That's not true, but I don't want you searching my future. If you fear something that's coming, I can help. My future has always been a crapshoot, but the dice are stacked against me right now. If you go looking into my future, you could run into anything and not make it back. Eval considered what Nicole could do. I need to know if I'm making the right decision on something. I have to find the Nayak stone before another alterant gets his hands on it. There's another alterant free besides you? Only because he escaped. He's the guy working with the Cujo, and he hates Beladors almost as much as the Cujo do. He claims Brina locked him away even though he didn't turn into a beast or kill anyone before he was caged. I don't know if I should believe that or not, but I'm more concerned with finding out if the alterant, the Cujo, or the Maeve are setting a trap for the Beladors. If not, I should have told the team about this alterant. But if he was telling the truth about wanting me to tell my tribe, I've got to find a way to stop them from walking into the trap. Do you know his name? Tristan. Can you help me? I'll try. Nodding, Nicole closed her eyes and leaned back. Several quiet minutes passed. Then Nicole spoke a short prayer. Her eyelids started fluttering with rapid eye movement. The alterant Tristan has a tortured past. He has lived as a beast in the jungle for 5 years. But had he changed into a beast before being caged or not? Nicole was silent a moment, then said, This same man, at 19, is frightened, standing in front of strangers, Beladors, who are talking to him about his strange green eyes. Then he disappears from his job-digging graves and is in a jungle, terrified. He changes into a beast. He is tormented and alone. That sounds like Brina lied to me about Tristan. What about the other alterants? Eval's throat tightened. She wanted to yell in frustration, but she wouldn't distract Nicole. He does not have the stone yet. The Nayak stone resides still with the female you met. She waits for you. Follow the path from whence you last saw this stone. The trail will lead to the woman at her home, where you will find a sign of your next decision. That wasn't a lot of help, since there was no way to track the woman after she'd teleported. And what did the sign of her next decision mean? Eval kept quiet, watching Nicole's lips move as she spoke in a dainty voice. Trust will open the path for one who was born to the task. Oh, great. Trust. One of my strengths. Why couldn't Nicole tell her kicking demon ass opened the path? She had plenty of credits for that. Nicole's mouth puckered along with her brow with deep thought. The path will lead to a choice one should not face. Eval thought her head would explode with holding back her questions. What choice? That path didn't sound promising. Your tribe's future depends on the choice you make, to trust or not. What the heck did that mean? Eval tapped her fingers on the fabric covering the sofa, waiting for a sign that Nicole was finished. You will be victorious. At that, Eval gave up the breath she'd clutched in her lungs. And you will lose. What? The word popped out before Eval could clamp her lips shut. Sorry. It's okay. Nicole's eyes opened, drowsy at first, then lighting with the sharp intelligence that lived behind the hazel orbs. The Cujo do hold the future of your tribe in their hands. I didn't doubt that part. What did you mean about the choice to trust or not? To trust the alterant Tristan? Only you will know the answer to that one, unless you allow me to search your future. No, it's too dangerous. I'll figure out who I have to trust. What about the victorious and losing part? How does that work? There is no absolute win in your future. You must lose something. Story of my life, Eval quipped. I hope not. I want you to survive this. Me too, but protecting my tribe comes first. The story of her life, which was shaping up to be a short story. 32. Lorette yawned, but she wouldn't end the conversation with this man called Vian for the life of her. She'd lived alone so long that she'd forgotten how nice it was to have someone to share a meal with and talk to about things she would have once discussed with her granddad. What would Granddad think of Vian? Where had that thought come from? Vian pulled her back to the conversation as he finished off the shepherd's pie Lorette had made for lunch, a Tuesday staple. My wife shaped bowls and cups with her hands, too. She had skilled hands like yours to make such art from the earth. She hadn't realized how much she missed hearing a compliment on her art. The last time had been her granddad's parting words before he'd left on a trip he wouldn't discuss and never returned. Granddad had held her hands in his when he'd said, "You have a gift like no other with your hands. Promise me you'll always create pottery, especially the large ones, and mark them the way I taught you. Always have one of your planters outside each door to welcome visitors." She'd never failed him, yet. Maybe if she'd made him promise to come back to her, he'd be here now. He had returned to her in her dreams, where he'd told her he was sorry for not coming home, then assured her he'd always watch over her and send others if she ever needed help. Now would be a good time for the cavalry, Granddad. The dreams felt so real, she believed he did watch over her. Maybe he'd sent Vian. That brought a smile to her lips until she realized the warrior had stopped talking about his dead wife. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for that. His eyes seemed to gaze back through time, then dropped away, embarrassed. I can no longer see her face. That had to be hard, to not have a picture to remember someone by. Will you find her when you go back? He shook his head. I cannot go back to the time when she was alive. Only the last day of my life before being sent to live beneath Mount Meru. Giving another little shake of his head, as if wiping something from his mind, he said, It was long ago, and I am glad she did not have to live beneath Mount Meru. What of your family? I have none now either. She could still see her granddad's face, but he hadn't been gone 800 years. Lifting a hand, scarred from battles, Vian touched the small pottery vase she had on the table, which held fresh thyme and mint cuttings from her small garden out back. I wish to toil the land, not fight with swords. Then don't fight. I fear that decision has been taken from me, for now, but perhaps one day I will be able to lay down my sword. Pushing his plate away, he sat back. Will you hand over the rock? No. Will you try to take it from me? He shook his head. I will not harm you nor allow anyone else to as long as I have breath in my body. Her heart melted at his pledge. Why couldn't this man be from her time? She'd shared more time with him this morning than she had with any other man in many years. She'd never turned the heads of men like other women, not with a head of wild red hair and the pale features that went with it. Being an artist had turned her into even more of a recluse. I have realized my warlord and Tristan are planning revenge against the Beladors. They will need the Nayak stone for this. I fear our people will be cursed further if we seek revenge. But even if we don't, we still need the power of the stone. I want to send my people home or wherever each one wants to go. Where else would they go? Some are tired of living and would rather cross over to be with family they have lost. If I held the power of the stone, I would ask that their wishes be met. Do you want to cross over to be with your wife? Lorette experienced a sting of regret over the idea of him leaving, which was absurd, since she'd only just met this man and he seemed so lonely. She would never want to keep him from finding peace. I do not wish to die yet, but I do not wish to live forever, either. You would gift my people with the chance to go where they choose if you could? Of course I'd do that. She couldn't imagine living in another world and not being able to return to everything she considered her life. But she wouldn't hand over the stone to anyone. I will talk to my warlord, Batuk, and see if I can change his mind. If I am not back by 4 hours past midnight, go to the Beladors for help. They will protect you. Go to another bunch of people with powers? That might not be a good idea. Why? Can't you come back? I don't know. A powerful black witch is helping my warlord, and she bespelled me once yesterday already to use me to capture 2 young people for blood sacrifices. Her look of fear, which must have registered at that, had to be the reason he quickly added, I feigned a weakness to allow the 2 youths to escape and warned the Belador standing with them to be on guard against a witch. Go to the Beladors if I do not return in time. Lorette couldn't believe how much worse this got by the minute. How do I find them? Ask the stone to bring a Belador to you. If that does not work, do not have that stone in your hand when the sun rises tomorrow. I thought you told me the Beladors were your enemies. That is true, but I believe they will not harm you, and I cannot say the same for my Kujo warlord. If you meet the Beladors, that means I have lost, so I will give you a message for them. Tell them the Kujo will return to their time as stronger immortal warriors and will leave no Belador standing. What did that mean? Will the Beladors try to take the stone from me? Vian reached over and placed his hand over hers with a gentle touch. She held still, but not out of fear. The compassion that passed from him in that moment filled her with a sense of security and peace she hadn't experienced in a long time. His sad voice matched his eyes. I wish that you could keep the stone to regain your sight, but to do so would incur a curse you would never be free of. She wanted to believe that was an empty threat intended to frighten her away from the stone, but after talking to this man for 14 hours, she could hear the truth in his words. What curse? The stone is selfish and dangerous. It teases you with power as one would tempt a child with sweets, tricking the child to follow them into danger. Once you are joined with the stone for the rest of your life, it will force you to do its bidding, whether you want to or not. Vian withdrew his hand, drawing his warmth and strength with it. She sighed like a teenager and didn't care. Life had been anything but normal for the past few days. If she could survive finding a magic rock, watching a man throw lightning bolts at a woman with invisible powers, and meeting a man who lived 800 years ago, she had no problem with being attracted to a stranger. Vian stood and walked into the living room, where he lifted his sword and slid the dangerous-looking blade into a sheath at his hip. Then pulled on his coat. I will say a special prayer to my God for your eyesight. What about your wounds? Your kind hands and my immortal state have healed them. I am fit to battle. She didn't care to hear that. How do I find you again? Do not look for me on your own, he ordered in such a fierce voice that she took a step back. His eyes closed for a moment, then he opened them, and anguish flooded his gaze. I did not mean to frighten you, but you must not come looking for me, or Batuk and Tristan will capture you. Understand? She understood that this man was trying to protect her from dangerous people. Yes, I will contact the Beladors if you're not back by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Obviously pleased by her agreement, he smiled, then spent a long moment watching her. When she rubbed the stone in her pocket, she could feel his thoughts, could feel something he wanted that he wouldn't ask. What? Vian walked back to her and put his hands on her shoulders. Thank you for a day of peace like I have not enjoyed for many centuries. You have been a balm to my weary soul. This man was stealing her heart, one sliver at a time. She lifted her hand to his arm. I wish you wouldn't leave. As do I. But I cannot stay when each minute puts you further in danger. The heck with normal. Life was never going to be the same, and she might never see this man again. He was far too much of a gentleman to make a forward move, but she wanted something to remember him by. She lifted up and touched her lips to his. He didn't move for a heartbeat. Then he kissed her back, and kissed her some more until she felt her feet lifting off the floor, which might be because he'd wrapped her in his arms. Good grief! No man kissed like that. When he lowered her back to the floor and lifted his head, she was breathless at the affection in his eyes. You have given me many gifts that I can never repay. Then come back alive, and I'll make a payback list. He smiled, but it did not hide the sadness in his eyes. He touched his lips to her forehead, then backed away and walked to the stairs that led to the second floor. Where are you going? To leave by the rooftop so no one can track me back to your house. Why couldn't she have met a man like him in her era? Thank you for not taking the rock when you could have. His face glowed with surprise and warmth. Then he was gone. Lifting the rock up to eye level, she stared into the molten depths. I did not promise I wouldn't search for him on my own. 33. Waiting came as easily to Aval as trusting, but for once she'd shown up 20 minutes early instead of late. She wouldn't have had to change her meeting with Storm at Piedmont Park to midnight if not for hunting night stalkers. She'd found 6 since dark had fallen over Atlanta. Grady had not been one of them. None of the ones she'd found had significant intel on the Nayak stone, but every one of them had asked if she was also offering a 2-handed shake deal, like the Cujo, which meant that Tristan and the Cujo might be turning hundreds of Night Stalkers into aggressive halflings like the one that had stabbed her. Where were these Night Stalkers? Was Tristan, the Cujo, or the Maeve amassing an army? Will wonders never cease, Storm said from behind her. She stopped pacing along the sidewalk outside the entrance to Piedmont Park and swung around at his voice, almost colliding with a young couple pushing a baby stroller in the warm night air. Sorry. Giving her the keep your distance look, the couple scurried past Aval. Scaring the natives? Storm chuckled. I doubt there are many true native Atlantans here anymore. He was too attractive for her peace of mind to begin with, but smiling amplified everything from his exotic eyes to his strong chin. His upper body flexed beneath his mocha-brown t-shirt when he crossed his arms. The movement brushed a scent of virile male through the air, stirring her nerves into a scary dance of awareness. What had gotten into her, noticing men like Storm and Isaac? She'd never taken an interest in men, not this way. The next time she saw Nicole, she'd find out if her empathic ability was ramping up her emotions, because men were making her jumpy for a whole different reason than past fears. Storm, in particular. She had to shove this back to a business level. Angling a shoulder toward the gates, she said, "Zader wants us to walk the park and see if we can pick up anything or if any of the Cujo show up, since they'll be searching this area for the woman, too. What have you been up to today?" Storm fell into step with her. "Found the woman's body from the morgue." "Really? Where?" "Adriana and I tracked the Noira magic to a house in Inman Park and found the body there. Looked like the family was out of town." Eval suffered a twinge of something she refused to call jealousy at Storm's working with Adriana. "What prompted that trip?" Storm studied her quietly, just long enough to let her know he'd heard the snippy sound in her reply. His lips twitched, just a little indication of a smile, as if he'd figured out something. "Adriana suggested she could track the Noira magic from your injury if she did it right away, so Trey contacted me and we gave it a shot." Hopefully the dark surrounding her hid her mixed reaction. She had to admit that Storm's plan made sense and was glad they'd found the body, even if it had been Adriana the sexy witch who had spent the day with Storm doing it. On the other hand, this would be an opportune time to use Phoenix's new curse word. "How do you know it was the same body?" "We didn't until we called in the death." "Who'd you call?" Snapping at him wasn't wise, but why did he and Adriana have to find the body? Storm paused long enough to take a breath that sounded burdened with patience on the exhale. "I called Trey, who contacted a Belador with Atlanta PD who investigated the anonymous phone tip on a dead body. When they got the remains to the morgue, the ME on duty recognized it." Her shoulders slumped with relief. "Was the ME Beulah?" "That sounds like her name." "I work with her. Did you tell Sen about the body?" "Had to at that point." Eval tasted bitter disappointment in her next words. "Should I be watching out for Sen around the next corner?" "I don't see why. We figured out the witch wasn't using the body for a blood sacrifice, but hiding it in a deep freezer, because the minute Adriana touched the remains, the woman's ghost entered the room and told us how a Creasel demon had killed her." "You're kidding." Eval couldn't believe something was working out in her favor for once. "That's great." "No, I'm not kidding, and yes, that is good news. I told Sen about the death and the Creasel, so he has no reason to think an alterant killed her." Storm had come through for her again. "Thank you." "You're welcome." But the trail stopped there, so we still aren't any closer to finding the rock. Nicole had told her, "Trust will open the path to the one who was born to the task." Wouldn't a Native American be born to the task of tracking? Wasn't that what Sen was using Storm for? Storm moved through the unlit areas of Piedmont like he was on the hunt, every muscle flowing naturally. "I did some work on my own today, too," she said, trying to figure out if he was the one who could find the rock if she extended some trust. "I was told that someone who was born to tracking could find the stone. I think that might be you." "I don't think so. I came back earlier tonight to see if I could pick up a trail from where you found the girl with the rock in Vian. The only energy I was able to sense was that of two powerful males." He paused, giving her a questioning look after referencing what had to be Vian and Tristan's energy residue. When she didn't offer anything, he continued. "One trail just vanished, and the other one ended in that same spot at 10th Street next to the park where I lost it last night." She didn't need to see his eyes to know he was waiting on her to tell him the truth about that encounter. He shouldn't have disappeared so easily, but he did when he reached the street. Who and what is he? Storm asked quietly, not demanding. This whole trust thing felt like a severe case of food poisoning, but Nicole wouldn't have steered her wrong, and they were running out of time. If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else without asking me first. He strode along silently, long legs eating up ground like a big animal on the prowl. Okay, you got it. She wiped her clammy hands on each other, then stopped when she realized she was wringing her hands. His name is Tristan, and he's an alterant who escaped a spellbound cage. Storm cursed under his breath. You faced him and two demented ghouls? Alone? He could have killed you. His concern over her safety made her feel better about that bout of jealousy a moment ago. I held my own. Why didn't you tell Zader and Quinn about this? She'd wanted to more than he'd ever know. It's a little complicated. First of all, Tristan swears that Brina put him in a cage even though he had never shifted or hurt anyone. I confirmed that through another source that I don't want to bring into this just yet, but it makes me question my faith in Brina. Even so, the minute I tell Zader or Quinn about Tristan, they'll have to tell Viper and Brina. She has the ability to find Tristan immediately. Why not tell her and recapture Tristan? That's the problem. He said that's exactly what the Maeve and Cujo want Brina to do. They've set some trap and want her to call in the Beladors, which she would have to do in order to stop the Cujo. But I have a feeling Tristan is not lying, and the Belador tribe would be slaughtered, and that he's holding back more than that. Storm reached over and pushed a branch up she hadn't been watching with her eyes on the ground. She smiled her thanks. After covering another 10 steps, Storm asked, Does Tristan think the Beladors won't hunt him to the ends of the earth? That's where this gets worse, the part I think Tristan is leaving out. He said the Maeve and Cujo will wipe the Beladors from the earth, even their ancestors, but he didn't say how they would accomplish that. I don't understand how they could kill every Belador, but I don't want to risk that the Maeve could be successful. He could be bluffing. True, but I've had someone else tell me the lives of the Beladors depend on what I decide to do, and that the Cujo hold the future of the Belador tribe in their hands. That sounds like what Tristan is saying. I don't get why you aren't telling Zader and Quinn. Thought you three were good friends. She swallowed. We are. The best. But I'm afraid if I tell Zader and Quinn everything, they'll believe me. When Zader tries to prevent Brina from going after Tristan, she'll think I've convinced him to protect alterants. I don't want him facing a tribunal as a result, especially if I'm wrong about any of this. On the other hand, if I tell the Beladors everything, I know they'll think they can defeat the Cujo and go into battle. No matter what I do, there's no good choice. What else aren't you telling me? Storm's low voice rumbled with exasperation. You're keeping something to yourself. She walked quietly for a moment. I can save the Beladors if I don't tell them about Tristan. He gave me away. I'm not liking the sound of that. Me either, but I never seem to get a vote when it comes to my future, no matter who I deal with. She muttered, I didn't say I'd do it. What did he offer? If she told Storm, she was pretty sure he'd interfere. I want to wait until we find the rock to say more, because my options narrow if we don't find the rock first. The sooner we find out what the Maeve and Cujo are up to, the sooner the Beladors will know what to do, and I may not have to make any choice. Why would you believe Tristan? I didn't until I went to see a gifted friend of mine today who confirmed what he was saying, but in a different way. Fear welled up in her throat at the possibility of making a mistake and costing lives. She indicated I could find what I look for. When they reached the concrete steps that descended to the wide-open lawn area in the park, Storm stopped, eyes scanning the area. A handful of people jogged along the paths or walked dogs. Won't Brina be angry when she finds out you didn't tell her about Tristan escaping? I'm hoping that once she realizes I did it to protect the tribe, she'll understand I put the Beladors first. Doesn't matter. I'm not willing to risk Zader and Quinn or any other Belador just to protect myself. She wrapped her arms around herself and stared over the open space, wishing the right answer would come to her. His fingers touched her shoulder, sliding forward until his hand cupped the curve at the top of her arm. A small connection that let her know he was there. She let his hand rest there, testing how it felt. He had a way of knowing how much she'd allow, kept nipping away at her resistance with deft touches. He had no idea he was chipping at a mountain with a toy hammer. When Storm spoke, his voice was matter-of-fact. Then we better get busy finding Tristan. That's not who I think we're supposed to track. Who then? The woman with the rock. Already told you I can't follow a teleport. I know. Ival unwrapped her arms from her chest and chewed on the corner of her thumb. I just know that's the answer to locating the rock. You up for giving it another try? Sure. She moved away, letting his hand fall free. When they reached the area where she'd faced off with Tristan the previous evening, they found a couple walking a pair of dogs. Their sneakers glowed against the black night with each step. Ival waited until a group of teens with muffled music playing from their iPods passed them before she spoke. Well, how does tracking work? If it's magic, I can sense it on my skin and just continue moving in the direction the energy feels the strongest. But there's nothing new here besides the 2 trails I told you about. Vian would be the one whose trail disappeared after he teleported with her. Tristan's was the one that vanished at the street. Ival sat down, cross-legged on the ground. If you aren't picking up any energy signature, I don't know who would. He sat down next to her companionably. Now what? She started to shrug, but stilled at the sight of an elderly man walking a mutt on a leash. That reminded her of the woman's mutt from this morning. The woman with the rock had a dog. Ival turned to Storm. Can you track the dog's scent? This time he hesitated to answer. He couldn't hold back on her now. Storm? Yes, I can track it. When he didn't move, she said, Well, let's try it. I can't do it in this form. What do you mean? He'd drawn his legs up and propped his arms on them, staring straight ahead. I can't track as well in human form as I can in animal form. It took her a minute to figure out what he was saying. Are you a lycanthrope? No, I came from a line of shamans. One was a spirit walker and one was a skin walker. I can take the form of a jaguar. She tapped her mouth with a finger. Okay, that's going to be tough to pull off in Atlanta. A wolf would have been a lot easier to explain. He dropped his head on his arms, laughing. What's so funny? Lifting his head, he faced her with disbelief. I was worried about telling you that I can change into a jaguar, and you're only concerned that it's the wrong species. She'd just figured out how secretive he was being about this. Why are you keeping this from the others? I'd think they'd be glad to know you had this capability. Does Sen know? I've been keeping your secrets. You keep mine. I don't want any of them to know. It's a curse, not a gift. Where I come from, those who change into jaguars are considered demons. I haven't changed shape in a while, but I can track the tiniest bit of scent in animal form. Were you born that way? I wasn't a skinwalker until something happened. The timbre of his voice altered in a way that meant he wouldn't discuss it further. I can handle the change if I have to. That meant she was asking him to do something he didn't want to do any more than she'd want to shift into her beast form. Never mind. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. No, I'll do it. Makes sense that we could find her dog's trail, since he's been in the park and would have marked his territory all the time. If I can pick it up in a neighborhood around here, we'll find her. How do we do this without someone getting a little distressed over a jaguar roaming around downtown Atlanta? A witch could ward me so no one but you saw me. Guess we could ask Adriana. Eval opened her mouth to object. Am I really going to say no to Adriana's help? That seemed petty. Screw it. She'd been called worse. 34. Not Adriana. Eval wanted to pull those words back into her mouth. Really? Storm's relief was immediate and tangible. What? You don't want the poster witch for black magic laying her hands on you? Interesting. She refused to tell Storm that she didn't want the Sterling Witch's hands touching him either, since he might read too much into that. Sterling Witches were tainted, that was all. I know someone else who can ward you from sight, plus she won't say a word and isn't with Viper. He considered it a moment. That'd work. How far is your sport utility from here? She hadn't seen his truck on the way to Piedmont Park after leaving her bike. We'll need it to transport you once you've shifted. It's right up 10th Street. He stood up and gave her a hand up to her feet. The warmth in his eyes stole her breath. He wanted to kiss her. She knew it with every beat of her heart, and somewhere deep inside among all her confused feelings, she wanted him to kiss her too. But nothing good could come from allowing her empathic side to scramble her emotions. She broke away from him and set a fast pace to his vehicle. The trip to Nicole's was more comfortable than the drive home from Viper headquarters the first day she'd met Storm. She enjoyed eyeing Storm's profile, and that he allowed an easy quiet to fill the time. She called Nicole to alert her they were coming and that she needed to do this warding in the garage, which Nicole assured her they could do. When Storm pulled into the parking deck for Nicole's building, Eval gave him Nicole's instructions on where to park in a corner that would give them privacy. That's where they found Nicole sitting in her wheelchair with a tall, physically fit female standing behind her, not smiling. But then Olivia would not be happy about meeting Eval anytime, especially at 1 a.m. Olivia Redwine had chopped at the ear strawberry blonde hair, not red, and an athlete's body covered in gray and white warm-ups. Eval jumped out of the truck when he parked and addressed Nicole's life partner. Hi, Red. Eval. After speaking, Olivia cast a suspicious look at Storm, who waited in dark shadows at the front bumper of the car. He was obviously not comfortable with any of this either, but he was willing to shift in order to help her, so Eval asked Nicole, Ready? She nodded. I can do this, but it will only hold for maybe 3 hours. I put something quick together. To do more than 3 hours would take a stronger spell than I can effect here, and I'm not sure this one will prevent animals from sensing him. She looked up at Storm. Can you control your jaguar? That might not have seemed so strange a question if Storm hadn't answered, I won't harm Eval. What had Nicole noticed that Eval had missed? 3 hours should be enough time, Storm said for everyone's benefit. If not, daylight will be our next challenge at that point. Red leaned down next to Nicole's ear, but Eval could hear every word. What happens if the people they're hunting find out you help them and come after you? Nicole smiled up at her. I'm in no danger, love. Standing upright, Red released a put-upon sigh and accepted what Nicole told her, even though she didn't like it one bit. The glare she sent Eval was to remind her how much Red didn't like her. This favor would put a nice touch on the relationship, sort of like a turd in a gourmet meal. Go ahead and change, Storm, Nicole directed him. He stepped back around the sport utility. A door on the other side opened for a moment, then closed. Was he stripping? Ival stuck her head past the rear of the truck to check that no one was in the area, when in truth she wanted to scout all the way around the vehicle out of curiosity. But that would be an invasion of privacy she wouldn't appreciate in his place. She'd never been around lycanthropes or skinwalkers. How long did it take to change? Barely a minute had passed when a sleek black jungle cat stepped around the front fender. Looked like Ashaninko skinwalkers were the plug-and-play version. His eyes glowed like embers and didn't look the least bit friendly. He snarled low, a vicious sound. Ival's nerves rippled, lifting hairs everywhere. Red's fingers clutched the handles of Nicole's chair so hard that her knuckles were white. Nicole spoke softly to Storm, as if she saw a jaguar that had to weigh over 200 pounds every day in Avondale. She held a hand out to Ival with a silver disc in the center of her palm. A leather thong had been strung through a loop on the disc. Tie this amulet around his neck. Me? But Ival didn't want to look like some wimp in front of Red, so she took the amulet and turned to Storm, whose lips curled back from his teeth. She bent down slowly to her knees and waited quietly. Didn't seem wise to say, "Here, kitty kitty," to a ginormous jaguar. Storm patted over until her face was close enough to smell the warm animal scent of his fur. He stared hard into her eyes, then lifted his head so she could reach his neck. As she tied the amulet, she realized he was exposing his most vulnerable spot to her. But he'd said he wouldn't hurt her, so did this mean he trusted her not to hurt him? She grabbed his head, bringing his eyes back level with hers, then kissed his nose. "You're the best." He nuzzled her face, then turned to Nicole. Ival stood up and backed away as Nicole chanted softly in a voice that should be singing lullabies. When she finished, Nicole looked at Ival. "No one except you will see him unless he chooses to reveal himself. 3 hours isn't an exact time, so don't push it any longer than you have to. It's already 1 o'clock. You should go." Ival would have hugged Nicole if not for Red standing guard. Red was the jealous type to begin with. "Thanks, Nicole. I owe you one for sure." "I'll hold you to that if it means you'll be here to pay up." She smiled, then patted Red's hand. "Let's go back up." After loading Storm into the back seat, where he'd have more room, Ival drove back to 10th Street and parked along the curb in a neighborhood close to Piedmont Park. She held her breath when Storm jumped out of the truck and prowled along the sidewalk. At the corner, 2 men jogged past Storm. One had a Labrador on a leash. Neither human noticed the jaguar, who stepped out of their path and onto a front yard, but the dog jerked around, sniffing, until his leash tightened. Storm watched them pass, then looked up at her. This time, when he pulled his lips back, he exposed razor-sharp teeth in what she thought might be a smile. "Let's beat feet and see what we can find at the park," she said, catching up to him. When she reached the spot where she'd last seen the woman with the rock, Storm put his head down to the ground and turned into a predator on the hunt. She was glad not to be his prey. He spent almost 2 minutes there, then spun around and headed for 10th Street, where he dashed across the highway without going to a crosswalk where a streetlight would stop traffic. Running to keep up with him, she waved her hands at cars trying to mow her down when she crossed right behind him. "Ival, where are you?" Zader asked in her mind. "Back at Piedmont Park. Storm thinks he may have picked up a scent." "Literally. Where are you two?" "Sen decided there was nothing to be risked at this point by bringing in recruits since the stone is going to bond with the new master by daylight. We've been tied up all day calling in more Beladors to flood the city to search for the Cujo." "No, that's just what the Maeve wanted." "I don't think that's a good idea, Z. Not until we know what they meant about wiping out all the Beladors." "We've got strength in numbers once we link." I'll put a wall of Beladors up against any Maeve or Cujo at any time. What if the Maeve had a plan to kill Brina when the Beladors linked? Massive slaughter. But that wouldn't wipe out all the generations. Gotta go, Zader said. Call us if you find anything and we'll get warriors to you. Will do. The lump in her throat was getting thicker by the minute. She'd put her trust in Storm, which was what she believed Nicole's vision meant. Don't let me be wrong. Storm wove through streets, hesitating occasionally to sniff a mailbox post or a car tire. This area was packed with animals, which had to be hampering his tracking. Or the young woman with the rock walked everywhere. If she was blind and unable to drive, that could be the case, or if she carried her dog some of the time, she'd have broken the scent trail. 2 hours later, Eval's legs burned from jogging up and down a couple inclines without slowing. She only had 2 legs, but she wasn't going to complain, damn it. She hunched her shoulders in self-defense right after cursing mentally, sometimes anticipating an air slap to her head from Brina, but it never happened. Zader said Brina heard all cursing, but maybe she only listened to the rest of her tribe, not alterants. Storm bumped Eval when he swung around, intent on something. Had he picked up an especially promising scent? When he slowed and crept up to a house, Eval cast a glance all around to check for animals. The last dog they'd encountered had followed them for a while. Was Storm's protection ward beginning to fail? He padded across the street to the driveway of a cottage-style wooden house painted blue and white. The yard was neat and filled with flowers. Storm paced several feet back and forth across the driveway, then lifted his head to her. Eval walked past him, over to a window on the side of the house, and peered in. The woman she'd been hunting was curled up on her sofa with her mutt next to her. Bingo. Hurrying back to Storm, Eval squatted down and brushed her hand over the soft fur on his head, considering what to do next. This is the girl's house. I don't want to scare her, so I'm going in alone. He growled and nipped at her arm with his lips. No arguing. That dog we passed on the last block sensed you. You're close to being out of time with the ward. Go back and change into the clothes I left in the bushes for you. I'll meet you at the park with the girl. He didn't move. Storm, I need you to do this. You can't go in with me, and if someone sees you when the ward wears off, they'll call animal control. I don't want Sen coming after you for doing this around humans without authorization. She stood up. He rubbed his wide head along her leg, then took a step, but paused, reluctance to leave in every move he made. I'm fine. I can call Trey, Quinn, and Zader telepathically if I get into any trouble. Trey is super fast and lives maybe a mile or 2 away at the most. He can be here in a minute, but I'm not calling anyone until I know what's going on with this girl, the Rock, and Vian. She leaned over and kissed his head. This might save my tribe. Thank you. He licked her cheek, then trotted away, looking back every 50 feet until he disappeared into the night. When she climbed the wooden steps to the cute porch, she took a close look at the pottery planter next to the door that came up to her waist. She'd been studying ancient languages at night on her computer. She'd seen those letters before and made a mental note of the bold inscription across the top, but she put it aside for now and knocked on the door. When it opened, Eval faced the young woman from the park. I need a minute to talk to you. It's important. The woman gasped. I saw you in the park early this morning. Finally, something would be easy. Yes, you did. Are you a Belador? Not a question Eval had expected. Yes, I am. Are the Cujo your enemies? That's when she noticed the rock in the woman's hand and reconsidered the first response that came to mind, since there could be a wrong answer to that question. Easy never stayed in her vocabulary long. 35. Can I come in? Eval asked the woman holding the Nayak stone. which could wreak devastation on the entire world. You didn't answer my question. Are the Cujo your enemies? Ival considered a couple things quickly, like the fact that this woman had only met Vian, not all the Cujo. I don't have an issue with Vian. Wariness crossed the woman's pale face, but the blue eyes concentrated hard on whatever she was deciding. Her hair fell in flaming red waves to her shoulders. A dog's bark made them both jump. Her mutt scampered through the open door and danced around Ival's legs. She instinctively reached down to pet the dog. Okay, Brutus, you win. The woman extended her free hand. I'm Lorette Barrett. I'm Ival Kincaid, and I'm here because you're in grave danger. I know, Lorette said that with simple acceptance and backed away, opening the door for Ival to enter. The interior had a cozy feel, with shears over the windows and flowery pillows tossed on a cream-colored sofa. All the second-hand furniture had been kept clean and given TLC along the way. Something with meat had been cooked recently, filling the house with a wonderful lived-in smell. Now Ival felt justified in suffering a moment of jealousy over someone living in a real house that had a lived-in feel. Lorette stopped in the middle of the room and faced her. Vian said to find a Belador if he didn't come back to my house by 4 this morning, and that was 5 minutes ago. I think somebody's going to hurt him. We need to talk about that rock in your hand first. I'm not talking to you unless you're going to help me trade this rock for Vian. Saving a Cujo was counterproductive to saving the Beladors and civilization. Ival wasn't sure if she could talk this woman out of the rock or take it from her, but she was not handing it over to the Cujo or Tristan. Why don't we sit down and work through this? Lorette heaved a long breath as though the world rested on her shoulders, which wasn't far from the truth as long as she held tight to the rock. She sat down on the sofa and her little dog curled across her feet. Her fingers never stopped stroking the Nauyak stone in her hand. How do I know you're a Belador? Ival never had a good answer for that one. I have no way to prove it to you, but I know Vian. I met him 2 years ago when he first arrived in Atlanta. Lorette nodded. He said that's when he met you. What are the Beladors? The short story is that we're sort of a special group that protects national security, which is why we need to talk about the Nauyak stone you're holding. But you're Vian's enemy. Add him to the list, but let's move this along. The Beladors and the Cujo have a lot of difficult history from 800 years ago, but none of today's Beladors are responsible for that. Where did Vian go? I don't know. I asked the rock to take me to him, but it wouldn't. He left by the roof instead of the front door so no one would pick up his trail. No one from the street, but someone could track him back to Lorette's house. Ival asked, Did he tell you anything about that rock? Yes. Then you know we're working on a tight schedule or you could end up bound to the Nauyak stone forever, if you survive being bound to it. I have to keep this rock. Are you blind, Lorette? Not yet, but soon. I can see when I hold it. The rock is seducing you. It's meant for a different kind of person than you. One like you or that guy Tristan, because I don't throw around lightning bolts? That's right. You're human. Ival wanted to tell her not to feel disappointed or hurt about her human status. Being non-human was no joyride. Some of the most powerful sorcerers and wizards have gone mad after bonding with the stone. The stone has been around forever. Every time the stone takes a new master, its power builds upon the previous power gained. I doubt a human would even survive the bonding, and even if you did, the stone would control you, not the other way around. Lorette's eyes glistened with tears. Vian told me not to ask the stone for my eyesight. Is that too much to ask? It's dangerous to seek any gain from something powerful. If you ask for your eyesight, someone else might lose theirs in exchange. She gasped. I would never take someone else's. I didn't think you'd want that. What would it take to get her to part with the stone besides saving Vian? He must not be cooperating with the Cujo and Tristan. You have to decide soon, Lorette, or the choice won't be yours to make at daylight. Lorette fought tears, struggling to do the right thing. I'll give it up, but not until I know Vian is safe. Why do you think he's in any danger? Because he doesn't agree with what his warlord is planning, and has gone against the Cujo by not handing me and the rock over to them. What is the warlord planning? Vian gave me a message for the Beladors if he didn't return. He said his warlord wants Tristan to use the Naryak stone to turn the Cujo warriors that are here now into super warriors. Then Tristan will send them back 800 years. Those warriors will kill all the Beladors so that your race ends. Vian said some witch assured Tristan that something called an alterant will be safe from the genocide. Oh, dear goddess. Ival's heart shook with possible consequences of that happening. That was what Tristan had been talking about and why he had said she'd be safe. In this time period, Beladors lived as sleeper cells for the good, scattered all over the world in every position, from mothers to pilots to doctors to bus drivers to maybe even those in the highest levels of government. If they all disappeared at one time, the result would be devastating to more than just the non-Belador members of the families that survived. The world could go into chaos. There would be no way to prepare for the immediate disappearance of over 1 million Beladors worldwide. And she'd lose Zader and Quinn. Lorette's voice turned thin and desperate. Vian is helping your Beladors. Please, help him. Now to make the right choices that Nicole had warned her were imperative to protecting the Beladors' past and future. Ival forced her words to be calm, though she wanted to shout at Lorette to hand over the stone. If I promise to free Vian, will you hand over the stone to people I know? Lorette got up and walked across the room to look out her window. She gripped the stone in both hands. Who are these people you're talking about? The less Ival shared with this woman about the Beladors, the better. But Viper had one person with the ability to ease Lorette's worries. His name is Storm. He'll take you to a place that is safe to leave the rock, and I'll take a team to help Vian. Lorette's dog jumped off the sofa and ran around her feet, growling. I can't think. Give me a minute. She frowned at her little dog. Okay, Brutus. Let's go out back. Ival had to sit on her hands to keep from jumping up and shaking Lorette to make her hurry, but the woman was coming around. Just the fact that she hadn't said no meant she planned to say yes. This was almost too easy. Storm should be close to changing by now. Once Ival called him to pick up Lorette and the stone, she'd contact Zader and Quinn to meet her at Trey's house. Then they'd call in every Belador in the city to hunt the Cujo. The minute Viper had control of the stone, Zader would have to convince Sen to ask the stone for help with containing the Cujo, Tristan, and the zombie-like beings the Night Stalkers had been changed into. Sen might be a miserable SOB and a mystery, but there was no more powerful operative within Viper. This could work. When Lorette returned, she stopped at the door to the kitchen, acceptance clear on her face. I guess I really don't have any choice. Not really, but I give you my word we will save Vian if we can get to him in time. Let me call Storm, one of our agents, to come escort us. The sooner we get moving, the sooner we'll find him. Ival pulled out her cell phone as she stood up. The front door burst open and Tristan strode in. I should have expected to find you here. Lorette clutched the stone to her chest. Where's Vian? Waiting on you. Tristan extended his hand. Give me the stone and I'll take you to him. Ival jumped in front of Lorette and threw up a force field to stop Tristan's advance. She yelled at Lorette. Go to Storm. Lorette squeaked out something Ival couldn't decipher. Tristan's face erupted with rage. He raised his hand and shoved it toward Ival, knocking her backward, into an empty kitchen where she slammed into the cabinets. That rung her bell. She reached up and rubbed her head. Had a new lump on the back. Tristan must be getting stronger. Ival glanced around, clearing her vision. Lorette was gone, but had she gone to Vian or to Storm? Tristan barged into the kitchen. You should have done what I told you and come to me with the rock. Do I look like June Cleaver following Ward's orders? Ival sat up. I don't dance to anyone's music but my own. If you had come through, I could have saved you. But killed all the Beladors, Ival countered. They won't come. I didn't tell any of them about you. They'll come. They're all over the city already. Don't bet on the girl going anywhere with that rock but to Vian. I hope you're wrong. If Lorette did go to Storm, he could come back and track from this house. Get moving, Ival. Tristan stepped back so she could push to her feet. You screwed up big time by not coming to me first. She ignored his words, planning to contact Zader as soon as she figured out where Tristan was taking her. If she risked it now, and Tristan had the ability to pick up her telepathy, she'd blow her only chance. He'd said he wanted her, so she should be safe for now, at least until he got the rock. She held hope close to her chest until she stepped outside the house with Tristan. Her hands slapped together in front of her as if locked. Tristan hadn't done that. Ival looked past him to find a Maeve priestess hovering above the grass in the front yard. Ah, Sleeping Beauty returns. Kazira's robes glowed in the night and billowed around her as if there was a breath of wind in the middle of summer. Where is the stone? The girl disappeared with it to someplace. Tristan could have said that Ival knew where, but he was sure Lorette had gone to Vian. Or he'd been protecting Ival. No way. Kazira's eyes beamed like two tiny yellow suns when she smiled. You may have escaped me 2 years ago in Utah, Alterant, but not this time. You will tell me where the girl is. She's traveling first class on the Nayak Rock Airlines. If I could tell you where she went, I'd play the lottery. Ival struggled to free her hands or use her kinetics mentally, but she was locked up tight. She could only hope that wherever they were taking her would eat up enough time for Storm to find her if he could track them. But she had to alert Zader to the Cujo's plan now. Zader, where are... Pain shot through Ival's head. Her knees folded, but Tristan caught her arm to keep her upright. What are you doing to her? Tristan demanded of Kazira. Stopping her from contacting other Beladors until we're ready for her to send a message. I'll enjoy making you pay for killing my brother, Alterant, Kazira said to Ival. I'll enjoy making you eat my boot heels, bitch. The priestess lifted her arms and spoke words Ival couldn't understand until everything swirled into darkness. Oh, no, not teleporting. Storm would never find her now. 36. Pain seared her neck, her back, and her legs. Ival hung from her wrists, bound by invisible threads to the ceiling of an old downtown Atlanta school auditorium that hadn't been used for years. With all the windows broken, the night air she breathed should have been fresh and not clogged with the sickening smell of Maeve evil. Blood covered the walls. This place looked like a Freddy Krueger horror flick stuck on replay. Whatever the Maeve had been doing had backfired a few times, exploding bodies. Hideous creatures that had probably once been Night Stalkers crouched everywhere on the walls, floor, and ceiling with various parts of their bodies in solid form and the rest translucent. Sweat poured down her face and stung the cuts on her neck and shoulders. One eye was swollen from where a night stalker she used to take gummy bear candy to had backhanded her. She forgave the poor creature with soulless eyes who hadn't recognized her. As if life wasn't enjoyable enough, daylight would hit in less than an hour, and the wall of broken windows faced east. Tristan stood at the side of the cavernous room with the Maeve priestess and a group of warriors that had to be the Cujo Mount Meru escapees. Tristan had shocked her by intervening when Eval had taken the first blow to her head, but Kazira had locked him in place with magic. Kazira had her head close to Tristan's, speaking to him as though coaching her #1 player. Her sharp fingernails were still extended, trailing along the floor next to her as thin razor-sharp strips she'd used as a cat-o'-nine-tails. Where had Kazira gotten that nail job? Eval's skin burned from where those nails had left strips of Noira magic eating into her body. She'd doubted anyone would find her here, not even Storm. She tried to shift once, hoping to fight her way out even if it meant exposing her beast side to the world. Kazira kiboshed that with a spell. "They wait for you to call your Beladors with your mind," a feeble male voice said on her left. Eval turned her head to where Vian hung near her. At least he was on the side with the eyes she could still see out of. Her glasses were gone, but the candles burning below were far enough away that they were not blinding her. "They waste their time. I will not call the Beladors into a trap. I am not a traitor." "Why didn't you come to us, Vian?" "Beladors want only the Nayak stone. I want my people to be free of their cursed lives." She couldn't really argue with that and noticed he hadn't included himself in that wish. "Eval?" She heard her name called softly from below her, where captive night stalkers were clustered inside a circle of power. "Grady?" she whispered, to keep from drawing the attention of their captors. He was here, just as she'd feared. "Why'd you do this?" His weary eyes had never sagged as much as they did now. "I wanted an hour of human form tonight." Grace beat a maca. Eval couldn't have given him an hour, but she might have stopped him from being caught by the Cujo if Isaac hadn't kidnapped her. "We're coming, Eval," she heard in her mind. "Trey, is that you? I've been trying to reach you for a half hour, but I had to find a way through a barrier. A witch spell. She's not paying me any attention right now. Must be how you got through." "Nah, I'm just that good." She rolled her eyes. Trey said, "We're outside. Zader and Quinn are with me." She didn't know how they'd found her, but she couldn't let them march in here to save her. "It's a trap. Don't come in and don't let Brina show up. They're waiting for her. Zader's got an ace to play when we come in. He won't lead our tribe into a slaughter or let anything happen to Brina. You have to learn to trust us. You can't save the tribe alone." "I hear you." She let out a raw breath. Thanks be to Maka. Zader had found her and had this under control. Did he get the stone put somewhere safe? It's safe enough. It has to be absolutely secure. Tell Zader the Cujo planned to send super warriors back in time to wipe out the entire Belador race. All of you would die. "All of us would die," Trey repeated, emphasizing us. "We're prepared for them." She swallowed at the show of support from a fellow Belador. She wouldn't die in vain. Her tribe would continue. The grotesque night stalker halfling started howling. Down below, Tristan's head jerked up. Kazira swung around. The one Eval now knew as Batuk roared and his men drew swords, then spread out around the room. Heavy double doors hanging at the end of the building appeared to be new. Kazira had taken time to do a little remodeling, eh? The doors burst inward. Zader and Quinn marched in first with Trey, Storm, Casper, and 12 more men who were Beladors. Eval could feel her body welcome their power. Then Lorette stepped up next to Zader, with the Nayak stone in her hand. Oh no, that's how they found me. Tristan laughed. I knew they'd come for you, Eval. What are you doing, Z? Eval yelled telepathically at Zader. Get Lorette and that stone out of here. She wouldn't leave or hand over the stone until you and Vian were free. This is how you take care of the innocent? Vian snarled at Eval. I didn't bring her here, damn it. This is the witch's fault. Then Eval yelled at Quinn. Sleeping Beauty's here. Purple smoke boiled behind Tristan as the priestess disappeared. Tristan and the Cujo leader exchanged worried glances. Release Eval and Vian if you want to live, Zader ordered. Now free to move, Tristan stepped forward. Hand over the stone and I'll give you those two. You will not, the warlord shouted. Tristan leveled the Cujo leader with a vile look of contempt. You lied about what you were going to do with Eval. I will do as I say. Do not hand over that stone. Eval caught Lorette, looking up at Vian, who was murmuring words as if in prayer. Wouldn't do him much good if he was talking to Shiva. The Hindu god had refused to intervene. Storm made a move forward and Zader stopped him. Eval sent Storm a small smile to thank him for coming through. She called to Lorette, Free me and Vian. Lorette's gaze shot up and down between Eval and the rock in her hand. The young woman said something to the rock and Eval fell to the floor, but Vian still hung above her. Eval stood up and asked Tristan, You still want a throwdown? Tristan released a growl of disgust. Don't make me do this, Eval. You'll lose. I don't think so. We have the rock on our side. That pulled a wry laugh out of the male alterant. You going to take the rock from her? No, but once I link with her, I'll have that power on top of being an alterant. Don't make me use it on you. You can't link with a human who isn't Belador. Lack of conviction lay beneath his challenge. Eval turned to Lorette. Where did you learn to put those Gaelic words on your pottery? From my granddad. Do you know what they say? No. I do. Eval glanced at Zader and the rest of the Beladors when she spoke. The words say, This is the home of a Belador descendant. Care for my grandchild as I would. She turned to Tristan, whose lips parted in surprise. We can link with her, and you will lose. Way to go, Eval, Zader murmured in her mind. Yeah, but I really don't know if it will harm Lorette or not if we try to link with her. Tristan opened his mouth to speak, but the warlord screamed at his men and the Night Stalker creatures. Kill them! Eval swung into the battle as all the Beladors poured into the room except for 2 left to guard Lorette. Vian called to Eval, My sword! In the corner! She looked where his head had angled and saw the weapon she yanked to her hand kinetically just before a crazed Night Stalker flew at her. She swung the blade, slashing him in half. Triquetra blades flew from Quinn's hands as fast as bullets from a rifle. Spinning as she moved, Eval brought the sword up, swinging it at the warlord, who turned in time to block with his sword, which broke hers in half. How did that happen if Vian is immortal too? Brina appeared in the corner and lifted her hands, chanting. Every Belador in the room instantly held a gleaming sword with their Triquetra emblem on the hilt and Celtic scrolling engraved in the metal. Even Eval. Storm and Casper were gifted with a pair of swords as well, but not Belador weapons. Zader spun his sentient blades at a Cujo, slicing off his enemy's head. Immortals were hard to kill, but cutting off their heads usually worked. Blood spewed across Eval's neck and shoulder from the arm Casper slashed off a ghoul that flew away screaming. Casper became a blur of cowboy and Highland warrior, wielding a sword like a man born to it. Storm swung his sword with equal fervor, looking deadly if not skilled. A Belador went down beneath a wad of clawing Night Stalker creatures. Eval blasted a wave of power at them, scattering the creatures. This might not be enough Beladors to win the fight against immortal warriors the Maeve had infused with Noira magic. Eval looked at Lorette, who stood shaking in a corner behind the two men who would protect her with their lives. The young woman was terrified. Eval yelled, "Lorette, look at me!" When she had the girl's attention, she shouted, "You're a Belador. This is your tribe." Before she could say more, a Cujo attacked. Eval fought back, meeting his sword blow for blow until she struck across his body, cutting it in half. She yelled at Lorette, "Order the rock to end the bloodshed." Lorette looked down at the Nauyak stone in her trembling hands and cried out, "Make everybody stop!" Eval's body froze. Crud. She should have been more specific. Lorette raised panicked eyes to sweep the room, then park on Eval. "What now?" Eval tried to talk, but could only make noises. Lorette lifted the stone. "Free Eval to move and speak." Eval's muscles loosened at once. "Good girl. Step out from behind the men because they can't move." When she had Lorette standing in the open, Eval told her, "You're almost out of time." "I want to send the Cujo home. I told Vian I would do that." "I'm not sure you can do it with them frozen, but I don't want you to free the Cujo so they can kill the Beladors." Eval turned to Brina, surprised she hadn't spoken. "What do you want her to do?" "I can't direct her to ask that rock anything. It carries Noirid magic deep within its powers." "The Nauyak stone?" Eval hadn't figured that, but it made sense. Maybe that was how the Maeve had known about it. Eval had assumed the stone was only Hindu in origin, but something that had survived since the beginning of time would have gained a lot of different powers. Lorette took a gulp of breath. "I understand. I have to decide." She gave the stone a new order. "Free everyone, but make them stay where they are and don't let them attack each other." All the bodies in the room took a breath at once, but no one left their spot or tried to strike an enemy. Tristan called out to Lorette, "Give me the stone and I'll free the Cujo. And I'll give you your eyesight. I heard you were going blind. I'll have the power to heal your eyes." The hope in Lorette's face hurt Eval's heart, but she shook her head. "You can't do that." Lorette nodded, her eyes red. "I know." Brina spoke up. "I have no say over the stone, but the Cujo cannot leave here yet. They have broken the truce and must be punished." "No!" Lorette shouted at Brina, who merely cocked her head as if she were looking at an addled child. "I will give the rock to Tristan if you don't swear to free the Cujo." Zader sent Eval a worried look. "Do something." "Me? Like what?" "Yeah, Eval," Tristan chimed in. "What about your offer to help the other alterants, to see all of us free?" Eval took in the quick look of disbelief on Zader's and Quinn's faces. "Shut up, Tristan!" Brina forgot about Lorette and zeroed in on Eval with a look that promised all her good deals had just run out. Then she struck Tristan with a piercing glare, studying his face. "Tristan, as in the alterant that was sent away. You knew he escaped and offered to help the others escape." "No," Eval argued. "I didn't say that exactly." Frustration at things not turning out the way he'd expected started winding Tristan's voice into a tight ball of deadly anger when he spoke to Eval. "I did as you wished and had the Maeve free all of them. You owe me." Eval turned to Brina. "Let me explain." "We don't have time for this." Brina swung her gaze to Lorette. You have 18 minutes, young lady. What are you going to do? The rock doesn't always do what I ask. Lorette glanced from Brina to Eval with eyes begging for help. Eval took mercy on her and started giving her direction. Send the Night Stalkers that are half changed to the other side of death so they can rest in peace. Lorette spoke to the rock and the creatures disappeared. Send the Cujo. Eval paused, feeling Brina's glare bearing down on her. The Cujo had not become super warriors yet. If they were not immortal, she had faith in the ability of the Beladors who lived 800 years ago to protect themselves. Send them to their original time, but without their powers. No! We end this fight today! The Cujo warlord screamed. Vian still dangled overhead and had been quiet until now. His wrists bled and his skin was a sickly gray, but his voice was strong when he spoke. Yes, we do end this today. He shifted his gaze to Lorette. All will be right. Do as I asked of you. Lorette gave Vian one long look that was filled with pain Eval didn't understand, but sympathized with nonetheless. When the young woman lifted the rock this time, there were tears in her eyes. She put the stone close to her lips and whispered words even Eval couldn't hear. All the Cujo vanished, including Vian. Lorette turned her watery gaze to Eval. Now what? Free the Night Stalkers that were not changed so they can return to their places in Atlanta. In the next instant, Eval watched ghouls whip out the windows, all except for Grady, who came to hover by her. Lorette squeaked a sound of pain. The rock's getting hot. I can't hold it. She started juggling the rock between her hands, then pitched it at Eval, who caught the stone against her stomach. The stone was warm, but not too hot to hold. Was that because she was a powerful female? Grace be to Maka. She held the power to do anything, even save herself from a tribunal decision. The room went deathly quiet. 37. Eval closed her fingers around the stone, and colors burst in her mind. The surge of energy was unbelievable. Even her bruised eye opened up. Everyone left inside the derelict school auditorium was icy still. Were they afraid of her or what she'd do? Tristan must return to his cage, Brina ordered. No! Veins stuck out on Tristan's neck as he made an aggressive move, but his feet were glued to the floor from when Lorette had ordered the stone to stop everyone from attacking each other. Eval, you said you cared about the Alterants, that you'd help me, help all of us. Every word he spoke fell like a ring of death between Eval and Brina. This was not the moment to make a wrong decision. Brina spoke in a quiet tone that carried the strength of a general's order. Hand the stone over to Zader to be placed in the Viper Vault. No! Keep it, Eval, Tristan yelled. You'll be safe forever. You can live free of persecution and the threat of being caged. Come with me, and we'll go far away from all the Beladors. Mesmerized at the connection she felt, Eval stared at the rock that glowed like a molten rainbow. Live safe. Free. Her mind was lost in a haze of colors and words. She felt drugged. Eval, do not do this. Brina's voice held a dire threat if she was not obeyed. That rock puts every Belador's future at risk if it is not put somewhere safe. The Cujo could find a way to return to this time and destroy the entire tribe the next time. You must always put the tribe first. Like the tribe put me first? Tristan shot back at Brina. A tribe shouldn't turn their backs on each other. You locked me away for no reason. Eval, ask Brina if I did anything before she sent me away to purgatory. Ask her. Tristan's question got through to Aval. She shook her head to clear the cobwebs and raised her gaze to Brina. Did Tristan commit any offenses or shift into a beast? Do not think to question me, Brina warned. Turning to Zader, Aval considered asking him telepathically, then changed her mind. Everyone needed to hear this answer. Do you know the truth? Zader cut his eyes at Brina, then back to Aval. Yes, but I wasn't a part of sending him away. He's telling the truth. Zader! Brina's hologram blazed with light. Sparks shot off the edges. She gave him a quelling look before shoving her glare at Aval. I do whatever is necessary to keep the Belador safe from danger. The drugged feeling had to be the reason Aval pursued her point. Please, Brina, I need to know the truth. I've stood alongside Belador since I was 18, and I need to know you acted with honor. Zader made a noise Aval took as a crushed curse. When Brina spoke, it was in a reverent tone. I am bound by an oath as well. Many oaths, in fact. There are things I cannot share with anyone. You are not the only one who has to perform difficult tasks, but in your case you have the gift of making choices along the way. I have been given one task above all others, and that is to oversee and protect my tribe. Protection comes in all forms. Beyond that, I will only say that I did act in honor. For the first time since taking her oath as a Belador warrior, Aval wondered what it would be like to be Brina. To live away from everyone, holding the power of the Beladors by her presence on an island. To exist solely to serve and to have no choice in the matter. Maybe she hadn't given Brina enough credit, but she still didn't know where she stood with Brina. What about me? Aval asked quietly. Am I a danger to be locked away too? Brina didn't hesitate. If you were, you would not be here now. Aval noted that Brina did not really answer her question. Heat pulsed from the rock, sending waves of energy up Aval's arm. She swallowed, trying to think clearly. Quinn asked Aval, Are you ready to turn your back on the Beladors? If you do not obey Brina, that's what you're doing. Indecision hovered over her. She knew to do the right thing, but there was that tiny part of her that wanted desperately to be safe and secure. To know she could live without a cloud of doubt always hanging over her. To know who you are is the greatest power of all. There was that strange voice in Aval's mind again. The same one that had told her when the rock had been found. Who was it? Tristan pleaded. Bring the rock and come with me. I'll take care of you, Aval. I'll take care of you. The doctor who'd raped her when she was a teen had spoken those same words. That flushed her mind clear of the fog that the rock had been weaving through her thoughts. The Beladors had rescued her from being locked away in a basement, at the mercy of the world. Zader had said she had to give trust to get it in return. Keeping this Nayak stone meant she'd forever be safe from being caged, but at the risk of walking away from who she was and everything she held dear. I am a Belador. Brina's face softened in a way Aval had never seen. In a gentler voice she said, Yes, you are. We take care of our own. It's time to finish this. Don't do this, Aval, Tristan begged. Brina will listen to you. Send me to another continent. Don't put me back in that cage. I'm sorry, Tristan. And she was. Aval lifted the rock toward him. No! Kill me now! Even with all the trouble he'd caused, she felt his agony. She, too, would rather die than be caged. She would not forsake him and the other alterants, but she had to protect the world and her tribe first. She spoke to the Nayak stone. Send Tristan back to his South American cage. Tristan's blood-curdling scream thrashed through the room, then squeezed down to silence when he disappeared. Ival squeezed her eyes shut and swallowed. She asked the stone to keep him safe until she could help him. With her next breath, she said, "Release all the Beladors." Zader strode over to the hologram, speaking low to Brina. "Keep in mind that Ival found the rock and put her life on the line to prevent harm to any Belador." Brina's gaze was crabby with annoyance. "I'm not sending her away, so you don't have to beg me for her life." Ival stepped over to Brina. "I didn't tell you about Tristan because I believed that was what the Maeve wanted me to do so they could trap you. Tristan said the witch had a plan that would ensure destroying you and Zader." She cut her eyes at Zader for a moment, glad she didn't see condemnation in his. "I couldn't risk either of you being harmed. I did what I thought was honorable." "I understand." Brina crossed her arms and tilted her head. "And I'm proud of you." Ival was speechless at hearing words she'd never expected to be said to her. A swirl of warmth brushed Ival's skin when Brina smiled at her. The warrior queen's gaze took in the room before returning to Ival. "I will be with you tomorrow when you meet the tribunal, and I will give testimony to the fact that my Belador protected the world." My Belador. Ival played that over and over in her head until Zader's hand touched her shoulder. She turned to him and smiled. "You told me to trust Brina," she finished telepathically. "I'll do a better job of it from now on." The grin he gave her was answer enough. "You're running out of time before daylight." "I've got 7 minutes. Sen can ward one of the vehicles to get me home." Storm stood to the side, watching her and the exchange. Ival gave him a quick wink to let him know she'd see him soon. Brina closed her eyes, speaking in a tone of request. "Sen, please come forth to retrieve the Nayak stone." A vapor spun at the sight of Brina. Then Sen appeared with a container the size of a cigar box carved of white marble, the color of mother of pearl. "Where's the Nayak stone?" "Here." Ival held it up and fought not to smile at his shock over her possessing the dangerous treasure. She waited for him to come to her, then placed the stone in the box sitting open on his 2 palms. The lid shut immediately and the seam between lid and bottom disappeared. Her bruised eyes swelled shut again, and the lashes on her back burned like the devil. "I need some help getting home." Lorette whispered the words as if afraid to speak up. Her eyes were milky with impaired vision. Ival owed this young woman so much. "I'll take her." "No." Brina shook her head, eyes searching the room of Beladors and Viper agents moving toward them. "Quinn can take her." Lorette once again ignored Brina and edged over to Ival, who took the young woman's hand when she spoke to her. "Thank you for doing the right thing, and for being willing to face all this to save me and Vian. After seeing those words on that planter outside your door, I'm pretty sure your grandfather was a Belador. He'd have been very proud of you." Lorette tried to smile past the deep hurt lining her face. "Her grandfather was one of our warriors." Brina made that announcement. "Maka has just informed me that prior to going into a battle he did not expect to survive. Lorette's grandfather asked Maka to spare his granddaughter from taking up the sword, because Lorette was born a Belador as well. He knew she'd spend her life alone once he left, and wanted her to be free to follow her heart and be an artist. Maka agreed. You are indeed part of the Belador tribe, Lorette." Ival squeezed Lorette's hand. "That makes you family, if you need anything. Quinn is wonderful and will escort you safely home." Lorette nodded silently. Tears hung at the corners of her eyes. Quinn appeared at Aval's side and placed his hand over Lorette's shoulder. "This won't take long." He turned to Sen. "Why don't you teleport us?" Sen nodded, then instructed Lorette. "Take Quinn's hand. Envision your home and say when you're ready." Aval gave Sen a narrowed look. He never gave her that much warning. The minute Lorette reached for Quinn's hand, she said, "Ready," and the pair vanished. Aval would check on Lorette later this week. She turned to Brina, wanting to discuss the tribunal meeting, but the warrior queen beat her to it. "The tribunal will send someone to escort you after midnight tonight, Aval. Make sure you're above ground at that time. Do not be late." Aval answered Brina, ignoring how Sen was close enough to hear her. "I'll wait for my escort in Woodrove Park." Brina sent an arched eyebrow look at Sen, who angled his chin in acknowledgement. Apparently finished with everything here, Brina disappeared. The swords vanished at the same moment. Crud. Aval had meant to have Brina ask Sen to ward a vehicle to get her home. Zader would ask him. Sen looked over in Trey's direction. "Tell Adriana to come in and clean up this mess. She's outside cloaking the building from civilians." Trey swung around from where he was debriefing Viper agents and Beladors. "I look like your lackey?" Sen shrugged. "Aval can do it. With her hands." "I'll get Adriana," Zader called out to Trey, then slowed by Sen on his way out. "You ever take a day off from being an asshole?" Sen let his glare speak for him. Once Zader was out of hearing range, Sen's narrowed gaze hardened even further. He tucked the box with the stone under his arm and strode forward. She didn't see a warded vehicle in her future. Sen stopped close to Aval and leaned down. "Be on time for your tribunal hearing and don't make me hunt you. If I can't find you, Zader will be held responsible. If you're not there for the tribunal meeting, Zader will have to take your place and accept the consequences of the ruling. Somebody pee in your crispy doodles this morning?" She couldn't leave Zader to face the tribunal, and Sen knew it. But Brina had said she'd be there. Time for another dose of trust. Storm had finished talking to one of the Beladors and moved closer to where she stood with Sen, his body flexing as if he intended to protect her. But she didn't need saving or protecting. She was a Belador. She jutted her chin at Sen. "I'll be there. But don't hold your breath that the tribunal is going to make your day and send me away." His smirk spoke volumes before he teleported away with the Nayak stone. Asshole. Aval felt a pop against the back of her head the minute she swore. "Sorry, Brina." But Aval smiled at the reprimand that meant she was one of Brina's family. "Is that the one who wants your ass?" Grady asked. Yes. The tribunal was a bigger problem than Sen, but she couldn't discuss that here with Grady. She'd forgotten the Night Stalker was still here. How do you get caught in the Cujo trap? His eyes shifted away from her guiltily. "I got sucked in when I heard about the double handshakes." Zader walked back inside just in time to hear what Grady had said. "You know none of us can do that. And look what happened when the Cujo shook with those poor Night Stalkers." Grady's image wavered in and out, eyes shooting angry darts at Zader. "I had a reason." Adriana came into the room, took one look at Aval, and turned toward the windows, where daylight was coming on fast. Adriana's lips moved as she raised her hands. The windows turned into a solid wall. She ignored Aval after that, directing her attention to Zader. "I have a question for you." Zader walked over to the Sterling Witch. Aval was starting to reevaluate after all that Adriana had done. Sterling Witches didn't give without expecting something in trade. That Adriana hadn't asked for a thing, yet, was reason enough to remain vigilant around her. With everybody busy, Aval took the opportunity to find out what was going on with Grady. What's the reason you need an hour tonight? A sad smile shifted his face. I have a granddaughter getting married in Atlanta. I don't want to meet her, but I wanted to hear her words. When I'm in this half-alive form, my hearing and sense of smell are dulled, not crisp like a human's senses. I want to hear the organ music play her wedding march and hear her say her vows. I want to smell the fresh flowers. His eyes strayed from her face, turning watery. I want to soak up a memory I can hold on to for eternity. Her heart might split from breaking. She had to get out of here before she lost the shaky grip she had on her emotions after all that had gone down tonight. I understand. She took a breath and cleared her throat. You should go. She started to say home, but Grady didn't have a home. I'll see you later, okay? Grady stared at her so long that she thought he was stuck in that spot. He finally shimmered toward the exit, then vanished. The room was far darker with the windows gone, but the glass skylight still intact allowed enough light to see. Storm finished closing the distance to her, clearly not caring what anyone thought when he put the back of his hand against her cheek. That's some shiner. Her heart tripped over itself at his touch. Guessed she had to reevaluate how she thought of him, too. You told them how to find us and brought Lorette with the stone. She must have found you okay. Storm gazed at her for a few seconds. I was buckling my belt behind a hedge in the park when she popped into view holding that rock. You were supposed to put Lorette and that rock somewhere safe, not bring it around this place. I don't see the world in shambles, and that stone wasn't going anywhere until you were safe. Okay, that just earned him more points than he'd know how to use. Thanks, but what if Tristan had gotten the stone? He'd have had to kill me to do that, and I'm not so easy to kill. Storm reached behind his neck and untied a leather cord, lifting the amulet from inside his shirt. Give this back to Nicole when you see her. Ival stood still while he leaned forward to tie the cord at the back of her neck. His lips brushed her cheek before he lifted away. He ran his hand down to her shoulder, and she flinched when his fingers touched the slash cuts from Kazira's bullwhip nails. To keep from moaning, she gritted her teeth. Storm moved around behind her. Your back's a mess. We need to get Adriana to draw out the Noira venom again. I'd be happier to owe a loan shark, Ival muttered. Storm sighed. Don't move, and I'll ease the burn. He waited until she nodded to put his hands on her back. Heat, then a wonderful numbing sensation, raced across the nerves just beneath her skin. When he finished, Storm kissed her neck this time. In spite of worrying that someone might have seen the intimate touch, she smiled. Heavy footsteps pounded in her direction. Zader strode up to her, but his glare blasted Storm, who returned it with a look of, "What's your problem?" Before anything erupted between them, Ival intervened. I need to grab a shower, get some sleep, and take care of a few errands before I meet with the tribunal. Zader broke off from the visual posturing with Storm and addressed her. Think you can stay out of trouble between now and midnight? Ival considered what she'd just decided a moment ago. She didn't want to lie to Zader, but neither did she want to share what she was planning to do. Trouble was a mild way to describe it. What? And give up the only thing I'm good at? 38. The world swirled and blurred in Lorette's milky vision the minute she took the hand of the man Ival had called Quinn. He squeezed Lorette's fingers and said, We're almost there. She expected to wake up any minute and find out that she'd fallen in Piedmont Park and hit her head, and that all of this had been a bad nightmare. but when her feet touched solid ground next, she was wide awake and still clinging desperately to some guy she'd bet would answer to the name Quinn. "Are we there yet? If you live in a charming cottage with blue shutters and a large pottery vase next to the front door, I'd say we are." She could only see blurry light. "It's my home, but I may need some help getting inside." The sound of him moving around was followed by the familiar squeak of her front door opening. He took her arm with gentle fingers and led her slowly inside. "How impaired is your vision?" He had a kind voice full of understanding, but Aval had already told her no one could fix her eyesight. Lorette wouldn't whine. "It's manageable now that I'm inside." "Take this." He pressed a cell phone into her palm. "I know this has been a harrowing experience, but you are part of the Belador family now. Can you find the number 5 in the middle of the keypad?" "Yes." "Press that to call me whenever you're ready to talk about a companion dog and adapting to the changes you'll be facing. We won't leave you to face them alone." "Thank you." She needed him to go now, or she was going to break down in front of him. The rock had certainly seduced her, because she felt the loss of her vision as acutely as when she'd lost her granddad. On top of that, she couldn't quiet the urge to see Vian again. But he was where he wanted to be. She would be happy for him and remember the way he'd made her smile. Remember the way he'd stepped between her and danger. Remember his kiss. "Thank you for bringing me home, but..." "Go away." "I sense that you're ready to be alone. I'll leave, but I'll expect your call soon. And know that you can call any time, day or night." She just nodded because she couldn't push any words out of her tight throat. When the door closed, she gave in to the pain expanding in her chest. A sob broke free over everything she'd lost. But she found out why her granddad had never come home. He'd been a Belador. They spoke of him as if he was a hero. He used to tell her the Barrett women were strong, that her ancestors were warriors. Warriors. She was a Belador, a blind one. And Granddad would have been frowning at her right now for giving in to despair. She sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "Suck it up and act like my granddaughter." She could almost hear him saying that. Having practiced recently, in anticipation of her vision being all but gone, she stuck the cell phone in her pocket and felt her way across the room. She might not be able to create her signature designs on the large pottery anymore, but right now she needed to sink her fingers into the clay and feel her granddad's spirit surround her again. At the door to the basement, she put a hand on the rail along the stairs and worked her way down. She'd reached the bottom landing and had taken 2 steps into the room when she heard someone's sharp intake of breath. Her own breathing was suddenly short and frantic. "Who's there?" "'Tis I." Fear pumped with the blood slamming her heart. "Who?" "Vian." Impossible. "What are you doing here?" Her heart raced for an entirely different reason now. "I don't know." He sounded lost, which cut through her thrill of happiness over finding him here. "I'm so sorry. You weren't supposed to get stuck in this time period." "What did you tell the rock when you sent the Cujo away?" His footsteps moved toward her. She thought back on her exact words, the ones she'd chosen based on what Vian had told her. "I asked the rock to send all the Cujo tribe wherever their hearts desired. I thought you would go home with the others." Had she condemned him to this world by not being more specific? He chuckled and touched her hands, folding them inside his. His scent met her next breath. "I knew you were a wise woman, and my heart is wiser than my head some days. I did not know where I wanted to go, but I did not want to return with Batuk to war, nor did I like leaving you alone either. It seems my heart chose to stay here. You're happy about this? I believe I will find happiness here I have not felt for many years. She wouldn't have been able to see through her tears even if she had unimpaired vision. You are a gift I never expected to receive. Getting used to being blind was not going to be easy, but now she didn't fear the darkness with Vian staying in this world. She couldn't believe he was really here. He took her hand in his. I asked for a gift as well, but was denied. A deep voice boomed into the room. No, my faithful Vian, you were not denied. I merely waited to see if you were truly content to remain in this time and still wish to give up your immortality before I granted your request. Vian was silent for a moment. If I return to my home with the other Cujo, I will be expected to pick up a sword again. My family would still be dead. What would be the reason to continue life there? None that I can think of. But I have managed for 2 years, and I know I can survive here. More than that, I can start anew here. Lorette wiped at her wet eyes. You really don't want to go home? My heart would miss you. He lifted his voice. I am ready to trade, Shiva. To trade what? Her words were cut off in a gasp when bright light flashed through the room. She covered her eyes with her hands. Warm fingers clasped hers and pulled them away from her eyes. Crisp details of everything in her studio flooded her vision. Vian's happy face was completely in focus. What happened? My eyes, I can see. Oh, Vian, I can see. His warm eyes, warm brown, human eyes, crinkled with happiness. He cupped her face with his hand. When I could not escape Tristan and Batuk to come back to you and make sure you would be safe, I told my god Shiva I wished to offer my immortality in trade for your eyesight. I did not want to leave you alone and blind. I expected to die at the battle with the Beladors, but I still survived. I do not wish to live another 800 years, only as long as you live. Tears streamed down her face. I'm a Belador descendant. You're sure you want to stay here with your enemy? You will never be my enemy. He leaned in and kissed her softly, a tentative touch that gave her the confidence to kiss him back. She could feel her granddad's blessing flood over her. 39. Eval hadn't worn dress clothes for anyone, but tonight was important. She had to look her best, wanted to look her best. The simple brown pants and jacket probably looked better on the chipped-up mannequin in the used clothing store, but she couldn't have come in here wearing her battle gear. Cool air swam around her face and arms, a welcome change from the heat bombarding Atlanta outside. Murmurs drifted to her ears, nothing specific. Chatting littered the serene air in the church below the balcony where she hid. The small group gathered in the main vestibule waited with reverence. She'd never been one to pray, but she sometimes wondered if those who did were heard. She cut her eyes sideways at the dashing elderly man on her left. Was she good or what? Just look at that rockin' clean-up job she'd done. Grady wore a gently used black suit she'd gotten from the same second-hand store. He sat as straight as a general waiting to meet the president, but he was holding himself erect in anticipation of a wedding march. She'd brought his clothes and a shaving kit she'd pieced together to the upstairs bathroom that served the balcony of this church on busy Sundays. Not much traffic up here at a small Wednesday night wedding. Watching the clock down to the minute, She'd laid out everything for Grady in the bathroom, shaken his hand, then shut the door. He turned his clean-shaven face toward her. The smile he bestowed on her was worth the sanction she'd face for this if she got caught shaking hands with a Night Stalker for personal reasons. But she was feeling pretty good about her position among the Beladors. Why not make someone else's dream come true? Grady leaned toward her. You must always believe no matter what. Zeta and Quinn won't let anything happen to you. Neither will that engine. She smiled at Grady's newest slight. Storm was not an engine, but Grady wanted to get a rise out of her to keep her mind off the tribunal. She smiled at him. I'm not worried. Much. His granddaughter's wedding would start any minute now. The minute they were done, she'd make the 8-mile ride back to downtown with him clinging to her bike. He'd gotten lost after being freed from the Cujo this morning and spent hours finding his block around Grady Hospital. All the shaving and changing to clean clothes would go away as soon as he glimmered back into his ghoul form. But he'd have the memory for as many decades as he remained a Night Stalker, which could be a very long time. Her heart pinched at the waves of happiness she felt coming off him. After she made sure he was safe back near the hospital, she'd have 2 hours to spend with Phoenix. She'd take her little darling on a bike ride out where he could squeal in delight as much as he wanted, and no one would hear. Grady's fault. He'd got her thinking about making good memories. Then she'd have to get past go with the tribunal, but Brina had said she'd be there. The room below quieted when the piano music stopped, and Grady leaned forward, anxious to look over the edge of the balcony where his granddaughter had planned an intimate affair. He started to fade. He stared at his hands, then turned panicked eyes to her. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt Grady or risk his half-life in any way. Eval opened her mouth to speak, but the wedding march struck up. It was the look of anguish on Grady's face that ended all debate. She couldn't live with that as the last memory of him if there was a chance that she could get sent away tomorrow by the tribunal. Hoping this would not harm him, she reached over and grasped his hand. Relief and gratitude poured from his body. He squeezed her fingers and leaned over to whisper, I prayed for a miracle, and God sent me you. I'll talk to him about the tribunal. Emotion she had never felt clogged her throat. Lifting her chin, she smiled at the old ghoul, who grinned back. She'd fought the Cujo, an alterant, and demons this week. She'd protected her tribe and upheld her oaths. If the tribunal wanted to lock her away, they'd have a fight on their hands. Bring it on. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Blood Trinity by Sherrilyn, Kenyon, and Diana Love. Copyright 2010 by Sherrilyn, Kenyon, and Diana Love. Performed by Christina Traister. Directed by Colleen Willits. Engineered by Matt Churchill. Performance copyright 2010 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.